I'll be chilling in the chat, y'all.
Is that 0.5 degrees the excess or what?
What are we talking about?
In the chat.
Oh, okay, sorry. It's just been quiet for so long. I was like, is he in the same conversation as the silent room? Okay, one second, I'll get it. Yeah, it seems to me she's trying to, it's showing spherical excess, elevation, plenty of, yeah, two observers with non-distance and a plane of, horizontal plane, and then there's a variance of what, 0.5 degrees. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because 100 kilometers is 60 miles, right? So that's kind of, yeah, that's it. I work in miles over this side of the pond plan, so I have to convert everything. But to be honest, the whole spherical excess and like diverging or converge, whatever kind of like measurement you want to do over distance, like I say, it's 100 kilometers and it's a half of a degree. It's like 60 miles, and it should be a full degree actually, over that difference if they're on the same elevation. But I guess the elevations were different.
All right, what you got for us? Better be
Um,
good.
it's made out of cheese.
Oh my lord. Last chance.
That's pretty much it. That's all I had.
Oh boy. Effie Batman. Oh, Jojo, hello. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
Ah, Mr. Crit. Mr. Critter, the hard hitter. The guy's on Twitter.
You said it.
What rhymes with?
ER. Just rhyme something with ER.
He's covered in glitter. And no, that doesn't work. Forget that one.
Suffers no bullshitter.
Shitter is one, but I don't. Yeah, forget that.
You know what a bullshitter is?
He ain't. When it comes to flat Earth, he ain't no quitter. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you
That
dropped
was-
the H.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. No, I said, "Yo, it's Critter, the hard hitter," because you're one of the hard hitters of the FE group. And maybe you weren't here when I mentioned that.
Oh yeah, when you yeah, that's good though that you. I mean, there's a lot of people who like tried to boycott the channel to get rid of me.
I'm not talking about that. No, I'm talking about like there are different tiers of like hitters. Different tiers of in here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got your top dogs. You know who they are, right?
Yeah, kind of like the celebrity flat earther.
I won't call them celebrity flat earthers, but yeah, the top ones, like the ones who have answers for everything, such as. Come on, you know who they are.
Yeah, the ones who have been on Netflix, like Dan
No,
the Weatherman.
in here, like Jedi,
Oh, yeah.
for example, like he's got answers for everything, doesn't he? Doesn't he?
Yeah, I guess so.
Who else has got answers for everything? I've forgotten now. There's a list of. Hang on. I've forgotten. Anyway, there's about 5 or 6 like hard hitters, top class. Crit's one of them. Jedi is another one. Who are the other ones? Like, they're the ones you don't want to pull in the drawer, like if the randomizer's going round as the glober, and it's like, right, who's the roulette wheel going to land on? You don't want to land on one of those, the S tier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just bring your A game.
No, you're not listening to me, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of distracted right now. Just give me a second.
I was just jumping in here before I get back to my coding just to see if anyone was like trying to globe it up, but it doesn't seem like there is. 2 seconds.
Where them globies at? Goy Stop Essential? What is that? Hello, welcome. Damn, it's pretty dry with globies today. What's going on?
Greetings, everybody.
Greetings, traveler.
What's happening then? Anything interesting?
No idea. It's been pretty quiet little recent hour.
Mm. A bad day today. It's I'm just over in the UK, Manchester. Weather's quite nice.
Foosball? Is that what you said?
No, I'm just saying it's a nice day today where I am. It's sun's shining. It's like a little.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said there's a game today.
No, it's a nice day. What date is it today? It's the. I was looking at the sunrise and sunset time, so looks like the equinox for me will be sort of the 17th or the 18th. That's the closest of the 12-hour light and 12-hour dark equalness. They usually say it's on the 22nd, but yeah, I think sunrise is. I think it's well. I'll just tell you now. We have a sunrise time. So yeah, so on the 17th, the sun will rise at 6:19 and set at 18:17, and on the 18th, it will rise at 6:17 and set at 18:19. That's the closest rise and set at 6 o'clock and 20 past 6 and 20 past 6ish. Yeah, so that's the closest to equinox you'll get where I am anyway. Which also debunks the globe Earth, because obviously They claim that the lights parallel and lights half the Earth up all at one time. So everywhere should have an equinox at exactly the same time if that was the case, but we don't. So yeah, equinox is a globe debunk. Bit of useless information for you there. All right, Jojo. Number 0 fade you've got there, mate.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay, you okay, dude? Are you having a stroke?
A little bit. I just
Uh-huh.
really need to talk about what's going on.
What might that be?
Dude, just realized it's flat.
What is?
My chessboard right in front of me. It's actually a really cool thing, and me and my girlfriend love playing it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one.
Ta-ta.
Earth is a triangle.
Win.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Are we flat earthing, or what's the topic today?
It's been pretty dead for the last hour or so.
Yeah, I don't know. Anything you guys want to talk about?
Not particularly, but that doesn't mean I'm not down for a conversation.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the last few rooms I've been in have been like all about transgender stuff, so that's the only thing I can think about at the moment. But I'm sure there's better topics.
Sure. I'm sure there is.
No doubt about it. I don't know what part of the world are you guys in?
I'm in the United States.
Yeah, same. I'm West Coast.
Yeah, I'm East Coast.
All right, on. How's the weather for you guys?
Starting to get more mild.
That's good. Yeah, you guys had like a crazy winter, right? Or
No,
I guess it was not too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't really that bad at all. I mean, it was cold for like a week or two, but you know, nothing we
That's
can't handle.
reasonable. Well, I think maybe I'm thinking of Denver. I saw like Denver was just getting feet of snow, but I guess that's way different than the East Coast.
Yeah. So, do you have any thoughts on the topic of the channel?
I guess what would they call me? A glober or a round guy? I don't know. Seems like it's probably pretty round to me.
Now, did you figure that out for yourself, or
Like, have I tried to do any experiments to confirm the roundness of the Earth? No, I have not.
no?
I guess I've heard of like what's like one of the examples where they like take a post and then another post, some distance away and verify that the shadows are like angled different at the same time. Maybe I should do that one of these days.
And what would that prove to you?
Well, I guess it makes sense. It's like if you had, I don't know, a basketball, you'd expect that like you put a toothpick on different spots of the basketball, you'd expect to have different angled shadows, where if it was like a plane, then they should have the same angle, right?
Yeah, but there's a slight issue with that. Is only one of those toothpicks can be vertical.
In the basketball example, or like the plane example?
In any example, right?
One of them I guess I don't understand. One of them can be vertical only?
Yeah. So, like, if you hang a piece of string with a weight on it, and you support the other end from like the ceiling or something, that's vertical, right?
Sure.
Right. And if you put toothpicks in a basketball, only one of those toothpicks can be parallel to that other string.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah. So if you get one angle from one and you get no angle from another one, like no shadow, then that would mean that one of the sticks is tilted and not vertical, or the sun rays are divergent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're saying there's like other variables that example isn't considering, like what if the angle of the sun isn't the same at a different spot, or what if you're not actually dealing with two posts that are both vertical?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what if I told you that I could prove that level is horizontal?
Proceed.
Right, so you take two ends of a water level. Well, first of all, do you know what a water level is?
No, I don't think so. That's not just like one of those things that has the bubble in it, or is that what it?
No, that's a spirit level.
Okay, yeah, it's a water level.
A water level is like a tube, like a clear hose pipe. All right, that you
Okay.
fill with water, and when it's all filled up and it's equalized on both ends, then the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight horizontal line. I could post an example for you in the
Sure,
chat
yeah,
if
that'd
you
be great.
want.
Yeah, if you got one. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one of those.
So basically, it's like water at rest. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
sure. Yeah, makes sense.
Right, and no matter how long that hose is, one end will, like it, one end cannot be higher than the other because then the water would, spill out. So I would call that dotted line there, that's a horizontal line.
Well, yeah, no, I guess. And so, how does that connect back to the kind of roundness or flatness?
What's up?
I guess. Can you help me understand, like, how does this water level example like connect back to the roundness of the Earth? Or maybe I misunderstood the point that was intended by the example.
Well, here's a argument, right? So, if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve. Would you agree with that?
The surface of water must curve if in which situation?
Yeah, if the Earth is a globe, or if the Earth
right.
is a spherical object, right, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, now a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference with liquid water at rest.
Right.
Therefore, the Earth cannot be a spherical object. Now, that doesn't prove it's flat, right? It doesn't mean it's flat. It just means not a globe.
Well, so water level, but what if a water level is only useful over short distances? Like, say you have a water level that's, 100 miles long. Why would you need to assume that creates like the same kind of horizontal line and not a curved line?
Well, would you agree that if either end of that water level is higher than the other, then the water is going to spill out?
Well, it's not necessarily like if it's a perfect sphere, you're not dealing with like mountains or anything. Then it's like, no, they're going to be at the same height, but they're going to be angled, right? Because you're drawing like a big curved line between them.
Well, you do realize that if you are on a ball with a water level, then you're standing at one end, and the other end is going to have to be lower. Would you agree with that?
It's not. Well, no, because it's not lower in reference to like the surface of the sphere, and it's like their gravity basically is pulling both of the kind of vertical parts of the water level towards the center of the globe, right?
So it would not be lower. It would be at the same elevation?
Yeah, I mean, in reference to the curved line that goes around the spherical Earth.
Okay, so if there's no drop, then I would say that that's horizontal. I wouldn't say it's curved.
Because like in the example that you sent, it shows kind of like and going across, but just that kind of the type of the water level is going around a big curve, and so there's angled out, like it wouldn't be like horizontal on the vertical components on the top. It would be sort of this curved line type on the bottom, and then each. I wish I could like draw a picture, but like each vertical component is kind of pointed out at angles.
Well, what I'm saying is that, like, if there's no drop from one end, then there's no reason to think that the surface you're on is curving. Because, like, think of like a river, right? Like, one end of a river is higher than the other, and that's why the water flows downwards.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean
Yeah.
that the Earth is flat, right? Because we still have, mountains and valleys. But, like, for me, that pretty much disproves the globe.
I don't understand the example of like the water level, like where you're saying in the example where it's curved, one side of the water level is lower. Like, I don't think it's accurate to say that it's lower. It's like maybe from your perspective, you would think it's like further down the ball, but that's like not lower from a gravitational perspective. It's the same distance from the center of the Earth.
Well, lower is lower, right? I would say. Like when people say that a ship sails out into the horizon,
right,
and it disappears from the bottom up. Now, it looks like the ship is going down, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think that. It looks like it is, but it's not really.
Well, yeah, it's
I
not
think they
going
measure
down.
gravity potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's not lower. Like maybe it looks to you like it went under the horizon, but it's the same distance if the point of reference is the center of the Earth.
Well,
So
would there be a drop from your horizontal or not?
From my perspective, yeah, it would appear as if it's going under the horizon, but we're both equidistant from the center of the Earth, so it's not really lower in any meaningful sense.
So it's just perspective, right?
Right.
Is that what you said?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So it's not really lower than you because it just appears to be.
Yeah. That's kind of my point.
Right.
Or like I'm kind of having trouble with the water level example.
Well, okay. So think of like a canal, okay? Like in between locks. That's basically like a huge bathtub, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. Now the reason why the water in a canal doesn't flow is because neither end is higher than the other.
Yep.
Right. But a river or an aqueduct, there's a slight grade in an aqueduct, and that's why the water flows.
But I think when you say that the aqueduct has a grade, that means like the quote unquote bottom of the aqueduct is actually closer to the center of the Earth than the top of the aqueduct. They're not equidistant from the center of the Earth.
Yeah, you could imagine that if you want, but
I
would
think
say
that's
that
what causes the water to flow, right?
I'd say that the reason the water flows is because one end is higher than the other.
But higher with reference to what?
The other end.
Yeah, I think the way it makes sense to me is you have to like determine like where's the center of the Earth and how does each end compare to the center of the Earth, and that's how you know what's quote unquote lower, and that's what's going to cause the water to flow. So in the water level, if both sides, it can be as long as you want around a curve, if they're both the same distance from like the center of that spherical point of reference, then it's flat. I mean, from a water flowing perspective.
How do you first determine where the center of Earth is? Like, how do you find that out?
Well, he could like imagine anything he wants. I'm just saying, for me, this is my proof. But yeah, if you want to talk to Amish about how you figured out where the center of the Earth is, that go ahead.
No, I have
No,
an
I
argument.
don't. I don't have a way to calculate that. I'm sure somebody does, but
No,
the
like
wrong guy to
how's
ask.
it determined? How's it measured? I'll tell you, it's never been done.
You mean like nobody's tried, or nobody's like done it to your
Yeah,
satisfaction?
nobody has done it. Nobody can demonstrate that they did.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm the wrong guy to ask. I don't really know the examples of attempts to calculate that. But I mean, do you know what the examples are where people have tried?
Yeah, geodesy.
Geodesy.
Yep, it's a type of surveying.
And how do they do that?
It's got the same problems that you do. They assume a ball in the first instance, and they don't actually measure it.
Can I give you a more philosophical argument?
Sure.
So the idea would be is that like, if the Earth is comprised of non-natural properties, then it is curved. The Earth is comprised of non-natural properties, therefore it's curved. So, like, the argument would obviously be just trying to establish that the Earth is composed of non-natural properties. If you want me to give you like the reasoning behind that, but would you say that the argument is valid? Excuse
Are
me?
you talking about metaphysical properties?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I'm
what is a
talking about-
natural property?
Well, I said non-natural property. A natural property is just going to be in accordance with some laws of nature. It's pretty intuitive. A non-natural property would have a sort of like essence or nature that would be such that when we try to characterize the nature of this property, we'd be adverting to some like irreducible normativity, which means it would be like irreducible in the sense that it can't be explained for, accounted by, like certain descriptive phenomena, like any explanation through science or like the laws of nature. It's not going to be in accordance with those because it's going to have a teleology.
So a religion. You're saying you have a religion then,
No,
because it can't
what?
be affirmed by science. So yeah, you got a
What?
religious belief.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, there's
if
plenty of things
it's
that
not
are.
natural, then you can't prove anything. Then so okay, you can't prove you have a
No,
globe.
there's
Next.
plenty of things that
Next.
are true, like without any like empirical data or scientific like investigation. Like for example,
Yeah,
rational.
like a religion. So your globe is a religion.
No. So again,
Yeah, like love.
2 + 2 = 4 is true, and you don't need like any empirical investigation to determine the truth of that, right? It's going to
Well,
be
you
true.
can prove it though. You can prove it. You can prove it using natural law.
Yeah, how are you going to prove it?
So how are you going to prove the globe with natural law?
That's not what I'm asking. You just said that like if it's outside science, like if it's true outside of science, then it's religious, but that's not the case.
Are you gonna?
You're butting in. You're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Then, okay. Let's reset. You tell me your best proof. Tell me what it is.
What is what?
Best proof of your belief in the globe. What is it? Tell me.
Yeah, I gave you my deductive argument. So
except you didn't have anything specific.
Well, do you at least agree that the argument is valid logically? So if I say premise 1...
Yeah, but it's not sound. It's not sound because you rely on a metaphysical experience. So like clairvoyance, right? You think Earth is a globe due to clairvoyance?
No, I want you to tell me which premise you reject. I did not use that term in my argument. Just tell me what premise.
It's not natural. That Earth has non-natural properties, therefore it's a globe. That's what I reject.
I said if the Earth is composed of non-natural properties, then it is curved. The Earth is composed of non-natural properties, therefore.
Could you name some of those? Could you name some of the non-natural processes?
No, it needs to go. It needs to go beyond just naming them. He needs to link the premise to the conclusion. So go ahead.
Well, hold on. The conclusion is entailed by the premises being true.
Right. So now you have to prove the premise of non-natural properties that are necessary for Earth being a globe. Go.
No. Again, the premise.
Oh, now you're moving the goalpost.
No. You're not understanding how logic works. So the conclusion.
I do understand. You're failing at it.
The truth of the conclusion is entailed and secured by the truth of each premise. So you can't try and like add in premises.
Premise 1: non-natural properties are necessary. Give me one.
No, that wasn't the premise. That wasn't the premise.
All right, so you don't believe in non-natural properties as being necessary for a globe?
Okay, so
then what is your argument?
That has nothing to do with the argument. So again, that was not a premise in the argument. You're misrepresenting the argument, and you're not understanding.
All right, so what was premise 1?
Okay, so you don't remember. So for the third time now, you open your ears. The first premise is that if the Earth is composed of non-natural properties, then it is curved.
I muted you. If non-natural properties, that's your premise, you ding dong. Now you're muted. Somebody else can go.
Okay, well, if the Earth is comprised of natural properties, then it's not a globe. The Earth is comprised of natural properties. Therefore, the Earth's not a globe. I mean, it's the same thing, just, reversed.
If anybody else wants to talk to him, feel free to unmute him. I'm done with him.
Free our boy Clark. Free Clark.
All right. Yeah, what do you think about my argument, Clark? I mean, come on.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to reject it because I think the Earth is composed of non-natural properties. So, I mean, I would give the argument for the Earth being composed of non-natural properties. Obviously, that's just going to be
you can't
an
prove
argument.
non-natural properties.
Okay.
Therefore, you can't prove it.
You can't. Yeah, okay, give the argument for that.
No, here it is. It's non-natural properties.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not convinced by the flat Earth thing, but I don't understand the non-natural properties argument. I don't understand how you define what a non-natural property is.
Join my channel. Inside chat.
Does it mean like supernatural? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled by that angle on it. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about like something like the moon or like Venus, where you can like see that it's spherical? Like, what do you make of that?
Venus?
Right. Yeah, or the moon.
What about it?
Well, to me, it's like if you can see objects in the sky that are clearly spherical, like, I mean, this isn't a super technical argument, but like, why wouldn't we be like that?
Oh, clouds aren't spherical.
Sure.
All right. So what else you got?
But I guess like, what's the explanation for other large, kind of rocky bodies being spherical shape, and then we're on this like giant rock? Like, why wouldn't we also be a ball?
I don't know. Why would we?
Well, I mean, it's just like that's kind of the understanding of gravity, right? Gravity like pulls everything together towards the center of the mass, which makes it a sphere.
Yeah, but gravity, as far as I know, only acts vertically, perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay, I wish I was better at physics.
Yeah, so if you hang a plumb line, that'll be perpendicular to the horizon, always.
Well, but isn't that because it's hanging down towards the center of the Earth?
I don't imagine that. No, I don't imagine that.
Well, then what is drawing kind of the bottom of the plumb? Like, what's it being attracted to?
Why do you assume it's being attracted?
Oh, I mean, that's what my understanding of gravity has been. Like, I guess, do you have like a separate kind of framework that you'd use to understand that?
No.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Wow, this place really filled up.
Yeah, it did. That was quick. It was only you and me in here, and now there's like 15 people.
Now we're getting supernatural globe proofs because I guess nothing natural worked out.
Yeah, I
that
didn't
was
really
wild.
understand that.
Yeah,
that didn't make any sense to me.
The hell he was talking about?
What is a non-natural property? I don't know. I never heard that one before.
I mean, you got to figure everything that we deal with is natural. Like, there's nothing not natural. You know what I mean?
Well, right. Yeah. Like, what would we even be talking about? Like, there's things you can like observe and try to like test, right? I guess that would be things that exist in nature. Like, what is a thing that does not exist in nature? I don't know. It's kind of puzzling.
Now someone's inviting us to talk in another channel when we have this one up.
Who is that, Geeks? Geeks does that.
Gone.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, like, when a channel gets so full that, like, nobody can talk. But this place is full, but it's not like anybody's talking over each other.
Yeah, yeah.
They
In
do a
here, we
good
like to
job
have
training people.
we like to have like focused conversations here, like one on one. Most of the time, it's one on one, and then when
Yeah, I
that's over,
appreciate that.
then
No, I like the style. It sucks when you're like just talking with a group and it's like nobody's actually like conversing. It's just like everybody talking over each other.
yeah, everyone's fighting to get the attention.
I think it's funny how he told me that I missed his premise like 3 times, and then when he goes back to his argument, he gives me the premise, the one that he says I
Yeah,
missed.
I didn't follow any of what he was saying.
Yeah, saying Earth has non-natural properties is not a premise, and then his premise is if Earth has non-natural properties. I muted him, and that was that.
Yeah, it sounded like some woo-woo stuff.
Globers 2024.
Felix, did you hear that argument? Felix is a goober.
What was that? No, I just joined.
Yeah, Amish just had this chat with some young fella, and this kid had what he calls an argument. Amish, you want to go over it with Felix?
Yeah, sure.
Did anybody retain it?
Yeah, so he said if Earth has non-natural properties, then it has curvature. It has non-natural properties, therefore curvature. And non-natural properties is not in my premise, by the way, so you can't attack it.
Yeah, that's not valid as a syllogism. No. Wait.
Like I feel like every part of it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So Earth has non-natural properties. That's premise 1.
Apparently.
Yeah,
And
well, he
then-
denied it was, and then gave it. And so I'm like, oh, great. So your proof of the globe's supernatural now?
Yeah, that's more tautological. Is like, so there's no conclusion there. It's just the Earth has non-natural properties, and then he says it has a curve. Therefore, like, sorry, I don't know if I heard everything right.
Yeah, he's trying to say the curve is supernatural.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's not valid.
Yeah, even if it's like, okay, the Earth has non-natural properties, I grant that. Like, how does it follow that means curvature?
I asked him the same thing. I said, you got to logically link your premise to the conclusion. He's like, that.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I wonder if he had like more time to talk, if it would somehow have made a little more sense, or probably not. Might have just been a total waste.
Yeah, the problem with that is how do you link curvature with the non-natural properties?
I thought it's a donut.
Right, a natural property with something non-natural. Okay. How do you prove the non-naturality of something?
By sucking a dick.
Yeah, I don't even understand what that means.
Yeah, the problem with that is when you have you have to connect the non-natural properties to curvature.
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, listen. If he was trying to make sense, I would imagine that he's touching on the laws of nature being non-physical and just prescriptive or descriptive laws, right? So then we have physical objects following, non-material laws. If that was his basis, that's something to talk about a little bit. But you're going to need the physical material to have that to then describe that law.
Yeah, I mean, where I was going to go with him if he wasn't being so bricked was to ask him, how do we test the curvature then?
Well, yeah, so you're saying like maybe he meant like there's basically things that just aren't natural in the sense that there's just no laws that can describe them. So then, but if that's the case, then how would you use the lack of any laws to derive any conclusion at all.
Well, how about this? I would say you concluded
That's a good
Earth has
way.
curvature. Great, show me. How do I test for it? So I
Sure.
could give him his entire logical syllogism and say, okay, now prove it.
But then wouldn't he just say like, well, you can't test for it because I just said it's non-natural and doesn't follow rules?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so
And
it
then
would
he'd
be
be
just a
circular
faith-based,
reasoning.
right? It would just be faith-based because within natural, we're assuming that's something that's tangible to us that we can measure, right?
Right.
But if you're saying non-natural, then it's just another faith-based thing. It's like a God. It would just be like a God claim. It's unfalsifiable. It's untestable. So it's just that's why it's a tautology, because you're saying it's non-natural. Earth has non-natural properties. Earth has a curve. Therefore, the curve is supernatural. Like, it's just a definition. It's
Right.
not
So I called it a religion and he got offended.
Yeah, I mean, when he's referring to the earth, like the dirt, I mean, he's not referring to the earth, actually. He's referring to something bigger, which would be like experience or reality, not the earth specifically.
I think it's possible he could be appealing to things like that we have in mathematics, like irrational numbers, like pi. You could have ideas like a fractal it technically has an infinite perimeter, like an infinite infinite perimeter, but it also has a defined area. Like square root of 2 could be defined with the right triangle with sides of 1, but 1.41 goes on forever. So I mean, he possibly could be appealing to that okay, there's a curvature, but
the problem
not
is
natural property. Yeah.
the problem is mathematics often leads to reification fallacies, where people take math and they think because they've proven something with math that they've proven it in reality too. So he committed a reification fallacy on top of it.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever see the Onion article where it says like scientists discovered a new planet that makes Earth really look like shit? Thought that one was pretty good. How about that climate change?
You mean like the season?
I don't know. Just trying to think of a topic. I don't know. What do you guys think about climate change? For, against? Does Flat Earth have any bearing on climate change ideas?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess global warming, the contention, I'm not sure I think the consensus is that it is warming. The question is whether it's man-made or natural.
Right. I didn't know. I just never heard from like a flat Earth perspective if like somebody who's like convinced by the idea that the Earth is flat would have like kind of a corresponding view that relates to climate change. Like if that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm not sure. I don't know the flat Earth models that well yet. But I could describe it from the globe model. It's just the emission of greenhouse gases, which basically trap in the radiation from the sun. So typically our atmosphere is more clear, so a lot of the heat returns out back into space, but with all the emissions, it's causing it to be trapped in the Earth, and therefore the global warming.
Yeah, that's basically my understanding as well. And I read this
Yeah.
like report where it was a report by like an agency or they're like a think tank where like kind of their angle is usually they're kind of being trying to be contradictory to like the typical consensus. And like the headline of their report was like 97% of quote unquote greenhouse gases are water vapor. And I thought it was kind of a weird way to look at it, but it's like if you look at like I think the consensus take on that is like, well, water vapor as a greenhouse gas doesn't stay in the atmosphere for more than like potentially like a couple days, whereas like carbon dioxide can be there for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So they're kind of conveniently like skirting around that just to be able to say like, actually, it's mostly just water vapor, but it doesn't have the same long-term effect, obviously.
Yeah, and I think a natural cause. So it'd just be a cycle, like the orbit of Earth around the sun, and it's not a perfect orbit, right? And so, you'll have variations in the distance. So that's another like idea to a natural cause. So yeah, I'm not sure. All I know is that developing nations don't have the luxury to think about that, do anything to mitigate that.
Yeah, so it makes it so tough. It's like, well, why are we going to take all these big steps to reduce our emissions when like none of these other countries are going to do that? So it's kind of a race to the bottom, sort of.
Yeah.
We're probably fucking.
Yeah, but with the guy earlier, Clarky, he's just being a douchebag. I mean, not to be confused with him being honest about anything.
Yeah, it was definitely didn't like his style.
Yeah, but it does get brought. I mean, it does get brought up that like the way he's we have descriptive, right? Like we describe the laws of nature, right? But what's prescribing the laws of nature, right? And then but it's an interaction again between two different objects or a medium and an object, etc. So we describe it. But what's prescribing? Is it intrinsic within material, and then what gave the material that intrinsic attribute?
I feel like we could either go in like a Zen Buddhism direction with that, or like a Aristotle, or what is it, Plato's Forms. I don't know, kind of like the Zen idea. There is no description. There's no concept to hold on to.
Mm-hmm. I think it's really crazy, even in quantum, even physicists that are doing like quantum research, right? And that's the goal pretty much of what our physics is right now. All the particle colliders, they're trying to see what's inside the quark and go in further, but there's a limitation called the max. It's called the Planck length, and like the question is, can we even see that far, like see that small? And then like we can't, right? And so then what happens is we have to use extensions of, so like an a microscope is like an extension of our sight, right? But then there's a point to where we can't go any further, so we can only use our mind. Like we can only use math to like logically and inductively reason what's beyond that zone, and that's what string theory is basically. So
it's like
I don't know,
beyond the limit of what we can possibly perceive with our physical senses.
Yeah, and so the theory is basically that like everything are these like vibrating strings. Yeah, and that's the property of everything. And then like it's possible we have like multiple dimensions, and yeah, it gets kind of kind of crazy, but it's mostly just math. And like, what can you extrapolate from this math? Like, what is this math telling us?
I remember hearing kind of an interesting description from this physicist who was like talking about it was like kind of the Schrodinger's cat idea, where it's like you got a cat that you've like given, a treat with poison in it, you put it in the trunk of your car, and it's like, is the cat dead or alive? And I think, like, what is it, the Copenhagen interpretation, like the classic interpretation is like the cat isn't alive or dead until you like open the trunk and observe whether it is, and that act of observing like kind of creates the reality. But this guy's take on it was like, he thought that wasn't quite right, that really it was like you were saying, more of a many worlds framework, where actually what you're doing by opening the trunk is like determining which world you're in. If you open it and the cat's dead, you're like in one of the many worlds where the cat is dead.
None of that's true, but it all derives from the double slit, superpositioning, wave versus particle, and then people go crazy and say things like, "Is the cat dead or alive?" And does my viewing of that, the double slit affect the position of a dot of light through that slit? That's where it derives from, that argument of Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a physicist, so I'm probably the wrong guy to ask. But like, when you say none of that is true, like, what's your basis for that? Like, how would you determine that isn't the case?
Well, that is because it's not up to me when the cat's dead or alive. I mean, obviously, right?
So it's one of those things where it's just like it just seems like it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't feel
well. I mean,
like it jives with your
right. But the point of it is that they turn it back around to say, well, with the they bring those physics experiments into it. It'll be the double slit experiment, the superpositioning of the lights through the beam, and where it would end up to find out if the light is a wave or a particle. And they tie that into Schrodinger's cat to know, like, at what precise moment is the decision made for the light to become either a particle or a wave, thinking that it can have this duality. Very close to being a contradiction, but not quite, because just by the millisecond, right, it'll choose not to be both a wave and not a wave at the exact same time, at the exact same place. So it's kind of trying to give you like the perspective of a philosophy of what they think light is. Like Felix was saying, and then they got string theory being the Planck constant of light, and then vibration, oscillation. But that's the perspective they're trying to draw out when they bring in Schrodinger's cat experiment. They're trying
it's definitely weird. Like, I'll acknowledge it's weird as hell.
Space, bro. The Earth is not flat. So
that seems like a positive claim.
Please expand. Oh, you go.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the Schrodinger's cat, it's a more of like an illustration of the whole duality of the dualistic properties of like light and like particles, basically. Yeah, and so yeah, it's interesting because I think there's still even discussion even amongst physicists. Like, some physicists will believe, like, so some call it like the observer effect. Some have a more materialistic interpretation. Some have a more idealistic interpretation. Idealistic meaning that there is something that the person, that a consciousness has an effect on the system. But it's really interesting. Yeah, I would like to get into more of it, but I think the majority of like physicists, well, I don't know too many physicists. I know a lot of PhDs, but I think most of them would say there's some kind of mechanistic interpretation of it. But yeah, it does, for all practical purposes, it does appear to that, like, our observation of something causes the possibilities to collapse into one thing. So another thing they call this is collapsing the waveform. So the waveform tells us like all the possibilities, but it behaves as if it's this wave of possibilities. But then when we go to measure it, when we look at it, it all of a sudden collapses into one single like singular, like one single reality. But before that, it's all possible ones. So, like the electrons, for example, in an atom, we have that model where electrons are orbiting, right? But in reality, they're just popping in and out at any one of those locations in that shell, and that's how the quantum world behaves. Like things could potentially be there and then not, and then yeah, it's just really crazy stuff. So that does tell us how crazy our reality is. Potentially is. We have our macro world, daily world, but the reality itself might be something that we don't experience like in an intuitive way at all. Yeah.
Yeah. And me personally, I don't give it any, I don't think it's very scientific to say things pop in and out, right? So I'm more, not that I even really have like like not like I'm even really in on the whole thing or care about it too much, like I have any money into this thing, but it would seem to me it's more of a field then, right? And so if these things are popping in and out of existence, right, that doesn't work for me in any way, shape, or form. If they're physical, then they're derived from something else physical.
Yeah. So my use of existence is probably not a good word. It's probably it is an existence, but it's probably like a dimension that we, as far as we could detect, we can't. Right. So it's like another dimension, and that's how string theory kind of unites it, because it's saying there are like dimensions within dimensions, and so like in our dimension we don't see it, and then it pops from that dimension to our dimension, and so this gives way to things like parallel universes, mini worlds, and so we're just in one of these mini worlds, and yeah, so
I know we can imagine parallel universes, but what physical proof, evidence do you have for any of that to be real and to exist?
yeah, so Gibby, yeah, that's a good
None.
question. So that's what I was talking about earlier about math. Like,
Yeah,
there's a
math.
limit to what we can empirically sense, right? And so
Mathematics, to a certain degree, it can be used to conveniently quantify reality. But in no time, mathematics will take you far away from reality, straight into the imaginary and the possible or impossible.
yeah, that's true. So math is just what we discussed earlier with DJ. Yeah, we're talking about like how there's a limit to what we could empirically sense, like empirically detect with our senses, like our eyes, our touch, whatever, right? But to go beyond that, they're forced to use math, and so the math is an extrapolation of logic. So like we describe certain phenomenon with this math, right? But then given that that formulation with math, we could use that to extrapolate other ideas beyond what we can sense. Which
Can
is
you
not saying
show
that it's
me?
reality. It's just saying that
Can
it's
you
possible.
listen? Can you actually show me, demonstrate that a physical phenomena cannot take place and exist without mathematics?
So the mathematics is more of like a tool used to describe the behavior, right? The reality exists by itself. So our observation, the way that I look at it is like our eyes see things, and our mind understands things, and our math
The
is
way
a
you
tool to.
interpret.
Yeah, math is just one of the many languages of reality, like of describing
Exactly.
nature around.
So this is very important point to know about mathematics, that it has nothing to do with reality. Mathematics is just a language.
Yes, yeah. It's not. It's just like
And
my words. When I say apple,
yeah,
I don't manifest an
if
apple. It's just a description of what I'm referring to.
yeah,
The fruit,
listen,
right?
if God would actually take away mathematics tomorrow, yeah, nature and reality will still be the same, and will feel no change, no loss, yeah, that mathematics is gone. Nobody
Yeah,
will be crying for it.
yeah. So again, mathematicians and string theorists, physicists, like they're not saying that they're math, that this is reality, and that's why it's a theory. String theory will always be a theory. Even
Well,
some
string
physicists
theory
argue.
is no, string
But
theory is not a
the
theory.
physicists always say the
Um,
theory is the highest that they can
wait,
obtain.
what is that string?
So
What does the
we're saying the
word
same thing.
string
We're
mean?
not saying that math is reality. It's just math is our tool to describe it, and we extrapolate from that potential like models of reality. So the model isn't
Yeah.
reality itself. It's just a model, right? And so because we're limited to how far we could like physically empirically
It's a
detect.
model based on what concept? Like string theory claims to describe the construct of reality.
Right.
This is their claim.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
their framework. It's a
Yeah.
theory. Because I think they would
Now
acknowledge that it's not like
the
guaranteed to be true.
problem is, what is this string?
I
What
think
is
they like. I think if you ask like a string theorist, right, they would acknowledge like we don't know exactly what
Well,
a string is, wouldn't they?
they say string theory it's about vibrations into some sort of strings. What strings? Strings of what?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I
So
think that's the question, right?
yeah. So it's based off of other models that they have to describe other things, right? So it's string theory is just building off of a lot of other models. So you have like the quantum mechanics, you have Einstein's general relativity, and basically like everything's just building off of one another. So we have like mathematical formulations to describe what we can empirically see, right? Like say forces, electromagnetism, gravity, all that. We could use all of that to predict how objects will behave, how nature will behave, and because those formulations have been reproducible and consistently reproducible, we could say, okay, that mathematical formulation, that function does describe what we're seeing. So they add upon that. If that's the case, then it must logically follow that other models must like co-inhere with one another. So if I have an object that's subjected to gravitational forces and electromagnetic forces, because I know the functions for those two, we have a model for those two forces. If I combine that scenario
Well,
together, my prediction should
listen.
be correct, and they've been correct. So
Yeah.
so all that
Listen.
math is just being
No.
compounded together, right?
No. It's not about making composites or whatever. Layering everything, stratifying, and achieving some sort of indestructible knowledge. The problem is relativity is relative to nothing. Yeah, general relativity. You cannot believe that your feet are older than your head. You can't believe that, because this kind of belief will make you an idiot. Any man will be an idiot to believe so.
How
This
so?
is what the general relativity actually claims, that a man's feet are older than his head.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Time.
So,
I mean,
By like an amount that's
well,
so small it
time,
wouldn't be
you
detectable in
see,
any meaningful sense.
Einstein assumed that time, actually, he didn't assume, he made the claim that time is something.
Well, rigor mortis, if
And
somebody's dying, does begin
it's
at their
not.
feet and works Yeah.
Time,
That's a good point.
time is an invented concept for us to understand life being animated. That's what time is. It's actually a detronation and of what we understand through the word life, being alive. That's what time is. Yeah. When you go work and spend time, 8 hours at work, yeah, that's not time. That's your life. You give a certain amount of your life to someone.
Yeah. So just to be accurate here, it wasn't that Einstein claimed time was relative. There was an observation made, namely the speed of light, and they were trying to understand why is it
Well, the speed
constant in
of light,
all
listen,
frames of
listen,
reference.
wait, the speed of light, I mean, the so-called experiment, yeah, where they measure the speed of light, is founded on the assumption that ether is real. There is some magical, untangible substance, yeah, and based on that, we can measure the speed of light.
Isn't that kind of like the
But
cosmological constant? That's like the ether thing.
no,
I
no,
thought.
no, 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 no.
It's like the Michael
Actually,
Morrison experiment, I think.
actually, the
This way.
problem is that this is the only time in science, in physics, science of physics, yeah, the existence of ether has been recognized for the very reason to make people believe that light has a speed. Yeah. And I don't know, it could have a speed because, yeah, God, we know from scripture, yeah, that angel of light of God was the fastest angel. You know, he gave him tasks to do and he failed being lazy, you know, despite being the fastest being.
Are you talking about Lucifer?
So he got punished. But
Just curious.
okay, these are mythological stories or
I believe
scriptural and
Lucifer is real.
whatever. But we do know this story not from yesterday. We know them for many, many years ago. And now we have to disregard this story based on what? On someone's assumption that magical substances like ether exist.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I follow you there. There are two, I think, ideas: the ether and then Einstein. So it's possible that ether could be like the correct one, but all Einstein did was simply find a way to reconcile why the speed of light is constant in all frames of reference. That's it. So it wasn't a claim. It just so happened that his idea worked, which is his reconciliation to why the speed of light is constant in all frames of reference. And I could explain that if that's
Well,
unfamiliar to
how
you.
is
But
it constant? How is it constant when actually between the years 1930s and 1940s, light officially in the field of physics, science, light officially decelerated with about 30 kilometers an hour or
was that
30
through a
Not
miles.
familiar with
meeting?
that.
That's
Officially,
really.
this is the
Huh.
biggest shame in physics. Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't heard of this,
they.
but would you be describing basically just like a recalculation of the speed of light?
Yeah.
I mean, assuming that's correct, I mean, could they just be refining the calculation?
Well, actually, they were correct in both of these concepts, you know. But later they said, oh, we want to actually invoke this kind of assumptions and knowledge. So they chose one side over the other.
Yeah. Well, even if that's the
And
case, it doesn't
therefore
matter.
the speed of light decelerated. You
Yeah,
know?
that's possible. It's possible that light could have been one speed at one point in time and a different speed. So it's not constant. When we say the speed of light is constant in all frames of reference, that's something else. So that's something else totally. It doesn't. So whether it's 30 kilometers per hour faster or slower, what it means when we're saying the speed of light is constant in all frames of reference is that, like, say you're in a train, say you're in a jet and you're traveling, at Mach 2, like twice the speed of sound, and you were just shine a flashlight in front of you. You would think for any other object, if you were to throw it out of the jet,
Yeah,
it
that
should.
speed would add up to
Right,
the
exactly. Yeah, you get
photon,
it.
but it doesn't add up. And
Yeah.
if you are actually shooting a projectile, yeah, does that speed you're already traveling with is being added up to that projectile
Yeah,
being
exactly.
fired?
Exactly. Yep.
And it depends. If the car is moving with the speed of sound, yeah, and your gun actually is shooting bullets with the speed of sound, and you shoot a bullet uh, in the opposite direction you're traveling, so that bullet should actually be just falling from the ground straight down to the ground,
Yep. Yeah. Yeah,
and
exactly.
you
That's the
fire
frame
it.
of reference, right? From the frame of reference outside of the car,
Yeah.
it would drop to the ground. Yeah. 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 So you get it. I mean,
I do get it. I do know these physical experiments with physical matter objects, they work in a certain way. And I do know that the things change when we actually go into the low state of energy in
mhm.
nature.
Yeah, and like, so I just
So,
want to reiterate, like, we're not in disagreement here, because, like, a string theorist isn't saying that this
yeah,
theory is
all
reality. They're not
matter,
saying that. They're not
all
saying that.
matter, all
It-
matter has a certain behavior according to the energy state that it is in. So the lower the energy, the different the state and the properties. Also, the higher the energy, that element state, yeah, at tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, almost all elements, they take plasma state. Yeah, it's a very different kind of state of matter.
yeah, yeah. I actually,
We call it
Gregory, we were discussing this
fire.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they do show a totally different behavior. They don't behave like solids. And you see, these um, you were describing like the way electrons orbit the nuclei and stuff like that, or the wave function of the photons. Photons are not electromagnetic waves, they are particles, and they do have a wave function, which most all elements of nature they also have this. And we mostly observe this in fluid dynamics. Liquids and gases, when they propagate, they don't like laminar flow. They propagate much better in vortices shape trajectories. So they make vortices, and that's how gases propagate much faster, much better.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, so those are not like firing bullets from a gun, like straight lines or ballistic lines, you know. Those trajectories, they are spiral circles, you know, toroidal shapes. So that gas molecule, yeah, will be spinning in a vortex shaped manner. Even
You have good
a
insight there.
wing, yeah. So we should not assume that light is actually a wave. It has a wave function to it, but that doesn't mean it is a wave. And to behave like a wave, yeah, that's a certain behavior.
Yeah, the wave function describes its potential positions, right? The possibilities of where it's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why the electromagnetic spectrum actually is so good for us to use it, yeah, to catalog the types of light and light being reflected from materials according to what material you have. All materials, they have their own reflection properties, and we can actually build spectrometers, yeah, which can precisely determine what elements are contained within a material, a solution. But the very thing what happens like at the subatomic level, the interaction of the photon with the atoms, those are wild guesses. They have not been demonstrated. We don't see the photon itself. Although they have some experiments where they claim that they managed to slow down a photon of light to reduce its speed to zero in a sodium gas chamber cloud, you know. It's a very interesting experiment. It shows something very strange, but I don't think they are actually slowing down light.
Yeah, I mean, I would just generally say that there's a limitation to what we could truly know, and
Yeah,
things like the uncertainty principle, like we can
yeah,
never measure things like to the sufficiency of what we can know to be reality. It'll just be like, again, when I say extrapolate, it just means that it's an extension of what may possibly be reality. It's not saying that it is. It's just like
yeah,
this is the best that we could do. It's just an idea. And I was going to say that that's why string theory may not even be considered science, because it's out of the bounds of science, because it's not something we might get to a limit of what we can empirically detect. So after that, it's just pure math. So it just becomes more. It's just a theoretical thing, endeavor. It's no longer a scientific one. It's
yeah,
just a theoretical one. Yeah.
yeah. And you know, um, at the beginning, yeah, I did like Mikio Kaku before I was a flat earther, you know. But even at that time, I was like, oh my God, this guy is actually literally saying that everything reality is actually spoken word, vibrations. So he's not doing anything else than confirming the Bible, That's how
Yeah, in
I
the beginning
personally
was the Word.
perceive this theory.
Yeah,
Yeah,
John 1:1, right? In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with
yeah,
God, and Word was God, right?
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
here's the thing. I'm a Christian, but as a child, I knew there wasn't a time I didn't believe in God, but I was always
yeah,
interested in science naturally, even as like a 6, 7 year old. I remember like so my goal has always just been to describe what God has created. That's it. And there's no like this whole dichotomy between science and God is false. That's a false dichotomy. I've never understood that.
yeah,
It's
yes,
because me doing science is me. I want to understand the mind of God. That was kind of that's still my thing, kind of. But
yeah.
I mean, there's no
Actually,
competition between the two. It's a false dichotomy.
I'll tell you what, when I was young and I did not know about this dichotomy between science and pseudoscience or atheism, the only I came across, I was not well equipped intellectually, and I came across about on atheist arguments. Yeah, they made sense because that information was the only information which was penetrating, being absorbed by my brain. Yeah, it made sense. I got some information which was logical because there was nothing there to oppose it. Yeah. Now, I actually believed that this pseudoscience and atheist view of the world. But then I look out in the world and I see, dude, like there are so many people, doctors, scientists, which they are telling me in my face that they are Christians, yeah, and existence of God is real. And then I started looking into this. So being driven away from spiritual side of the world by these atheists and pseudoscience, yeah, they seem to have won over me, over my being, for a short period of time. And that period of time was until I came across information and I took the decision to actually do myself, my own study and research, yeah. And, you know, you don't even need to do scientific experiments or stuff because so many other people and scientists already did everything that you need and it's out there. So you just have to go grab it, pick it, read about it, yeah, and give a little bit of thought, compare with reality, and that's it. That's how easy it is to crush the atheists and pseudoscience.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
in my personal anecdotal experience, like I know a lot of science, atheist physicists as well as Christian ones. Like my boss is Christian, he's PhD. Like so, I'm in the field of engineering. But
yeah,
I was partially part of. I was involved with a lot of academia at a university as well. There's a big Christian group, and I used to be a part of. But there's many PhD physicists that are Christian. You have Jason Hill. I know this guy, Jason Hill. He did like a
best, the
superconductor.
best. PhD physicists are actually Christians.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, that is
the
true.
elite.
There is a Gestapo in academia because
Yeah,
for some reason you mentioned God, and a
yeah.
lot of these, physicists, engineering PhDs, they get like I've encountered it myself too. Like, so it's a common thing, but it's I don't know. This might be University of Austin, University of Texas at Austin. That's where I went. But yeah, there's this thing where it's like, oh, if you say that you have a God belief or faith, then they'll think that they'll ridicule you. But anyways, I
Yeah.
don't want to get into that conversation. Like the whole thing though is that like we have a mind to ascertain the things of nature, but God is not known with our mind. It's known by our spirit. Like we have a different function that all other animals don't have, and that's that we're made in the image of God. So we have the capacity to know God, but knowing God isn't through our mind. The mind can only question things and doubt things, just like in the Garden of Eden. You can only question, and doubt things. And so this whole thing between like theists and atheists, to me at least, is kind of foolish because you can't know God through just your finite, limited mind, right? Like we were discussing, there's a limit to what we could see, even in science. I think we've already hit that limit. Now we
Well,
need bigger and bigger
uh,
particle accelerators to see more energetic ones,
Hey,
but
let's get
there's going to
back
be a
on
limit to
topic
that.
though, okay?
Yeah. Was that?
The Earth.
topic change. Okay.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
It's
Okay.
good.
Good. No problem.
The
Yeah.
religious theist stuff is okay, but that conversation is also elsewhere on the server. So let's try to stake it focused just on the Earth.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yes. Okay. Of course. No
Speculation stuff is
problem.
good for tomorrow, though. Don't make it
Tomorrow.
sound
Yeah.
like I'm shutting you down. Bring in topics up again tomorrow.
No, Craig. Don't worry.
Oh, don't worry. It
No
was
offense
just a
taken.
tangent, but yeah, we could talk about
Yeah.
Earth. Yeah, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think the limitation, right? The empirical. We're going to. I believe that we've already hit the empirical limitations that we can to perceive anything beyond like the Planck size.
You had a guy like an hour ago. You were talking with a guy. He was a Glober, I think,
The yellow
and he
dude.
was. I think so, but he was saying like, "Oh, but what about Venus? We see it's a rock, a globe rock in the sky, and blah blah. Like, why the Earth would be something else?" And I was listening to you guys arguing, discussing, and I was thinking like, how can that guy actually speak such moronic ideas to compare Venus with the Earth? Because when I look at the night sky or daytime sky, whenever Venus is visible in daytime, it never looks to be anything close to what the Earth is. Never. I never saw land on Venus or in the sky. I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that conversation, but yeah, I understand your guys like
Yeah.
position because I do know a lot of people will say, well, all these other things seem to be circles, so it's likely a sphere, so why isn't Earth a sphere? But it is correct to say, well, how can you make that inductive leap to that
I
the Earth?
tell
It's not
you,
necessarily like,
I tell you how this is happening actually. They see the NASA videos, but not exclusively the NASA videos. What they see is the Hollywood sci-fi movies about going on other planets, sci-fi movies about rocket men going to the moon and Venus and Mars and whatever, So these ideas are being pushed through sci-fi movies, and because what NASA shows, their pictures and view of the heavens, they depict almost exactly the same thing what these sci-fi movies are showing. And there are even arguments between so-called NASA scientists and Hollywood sci-fi movies. They are telling you, oh, look, this sci-fi movie is so it is based on a true cosmology, but then they are stretching and twisting the scientifical cosmology, so-called scientifical cosmology, because that's not even it's an oxymoron. But anyway.
Do you know, I
Yeah.
actually know a person that worked for actually, I know two people that were actually, okay, I am working with someone that used to work for NASA, and I do know another person that worked at NASA. Okay, so what's funny about one of the guys is like he was actually an MIT grad, and he went to NASA, and like he talked to my boss, and we sat down and talked to them because my boss was trying to show him, hey, what do you think of this this program that we're working on? And that guy spoke nothing about any aerospace at all. He just said, hey, I have this really cool book. It's like a science fiction book. So I'm thinking like this dude from works for NASA, like he did nothing technical. It doesn't seem like he had any technical knowledge whatsoever on like fluid dynamics or aerospace engineering at all. I'm like, that's when I was blown away. That's when like I was like, what is NASA really? Because I have not found.
It's a clown show.
Now, to be fair, I've only spoken to like two people.
It's an art. It's an art studio. It's an art house.
Yeah.
Well, the other guy that I'm working with, his name is David Huang. He was contracted by. He worked for this. So he consulted for NASA. He wrote a.
No matter what it is they do, or why they do it, or how they do it, they're all working just to provide images for the believers.
Yeah.
Images and stories. No matter how many details or you want to play the Kevin Bacon separation of Kevin Bacon game. It's just an art house. They're not space
I mean, it just called the question: what do they really do at NASA? Because I remember I was just shocked.
They provide images and stories for the believers of the outer space mythos.
It was just Big Benjamins.
It was so
do you have any evidence of them doing anything else?
What is the word for those people in the church who make icons?
Yeah, probably you think you do.
Well,
iconoclasts or.
I mean, it's even pretty mediocre even then. So I have the schematic to one of the in the shuttle, in the space shuttle, one of the main fuel lines.
Cool.
And so I have this. Yeah,
cool
that's
drawing. Well, we did it. Yeah, that's an image that appeals to the techno-weenies to say, look, here's a fuel pump diagram. It must be real. They have all these little prongs that appeal to different people. This is who they appeal to you with the mechanical drawings.
Well, okay. Here's the funny thing, though. It didn't.
It's funny already, sir.
Because no. Let me explain why it's funny. It was the worst idea I've ever seen. It's like, we were talking about laminar flow versus turbulent flow, right? But if you have the fuel line, you don't want turbulence because you want to control for vibration. So but that was the dumbest.
It gives you an opportunity. It gives you an opportunity to show, hey, look how this is wrong. If it really worked in space, this is how it would work. Do you see now? You're not really following, are you?
No. I am. No, I'm actually validating what you're saying. So just listen. Okay, there was a 180-degree bend in that tube, right?
And so that creates what's called like this void, right? And it's very, very difficult to calculate that in the vibration. So what it appeared to me, what my coworker superior, what it looked like they were making him do was like busy work. Like there was no reason to put that 180-degree bend in that pipe. Absolutely no reason I could see. But he couldn't question that. He didn't question it. I don't know if he did question it. He maybe did.
Yeah,
But
NASA, the entire agency kicks the can
so it was like that
for
was
humanity's
fluid.
distraction. So yeah, your boss, your superior, he gets asked to kick the can. You see him kick the can, you think he's doing something. No, he's just kicking the can. He was told to kick the can. He can't do anything but what he was told, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the
So
thing.
yeah, your whole confusion is based on the concept that you can't understand apparently, that all it is kicking the can.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
With that. I didn't disagree with that. Okay, all right. Oh, I'm done. I'll talk to you guys later. I mean that.
Yeah, you tried, Felix.
Well, what I was saying was actually
Valiant
helpful your
effort.
guys' case, but apparently you don't want to listen. So, all right.
Now I've been listening to you for 2 hours, Felix.
He's not a flat earther?
No idea. He insta-rationalizes everything said. He can't understand what the purpose is of it, anything, even though it's right under his nose.
Yeah. I have to say, there are these smart agents. They are very good at infiltrating in all social media platforms or internet platforms. Want to have a watching eye of what's going on, taking the pulse. You know.
I think it's from both sides. It'd be like the distractors on the globe, but the distractors on the flat Earth, so we don't talk about this energy or whatever. Gatekeeping either side, man. They're the ones that keep us on track, so we don't, from both sides. Yeah, keep you fighting amongst yourselves when there might be a third option.
Yep.
We can't do much about them, but they will do about us. They will put a target on.
So how do you think about this, Get Bigot? I know we're all against heliocentrism, right? But geocentrism we kind of agree upon, but we've only been shown like these two variants, right? There's like the flat Earth geocentrism and the heliocentrism, right, with the globe. But there's also a geocentrism with a globe, right? And nobody talks about that. It's like we just put in two categories of red versus blue, and like the only two options people have to choose from. But really, there's more.
Globe geocentrism is not possible because the Earth will be the source of the Big Bang. It's the place
different
where
cosmology, man.
the explosion took place. Yeah.
No. Like, as in, it's all small and local, right? But it's a globe, so it's like, I'm not gonna say best of both worlds, but it's not like one or the other. It's not as black and white as the heliocentrism versus the flat Earth, for example, and the flat and stationary Earth. It's kind of like a hybrid. We're all being directed into this.
I cannot comprehend or create any physical model that would actually recreate the way the geocentric globe Earth model would work. If I were to make a mechanism Yeah, those balls, they have to be suspended by solid steel arms, and have mechanical gears rotating these arms in certain axis, and you
Yeah,
need,
it's that mysterious force. I
yeah.
understand, man. It's that
So it's
gravity
like
force, right?
building
That
a
works on all of
clock.
them.
Yeah, it's like building a clock, but when you make clocks, you find that backlash. There's always backlash between these two gears, and
Well, what would the flat Earth example be? For example, what's making the sun and the moon rotate or orbit around the central pole, for example, or just above the Earth? It must be like an electromagnetic phenomenon, right? Or some kind of like
well, with flat Earth, for me,
something.
the explanation for stars being up there in the sky, or even solid matter, quantum locking the phenomena of quantum locking
Yeah, that was
explains
what I was
it
going to say.
for me
Yeah, it does.
very good, so
Good explanation.
accurately. Yeah, and I, on top of this, I even have the giant world's magnetic field, which is uniform. So, if I'm in Europe or at the equator or at the North Pole, yeah, when I throw something into the sky, I have to throw it a certain height, and at that height, it will get quantum locked. Now, if I'm not a god and cannot throw something that high, it's not gonna get quantum locked in there in the sky, you know. But if I would be like a volcano, yeah, to actually spit something solid matter so high in the sky, like a volcano eruption, powerful eruption, could throw rocks so high into the sky that they get quantum locked, and they will be falling after many thousands of years have passed, and this is how we have things falling from the sky. But
Okay, so
this is speculation, yeah. But I see it functioning like this, and it's scientifically explainable, you know. The phenomena in nature which we already observe to be real, they are showing us that this is possible to be the case of these things that we it's very hard for us to explain, happening like meteorites, asteroids, or whatever.
So how about, do you not think like quantum locking could work on on the globe, for example? Like it could be elevated at like a constant elevation and just go around the globe.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that globe officially has a iron nickel molten core. Yeah. Now, this molten core, to be generating a such a strong magnetic field around that sphere, has to be constantly rotating. Now, once you spin molten iron nickel, it tends to solidify very fast and cool down because it starts to emanate this magnetic field. if the liquid, if the molten iron nickel is not spinning, then it doesn't emanate any magnetic field around it. But once you start spinning it, it will do that. And generating that magnetic field takes a lot of energy, which is already in that molten state of these metals. So we need a very high energy input into that system to function, you know. And I'm not talking like yeah.
Have you looked into like the concave Earth, for example? I'm not going to go on about it, but essentially it's a magnetic the rotation of the magnetic center is what kind of orientates all this the movement in the sky and its direction of the universe. Same with the celestial sphere and the rotation of 15 degrees an hour and such, all relative to this electromagnetic phenomena in the center, which could be creating some kind of like quantum locking thing relative to its like superfluid or whatever's up there, you know.
Well, if you add up like all the energy is being cast reaches the ground surface from the sun, that will be like a very small fraction of the requirements for that molten iron nickel core to keep its state, you know. In factory, when I do like drilling pin rods for oil platform or gas platforms, you know, we make a big pipe thread, yeah, a pipe with a thread at the end, and it's thick metal, like 1 or 2 inches in thickness sometimes, some of these mills, pins. And after we cut the thread, we harden those threads so they have a very high resistance to mechanical work, twisting and locking, you know. Because these pins are actually turning a milling head.
Can you just prove the Earth is flat, bro?
Yeah, I can prove. Why?
I'm ready to be convinced. I'm ready.
Oh, you are ready.
I'm ready.
I got one. Do you think we're what? Do you think we're stationary, or do you think we have all the motions that the heliocentric model says we do?
I think we're fucking spinning, bro. I think we're fucking spinning.
All right. I agree. You can think that. So what evidence to you personally makes you think and distrust your senses?
What makes me distrust my senses?
Yeah, because obviously you're just seeing things in the sky spin, and you're assuming that that's still and we're the ones spinning. You know, it's all backwards.
Yeah, but this critique is going to apply to all forms of cognition. So whether or not you're talking about sense perception, whether or not you're talking about rationality, like your capacity to reason things, or like come to the conclusions you do through like math or science, any sort of form of cognition that you're going to point towards, you're never going to be able to independently verify outside of another form of cognition that cognition you're having is
So that's why you're
accurate.
asking people to do the thinking for you?
No,
Your
retard.
PFP
What
is
I'm
starting
saying
to
is
make a
that
lot
what
more
I'm saying
sense.
is, listen, you overweight fucking Muslim. What I'm saying is that if you're
Sorry.
making the claims,
in the jar. Next.
Oh wow.
Um.
Oh wow.
Okay,
I was going easy on him.
This guy, he said that he's ready to be convinced that the Earth is flat. So, have you ever played billiards, pool?
He left, man. Don't even waste your time,
Oh,
Get
he
Bigger.
left.
Honestly.
Wow.
Yeah,
I muted him because I muted him and called him a brain in a jar.
Yeah.
I want to put my brain in a jar.
Playing that game actually proves that the Earth is flat. That's simple how it is. Being able to play billiards, it means that we live on a flat Earth.
Mr. Amish, I'm gonna fuck your daughter.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna give your daughter back shots. I'm gonna make her cheeks go 2 different ways. I'm gonna make you watch in a little cuck chair, little bro. How do you feel about that?
This is a threat. You are violating Discord's TOS. So I suggest you, Amish, report this guy.
Yeah, I am. Hope you got a new cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the intellects that are left believing in the water ball. Their cope is strong.
I think the angle you need to take with you guys is not even mention the curve or the ball or the flatness. It's just stationary, non-stationary. That seems to filter a few of them out, right?
Yeah, they all think they're hurtling through outer space.
Hello?
Hello.
Is it still flat?
Yeah, it's always been, and it will actually be leveled by God at the end. Like, there will be no mountains and valleys. It will be flattened perfectly.
Wait, God's gonna get rid of the mountains and valleys?
Yeah. There will be no rock on top of the other. That's how flat it's gonna be leveled.
Is that in Revelations or when is?
No, it's in your PFP. Your cloud level is flat, if you hadn't noticed.
Nice.
Never even looked at his own picture.
True.
Did you get another one then? Have I missed one? I've only stepped away for a minute.
I don't see any Glober. I mean, is Felix? Are you still there?
He's boo-hooing because no one wants to listen to him after he stood on a soapbox for an hour and a half. He got upset that his little NASA story didn't really work.
Well, that's because you weren't listening. I didn't say you weren't listening.
No, I understand. NASA, maybe you didn't get the memo. Needs a stupefied audience.
Dude,
you are who they appeal to. So tell the stories amongst the believers.
You didn't even listen to what I was saying.
No matter how much nuance you add, it doesn't add validity to the fairy tale.
Dude, it wasn't.
You'll
That's
be
my
fine.
point. That's why you weren't fucking listening. If you would just shut up and listen to my story, it would have helped your case.
Listening.
Yeah, you let me finish.
You said, "What does NASA do? What does it do, guys?" I explained to you what it does, and I said, "Do you have any evidence to the contrary?" Yeah, I do. I've got this drawing here, guys. And let me tell you how this drawing won't work.
Against your case.
You'll be fine. I don't care, dude.
That's fine. I won't share
reality doesn't need. Listen, reality doesn't need cheerleaders. You just point to it.
Dude, I was just sharing my anecdotal experience with NASA. I find it interesting as well. If you would have just listened to my story and what I've seen, it would have agreed.
Yeah, and you question, what do they do? What's the point? I just don't get it. I heard you, dude. You can
I'm not
continue on.
boo-hooing.
I'm not
You're just
telling you
being
to shut up.
unreasonable. I just stopped talking.
Speak.
I'm gonna boo-hooing you, dumbass. I just stopped talking because I'm mature
It's
and I can walk
pronounced
away from the
Dumas.
conversation when it's not going anywhere.
It's
Wait,
24/7.
Wait, so you're saying, so okay? Let me ask you this, Felix. Is there any measurement of the Earth that NASA showed you on the surface of the Earth?
No. So
Okay.
again, my experience was with two people in NASA and one whom I'm currently working with. One just gave me a story about a sci-fi book that he wrote, and he had no. There was no sharing of any kind of technical aspect of his stuff at NASA. The other guy that I'm working with, he worked for NASA. He was consulting for them back in the '90s, and he wrote a software to do finite element analysis and finite element meshing for a lot of their I guess fuel system and their nozzle propeller shape. And if I could share my story, it's actually in line with what you guys are saying about NASA being a joke. So if I could share that with you, you would find it actually y'all could use it as part of your ammo. So what Dr. Huang, I'll just call him Mr. Dr. Huang, he wrote this finite element analysis, which I'm integrating that into our company's products, right? But what I found funny about what he was doing was that he was told to do this analysis on this pipe, but it had a 180-degree bend in it. And because of that 180-degree bend, there is this void in vibration. They want to minimize vibration. And I looked at that, I was like, why is that there in the first place? There was no reason for that bend to be there. So I was like, either the main guy at NASA is an idiot and put that bend in for no reason, or they put that bend in to make Dr. Huang do needless busy work. And so the thing about NASA, it's so departmentalized that one group is doing something, another group is doing something, but they don't know what each other's doing. So no one knows what each other's doing. And to me, it looks like NASA, whoever was in the head, is just making NASA look like it's an engineering field, but they're really just giving all these other engineers busy work. Because that thing that he had to solve was very complex. It's like a fluid dynamics. So you have like turbulent flow around a pipe, and then it creates a void, and that void creates like a pressure. I forgot what it's called. Like this happens on boats. You get pitting on like the propellers due to this drop in pressure, and they're getting this in that pipe. But there was no reason for that pipe to have a 180-degree bend. So that was just what was funny to me. But anyways, I mean that's just an anecdote. Like I'm not trying to support NASA or not, but I'm just saying this is something that maybe you guys could.
When did the doctor realize he was on a wild goose chase?
Well, that's the thing, is that they don't. I mean, he successfully did it for them, and he was paid. But it took a month of time just to do this little simple thing when all they had to do was not put that 180-degree bend in the pipe. So I just found that really funny.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. So next time, just let me finish my story, dude.
No, I heard you. I heard.
There's more.
I heard your story. I heard
that's the story, but
your
you didn't let me finish it when I first
monologue
started.
about wanting to have the viewpoint of God. I heard it all, dude.
That had nothing to do with that. That was a whole different.
So did you tell the doctor that he had been bamboozled?
No. I mean, I'm working with him.
Why not?
I'm not gonna. Well, I don't
Why
know.
not?
Well, I can't make that.
So you participate in the charade as well?
I can't make that judgment. Why would I make that judgment?
No, you just told us it's a charade. So now you are making the judgment to participate in the charade.
I can't say it is or isn't. I just found it funny. That's it.
That's what it is. What else would you call it? So are you going to go set the good doctor straight?
No, probably not.
Why not?
I mean, why? I don't have an agenda.
You're just going to bellyache to us about the charade and wonder why the charade continues?
I mean, you guys can. You guys could take that story.
I'm not bellyaching about it.
Yeah, I don't care
my
about
stomach,
it.
I guess I double over from laughter whenever I watch the Moongolf film, but Yeah, why don't you go? Yeah, why don't you go? You're the one who discovered the charade. Let the players know in the play that they're in a theater production.
Wait,
It's
how
not
does
my place
this?
to make that judgment.
You'll be fine, Zodiac.
I don't care to.
Oh, okay. Problem solved. Doesn't care. Put it in the do not care
but
bin.
how can I know it's a charade or not? Maybe it is legit.
You
Maybe
just
there is a reason
explained to
why
us. You
I need a
explained to
180-degree
us.
bend in there.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know.
explained to us very clearly how you've
I
been
mean,
able
I
to
was
discover
just trying to
the
be
charade.
agreeable and share something that you
The
guys would like.
time-wasting theater act. It is what it is. You pointed it out. Don't act like you haven't.
Yeah, and I was putting
I
it out for the
listened
sake
to your
of
story
your group.
twice.
I am being as amicable and flat friendly
Yeah,
as I possibly can be.
I'm being as sweet and nice as I could do. I was just asking if you set the good doctor straight.
Well, I mean,
And you
initially
said no. So that's sorry.
advocating for it.
Why would you have answered me if you thought it was such a harsh condition? You've decided to let the play continue. You're hoping to get the check that the doctor gets. Then you'll both be in the play. Maybe he can't believe that you didn't even see the impossible the thwarting bend of the pipe. Maybe he's blown away by you.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe in 2 weeks I'll let him know. I see him every 2 weeks in person.
And
this. Yeah. And then anyways, that's all I wanted to share.
Anyways,
who was asking me?
Yeah. So the can can continue to be kicked down the corridor. Mystery solved.
Zodi,
Long live the
Zodiac, you had
theater.
a question. What,
I was
did
gonna
answer it?
ask you. So, okay.
This wasn't
So
in the script, guys.
this is new, actually. Yeah, I've never.
Yeah.
So you're talking about people that are working. They're just doing busy work. That's kind of like, but that's just like a normal job, isn't it?
Well, no. So my point was that to me, I'm just speculating.
Nice rationalization attempt.
Like, so to me, it looked like it was needless busy work because on the basis of I didn't see why there had to be this 180-degree bend in the pipe because there was room for it to be more direct. So you didn't have to do this calculation for like this turbulent flow around the bend.
That's like school, actually. School gives you busy work. That's like a
yeah. That's exactly. So I was like, why? I don't see a purpose for it. So, but that's all I could say. That's the extent. To
Yeah, but you pay for school. This guy's getting. This guy apparently is according to this story, is funded by the the dole.
Yeah. So you know,
eating
a NASA.
Eating grapes is a. Is a task that could produce nausea. I mean, what the hell, dude? Waiting for grapes to turn into raisins. I mean, what's the point, guys? Isn't it just a job? Isn't that all jobs?
Well, how about this question? Did the person that you are saying working for NASA, did you? If you ever get a chance, can you ask him if he saw if he saw the Earth as a sphere, number one, and then number two, does he have measurements of the Earth being a sphere? Ask him that.
Okay.
Ask him both of those questions.
Yeah, sure. I could give you. I think I've worked with him for well over 3 years. I could probably tell you that he hasn't, because. But yeah, I'll ask him that. I'll find a way to ask him that. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like ask him like how does he know the Earth is spinning? Like you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean that's if I were to ask him that, he would look at me like, "Why are you asking me this? You should know."
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the thing
it
is,
would be kind of crazy.
he's a consult. He was he's consulting for them. So it wasn't like he was hired. Like he didn't work physically at the NASA center. He worked, I think, while he was in Austin, Texas, and at the So this guy taught at the University of Taiwan, and then I think he was in Texas. So they were consulting for NASA to do like finite element analysis on fluid dynamics. Yeah.
So he wasn't an astronaut or anything like that.
No. He was an engineer. He's an engineer.
Okay.
He was aerospace mechanical. Yeah.
Aerospace.
So he's not in. Yeah. So he's not directly like hired in NASA. But so I know him, and then another guy that was hired at NASA. So my boss is okay. So my boss's boss. What is it? Anyways, this guy is married to this female, and the female's father used to work at NASA, and he's like an MIT grad, and he came over and talked to us. And my boss and me, we were showing him what Dr. Huang and I were working on this algorithm that was used by NASA back in the 90s, and we were like, "What's your opinion on it?" And he gave us no technical opinion whatsoever. It was a cool meeting, but he just shared a lot about the books that he's writing and these sci-fi books. So I thought that was funny. That was an interesting experience.
You're a fucking dirty nigga.
Whoa. Okay, wait.
You're about
So
to say the N-word. I'm offended. I'm not even black.
there was another question I had. So he wasn't an Let me think about this for a second. So he never. Here's a good question. So if that NASA employee went to his boss and told him, let me phrase it like this. You think that it would be kind of a risky move if he found out that the Earth was not what they told us? Like, in other words, it wouldn't be. He might not even want to ask the questions that we're asking because he might actually lose his income.
He's the one that showed him the pipe drawing.
I would, man. He's not even talking about that. He's talking about this other. You're talking, Zodiac. You're referring to the guy that was hired by NASA, right?
Yeah. I'm assuming he would not want to ask these questions that we're telling you because,
of course,
usually they might risk losing their job. So that's why.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy to speculate on that, right? Like, yeah, of course they're gonna be like, "What are you talking about? You're crazy." Yeah.
Just like how like, for example, if you were a pilot, that's why. Well, I don't want to get into like why they would not answer, but I mean, to be fair, like, don't get me wrong, he might answer it. Like, he might not give a shit, So, but that might be one reason. Like, if he ever come across him again, that might be one reason why he will refuse. But
I think it works on the similar same. I'm going to talk about it, but it works on the similar lines with the medical industry, right? They don't want to. They've been through a lot of training and education, and it's like all relies on, they put their whole life towards it, just like a pilot, essentially, with a lot of training, a lot of. It's a career, right? So I guess it's.
Yeah, they'll never talk about the jab because they don't want to lose their medical.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you guys another story related to this. Like, I had a friend at UT doing EE, and his thesis was on like the nanobot, like Bluetooth to like it was actually inductive charging or something for like a nanobot in persons that you could inject to like a person's.
Back on topic.
You can't talk about like they're forced to do whatever the grant is paying them to do, right? If they have
on topic
work, right? So yeah.
Did you not realize? Yeah, you were muted. So yeah.
Well, Zodiac was.
Yeah, he got zipped up too because he likes to talk about things that I'm sure he knows by now. Are unspeakable.
I mean, that concept though is general across the board. Though it's
what concept? This
the idea
off-topic
that you're
vaguity that you. What is it?
well, okay. The question here is like on the integrity of academia, right? Right. Like why are the university teaching this stuff? And the question is, how can we verify the integrity and truthfulness of those people? So, I mean, that topic is very much related to what is discussed here, right? Because you guys are questioning, well, how do you know that? How can you trust the educational institution of what
You
it's teaching?
seem to be teaching architecture and.
But that's totally related.
And I don't know. They seem to be teaching things that are pretty sound.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you seem to be wanting to bring the whole outer space mythology that's sold in academia. Is that what you're talking about? The validity of that?
No. Well, Zodiac asked me, what would happen? Is it possible for that guy that worked for NASA to
You're
ask
talking about NASA, so why academia?
What? Well,
why academia when it was in NASA?
It's across the board. So NASA is part of academia. They do research, and it's shared by academia. Engineering
they
firm,
have a university, do they?
NASA. They're not separate things. So they're sharing research all
you
over.
mean the influence?
Yeah. They're not. It's not like they're.
I mean, General Electric works with universities.
Of course, yeah. All of it's connected. All engineering.
Okay, well, their light bulbs work.
Yeah. So the idea of being the integrity of the academic research and work is quite what's in contention.
But it's in the department of fairy tale telling and.
Yeah, well, I mean,
are you suggesting that poetry be struck from academia?
No. I mean, I'll just say this:
are you questioning the validity of poetry?
Maybe you do hear people,
if it is what they're doing, listen. If it is what they're doing is just telling a story with beautiful imagery. I mean, they teach religion in university, do they not?
I mean, that's what I have no idea why you muted.
I mean, listen,
that's the very topic that we're discussing is on the integrity and truthfulness of what's being taught, what's being discussed.
Okay, so
in academia and
you have evidence of Zeus.
Yeah, that's a different category.
No, it's within academia. You're the one that brought academia into
whether
this.
it's real or not.
Well, do you get belly aching to the classics departments about Zeus?
Can I get this back on track? Because I think it was me that mentioned the medical thing. I think I was kind of vaguely talking about just anybody's career. They spend a long time in educational wise and money, and how that they're going to want to hold on to that and not jeopardize the career. Essentially, so back on topic.
Yeah, Turquoise, thank you. Yeah, and I was just sharing an anecdote related to that, and that's across everything.
Well, astrophysics, as introduced in academia, is what it is.
Dude, so old Haas or whoever you are,
you know what I'm saying?
Everyone else,
they tell you that it's a story. You just you haven't read between the lines.
You're on a topic all on your own, man.
You switched. Listen, you brought up NASA and you switched over to academia. So do you want to talk about NASA?
No, I'm saying it's all related.
So when are you going to go ask the university to stop talking
by your funding? Is the case in academia, in work, and all over the place. And we're discussing that. That's what we were saying. So if your livelihood depends on this, then you can't be as honest and transparent as you want to be if that will risk your job or risk your livelihood.
You have to be a good little actor. Follow the director.
And that's
get paid. Make your next film.
That's the point.
Hollywood.
So yeah, at the end of the day, we're just talking about secrets or whatever. So if a mechanic had a job where he came in and he's like, it's only this problem, but I'll tell him it's all these problems so he can make more money. If they're not going to let that secret out, but they're going to try and keep that concealed out, otherwise it jeopardizes their income and their career and the respectability and everything. So it's almost like, it's almost like we're talking about lies and deceit, essentially.
Yeah, and look at Boeing. Like, look at that whistleblower. He died 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Oh, totally not a suicide. Totally a suicide, of course. That Boeing whistleblower magically, for somehow, had onset depression and killed himself right after he testified. But yeah, I mean, stuff like that is definitely, unfortunately, part of society. So. No, we go back to whatever old guy Ross wanted to talk about.
What is unfortunately part of society exactly?
Yeah, so I guess you could.
Insane. That's insane that you would just write that off. It's wild, dude.
Yeah, well, what's wild is
that
your
is
inability to
wild.
follow the.
Pol Pot. But that's just part of society.
Well, I'm not saying
you wonder how
I
the
say
can is
unfortunately
picked.
that appears to be the case. People.
Reworded noted. Rewording noted. It's a story on TV. But anyways, dude.
Okay. Well, anyways, dude, you're talking about
You'll
something
be fine.
from what I'm talking about, and the other people.
I know, and you just love to point that out.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and force people to have to conform to whatever is going on in your head.
Okay. No, I was trying to. You brought up NASA, and then you wanted to drag academia into it. So just stick to NASA.
It's unfortunate.
You're the NASA expert. You're obviously not an academic expert.
Well, unfortunately, you can't follow the context of a conversation. You stick to.
I'm right here.
Evidence,
I'm in the back.
What evidence has NASA ever presented?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't work for NASA.
They've never presented.
The guy who works for NASA showed him a drawing of a pipe.
Yeah.
Let's be clear, One Deck. What do you mean evidence? What do you mean by evidence? Define your term.
Well, evidence to prove something correct and to be.
So you want proof? You don't want evidence.
I want both.
Well, evidence. A photograph can be evidence. You know that, right?
No.
Is it not?
Yes, it
can.
So there's, I don't know how to describe this.
You don't present photos. You don't present photos in a criminal case for evidence, or maybe to get a what? Oh, okay, so they are evidence. Okay.
Photos are definitely evidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just photographs. I mean, that's just one example. I mean,
how about you not try and split hairs over proof and evidence, Huey?
I think we need to split hairs because we need to know what he's actually asking for.
You need to split hairs. Yes.
Yes. No, we need to know what he's asking for.
You have a mouse in your pocket.
So if he asks for evidence, and by evidence he means proof, that's not the same thing as just asking for evidence.
At the beginning of the year, your State of the Globe address, you said the pictures and films they've shown me are good enough. That was UE 2024. Oh, yes, you did, sir.
I think there's lots of reasons to think the Earth's a globe that isn't just evidence based on photographs.
Fine, and you said the pictures and videos are good enough.
I'm a connoisseur of boats going over the horizon, personally.
Evidence, cool. Then carry on. Believe the narrative, Huey.
Photograph of the Loch Ness Monster, mate.
One Deck. A photograph of the Loch Ness Monster, and you're going to find this hard to believe, is actually evidence for the Loch Ness Monster. And so is a picture of Bigfoot. Now, the problem arises is that you think because I already think Bigfoot isn't real, that I wouldn't accept that there's any evidence for Bigfoot. That's, you're having a bit of cognitive dissonance there.
No.
Evidence doesn't change just because you stop believing in something.
When somebody goes to court and presents some evidence, it doesn't mean it's correct. We know that.
Yeah, so if someone presented a photograph at court, it may well be the case that photograph was doctored.
They're saying this is my evidence. It doesn't mean it's correct.
Well, do you know what the standard of proof is?
So, what's NASA's evidence?
No. We're not doing you're not doing your LARP as Nathan Oakley. You're not Nathan Oakley, right? What's the standard of proof?
So, what is NASA's evidence?
He's asking you to clarify what you mean by evidence.
No, I'm not. We've already gone over that. We know that he wants proof. Now we need the standard of proof. So we need to know: does he need? Obviously, with One Deck, that standard of proof is 100% certainty, isn't it?
How about anything that doesn't involve your wishful thinking, Huey? Start with that.
I'm
so-
wishing for nothing right now other than one deck tell
okay,
me,
then
answer 3
silence.
questions.
Yeah. So how do we justify something being truthful then?
Justify it. You use evidence, you can use logic,
Evidence?
loads of things you can use.
So evidence is truthfulness then, yeah? You can observe it.
Evidence supports an idea of the
You said
truth.
evidence was truthfulness. So the Loch Ness monster, is that evidence?
No, it supports the
So it's not
idea
truthful
of
then.
whatever the case is you're trying to
so
make.
What justifies truthfulness?
We could draw logic. Logic.
Give me an example.
Dude, these guys are just dishonest.
Give
It's
me an
not worth it.
example of truth. Give me an example of truthfulness of.
All unmarried men are bachelors. That'll be true.
No.
True in virtue of its meaning, it's analytically true. But there are synthetic truths, one deck. There are synthetic truths. One deck. You're asking questions, and I don't think you even know what you're asking for.
Road, mate. We're not going down that road, mate. So give me an example of truthfulness which shows us that the Earth is a globe.
Well, let's be clear. What do you mean by true?
Something that's true.
Yeah, okay, so you don't even know what truth is. I mean, like, you're asking me a question, like, how do I know, could I give you an example of something that's true? And yes, I can. Whether or not I think the globe amounts to the idea of, I don't know, true in some sort of analytical sense, I don't think that's the case. I think the globe is synthetically true, meaning that there's
what you think.
one
I
deck.
don't care.
One
I
deck.
don't
We're
care.
using rationality here.
Listen,
Rationality
listen,
only. It's only allowed in this room.
Listen, we're not bothered about you or what you think. We're bothered about the truth. Now,
Well,
show
one
me
deck, I
some
think you should
proof.
care because obviously
No,
you're
I don't
struggling
care.
here.
I don't care. I don't care
Right,
about
okay.
you or what
No,
you think.
Yui,
No,
you
no,
told
no,
us
no,
that
no,
the
no.
movies they showed you were good
We're
enough.
not going down that road. We're not going down that road. Where's the truth of the globe Earth? Nothing
I'm
to
going
do
to
with
put
your-
it to you, one deck, that
Nothing
in
to do
terms
with
of
your
in
feelings.
terms of what is synthetically true, there's more of a case to be made for the globe than anything that you could possibly tell me in favor of flat Earth. In fact, I put it to you, prove flat Earth.
No. We're talking about truth.
Of course, you don't want to do that. That'll be, it's indefensible. How could you? I mean, I wouldn't put it past you, to not be able to do that.
Dude, these
We
people are
need the
trolls and
truth.
attention seekers. You're not going to get anywhere.
We need the truth of your globe. Where is it?
The truth is synthetically true. Evidence based off
So what do
observation.
you mean by synthetically true?
Oh, it's based on the world around us, not
So
something
it's
that's
not real,
analytically
then?
true, where
So
it'd be
what
true in
would
virtue
you
of its
say
meaning.
truth- how would you describe truth yourself?
Well, I think there's analytic truths and there's synthetic truths. Analytic truths are true in virtue of their meaning. So, for instance, all unmarried men are bachelors, and then synthetic truths are true in virtue of the world around us, right? And to arrive at a synthetic truth, you need to, have evidence, observations, and so on.
Is it true that the Earth's a globe?
I'd say it's synthetically true. Yeah.
Is it actually true?
Yeah. Well, what do you mean actually true?
Well, is it the truth that we live on a ball?
I think if what you're going to ask, is there a 0.00001% chance that it's false? I mean, maybe, but one deck, and this is the key thing here, why on earth would you opt for the 0.00001% chance that we've all been misled over the overwhelming idea that we're probably on the right track there?
I mean, there is no chance that we've been misled.
Back to the question to you, mate. Is it truthful that you live on a globe?
One deck, you're clinging to the low probability that it's not the case.
We can only deal with truth.
Cluelessness,
We can only deal with
Clueless
truth.
actually has the guts to actually stand for something. Yui, would you like to listen to Clueless? Because he knows he's on a globe.
Oh, I know I'm on a globe.
You're in
It's synthetically true.
land. Yeah, you're in synthetic land. So
Yeah, but I know it's a globe as well. I just think I'm being more precise. I mean, Clueless would probably agree.
There's a difference between no and the truth.
Look at him try to speak for Clueless. Amazing.
He can't
Go
speak
on,
for
Clueless.
himself. He doesn't know
No,
what
he
truth
won't.
is.
There's a danger in Clueless actually speaking for himself in Yui's mind.
Yui doesn't know what truth is.
No, he's so afraid. He's so afraid that someone won't agree with his constant vagaries.
I've just seen him go to bits with the word truth.
Yeah,
He doesn't
well-
like the word truth. He doesn't know what truth is. You can't provide any truth.
Yeah, well, all you have to do, right, is get on a boat, right, travel, and follow the path of the moon, and find yourself circling the Earth.
Okay,
That's
if you
it.
run around a track, have you run around a globe, sir?
Well, see, you can use tools to verify
I'm
that you're.
asking you. I'm addressing your first example. You can do what you
I'm
need to
addressing
after.
literally what you said.
But
Don't
if you
interrupt
run
me.
around a
I'm
track,
responding to you.
have you run around a globe?
If you walk or boat in a,
What truth?
if you walk
If
or boat
run
in a
around
straight
track,
line,
if you
okay.
run around a track,
You're not
have you
walking
run
around
a
a track
globe?
if you're walking in a straight line, you dumb fuck. Walk forward in a straight line.
Oh
right?
Lord! So you're going
not
in a
going
circle.
around a track.
Oh my God.
Yeah, in your example, you're also going in a circle.
Yeah, you are going in a circle, mate. Because even
That's how you ended up at the same place.
yeah.
Einstein.
Now tell us about an orbit, mate. Does an orbit have to be going around something spherical, or can it be going around something above something circular? Do you know what an orbit is?
No, your claim isn't okay. Your response wasn't that I wasn't going
Tell us what
around
an
the
orbit is,
globe,
mate.
right?
Answer
Your
the
response was
question.
that I was going around in a circle
That's
on a
fine.
flat Earth under the
What's
moon,
an orbit?
which is completely
On a
fucking
track?
dishonest.
I'm talking
What's an
about
orbit?
a track.
What's an orbit? Tell me what an orbit is.
Again, you're being dishonest.
I've not said anything.
If
What's an
you
orbit?
move in a single direction, right, and continue
What
to
do you
move
mean
forward,
a single? There's no such thing as a single direction.
it's relative. Okay, it's relative to the object
There's
that you're
nothing.
on.
But there's nothing to. That doesn't make sense. A
Right.
single direction.
On a flat
What are you
Earth,
talking about?
you would run
Traveling
into an edge.
directionally means going
All right.
in a straight line.
Listen, just walk forward. Just walk straight fucking forward, right? And you will find you are back where you started. End of story, right?
Who's ever done that? Who's
Try it
ever
out.
done that?
Many people.
Who's ever
Actually.
done it?
Yes,
Who's done
many
it?
people.
Oi, dickhead! Who's done it?
Many people with boats,
Who?
with planes.
Name one. Name one. Name one. Name one. Don't just make a claim. Name somebody who's done it. Start telling the truth. Stop lying.
There are multiple world records for circumnavigating
Tell me
the
a
globe.
name of a person who's walked in a straight
No,
line.
spotlighting. Fuck you. Look it up yourself.
You said it, pal.
So,
You said it,
there are
pal.
many people that have done this. Like, you're basically asking me, name a specific person with cancer.
Yeah,
Fuck
name
you.
it. Yeah, don't come here and make claims without any evidence.
Fuck yourself.
Yeah, you go and do that.
Clueless.
You're a piece
no
of
need
shit.
to spiral.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
don't know what
spiraling. You're just a
truth
piece
is,
of
mate.
shit.
Yeah, look
That's
at
it.
You haven't got a clue
your
what
pictures of.
truth is, like
yeah,
you
just
were.
look. Yeah,
You're a
tell
piece
me
of
that
shit.
you're.
End of story.
Listen, when you see these maps of these circumnavigations, tell yourself then that those are straight lines.
Are
Is
you
it
seriously
truthful
this
you live on a
stupid?
globe,
Are
mate?
you honestly this stupid?
Are you being truthful when you say you live on a globe?
Obviously.
How? Why? Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why is
what?
it obviously? Why is it obviously truthful?
Because there's a multitude of evidence that immediately proves
What do you mean by
that we're on a
evidence?
globe.
Evidence is evidence or proof.
Well, you can watch objects
come
float
and see your
across
mate
the
here,
sky, right,
Sorry?
and appear on the other side again repeatedly.
Say that again, pal.
They're not
What's the truth,
traveling
pal?
in a circle overhead. They're traveling in a circle over or around you.
Who is?
Right?
Who is traveling
on
in a
the
circle
Earth?
overhead? Who is traveling in a circle
The moon
overhead?
is an example. The moon is in orbit of the Earth,
What's an orbit?
effectively circling the Earth.
What in a spherical Earth or a flat Earth?
Spherical Earth.
Well, how do you know it's spherical? Be
I
truthful.
thought it was an oblate spheroid.
Because if you follow the moon, you can literally follow it around the Earth.
Have you followed
Okay,
the
now
moon? Have you
this
followed
is
the moon?
circular reasoning, sir.
Sorry, mate.
It's not circular reasoning.
Have you followed the? Let me
Okay,
finish
so
my sentence.
your claim is that the
Excuse me,
moon is
guys,
effectively
guys.
following a track overhead
Have
in a
you
circular
followed
pattern.
the moon?
That
Have
doesn't.
you followed? Let me finish my sentence. Have you followed the moon yourself?
Not
Be
totally
truthful.
around the globe.
Right,
Not totally
have you
around the
fo-
globe, but I don't have
Right.
to. That's just
So
the
why are you
simplest
saying
explanation.
Why are you saying things that you've not done? or nobody's done.
I haven't done that specific thing, but I've done other things that are more
So
complicated.
why are you making things up then? Why are you just?
I didn't make something up. I provide.
You did.
People have
Yes, you
done
did.
this.
No, you've not followed the moon,
I didn't
have you?
make it up. What?
When did you follow the moon?
Are you fucking stupid? I didn't make it
When
up.
did
I've
you
actually
follow
done
the
this.
When you were asked to give a name or an example, you spurged out.
I gave an
Spurging
example.
or
And
whatever.
you're an idiot.
you
Rejecting
followed the
example
moon,
does not mean I did not
told a
give an
story.
example.
You-
You're just a dumb
you
shit.
told a story.
When did you follow the moon,
I
dickhead?
didn't tell a story.
Objections noted, pal.
I explained that people have literally, right, circumnavigated the Earth.
No,
you
they've not.
rejecting that evidence is
Okay,
not meaning
you
I'm
say
not providing
literally,
it.
so give us an
What's
example.
evidence? What's evidence?
No, you asked
You
for a
said
specific
literally.
person's name.
Oh,
You
so
said-
Is the evidence
figuratively.
true?
What?
Is evidence truthful or not?
Asking is evidence truthful or not?
Yeah.
You said it
is
was
evidence
literal.
Truthfulness. Is it true that I've give you some evidence? Hello?
You're
Is
a dumb
evidence
fuck.
truthfulness? Is evidence truthfulness? Yes or no?
You're not even talking. I don't even hear this person. This person is
No,
an idiot.
You don't
This
want
is
to
an
hear
Do you have
me.
evidence that you're not an
Real
idiot?
Pope in real
I'm
life.
Is it
into your
truthful
head
that
right
you're not an
now.
idiot? You see, I can
I'm
ask
into
stupid
your-
questions
I'm
too.
into your head right now. Is evidence truthfulness?
Are you stupid? I'm
No.
gonna respond to your stupid questions with stupid.
What, like following the moon? Did you follow the moon once? Where did you follow the moon to? Stupid person. Hello,
You're dumb shit.
Glober. Hello,
You're dumb
Glober.
Clueless. You're the one that
Hello,
said literal.
Glober. Hello, dickhead Glober. When did you follow the moon?
Why are you speaking like a fucking brain dead idiot?
When
Because
did
he is
you
a brain dead
follow
idiot.
the
He's
moon?
literally a flat earther.
Yeah. When did you follow the moon and where did you follow it to?
Sounds bigotry. Don't be bigoted, sir.
That's not bigotry.
Yeah, that is bigotry.
So come on, when did you follow the moon?
He
Hey,
has you.
Glober.
He has you
Glober,
muted. He doesn't hear you, Dick.
He's gone quiet now, hasn't he? I'm into his head now. He's mentioned evidence. He doesn't know what truth is, and he's followed the moon. Hello? Wakey, wakey.
You're a dumb fuck.
Well, that's
So
good evidence,
you
mate.
can literally
That's great
track.
evidence.
You can literally
Yeah, that's-
track the moon overhead
Yeah.
in its path.
That's
Who
what he
has?
was asking about.
If you
When did you follow
okay,
it?
listen. So the moon is following a path, right? And
Where-
if you
where
place
did you go?
yourself under the moon's path, you will see it travel.
And how do you do that? Just tell me how I get underneath the moon, please.
We know its orbit. So if you place yourself under its orbit
Have you
on the
done
Earth's
this?
surface,
Have you done this?
yes,
When?
a couple of years ago.
And what? Give me the coordinates of the Earth at the time.
Yeah, what was your path? Your path as you chased the moon.
You're not a cow jumping over the moon,
I
are you,
said,
by any chance?
okay. I literally chased the fucking moon. I placed myself
Yeah.
under its
Okay,
under
so
its
you've
orbit.
chased the moon, and now you think you live on a globe. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? You've followed the moon, and now you think you live on a globe. Is that your evidence? Is evidence truthful?
Are you going to jump ahead and not listen to like what I actually did because
Yeah,
you're
you
basically
did.
a fucking idiot?
Okay, then we'll give you 2 minutes to explain how the Earth's a globe. 2 minutes, go.
Look up the moon's orbit. Put yourself on its plane of orbit on the surface of the Earth. Look up at the sky, and you can see it effectively pass overhead in what appears to be a planar orbit, right? So it goes out one direction of the sky and comes in the other side of the sky, according to you, from your
Could that
relative
happen
position.
on a plane Earth?
It literally could not.
He's got
right?
2 minutes.
So
He's got 2
their
minutes
claim,
to-
their
Give him
claim
2
is that
minutes
the
to
moon is
embarrass
following.
himself.
What kind
Their-
of orbit is that?
Their claim is that the moon is following like a track
No,
overhead
you were supposed
in a
to
circle.
be telling.
right?
Listen, dude. You were
But
supposed to be telling
that-
your story.
If you're going to interrupt me, it's using up my minutes. Like I have 2 fucking minutes to explain this.
He's got 2 minutes to embarrass himself.
The point is,
Carry on.
Let him have it. Let him have the floor.
You have an extended 2 minutes. So you've got like 3.5
Stop
minutes.
talking. I would be
Let
done
him go.
already.
Let him go. We'll record it. Go, mate. Carry on.
Place yourself under the moon's planar orbit, right, on the Earth's surface.
I don't
You can see that the moon passes over, right, on a plane of orbit, which appears to you as to be a straight line across the sky.
To be a plane?
A planar orbit, dude.
We'll let him know he's flat smacked himself after.
All right, go ahead.
Your claim is that the moon is following a track in a circle overhead a flat Earth.
I've not made a claim.
So if you watch the moon travel across the sky and you tracked its path, by your claim, the moon would be following a curved circular
I've not given a claim.
path.
I've not given any claims.
The moon actually follows a straight line across the sky relative to you.
Okay, so when the moon travels across the sky and you're under it and all that bollocks you've just said, how did you get the radius of the Earth from that?
You don't need to know the radius of the Earth in that.
So how do you know it's a globe?
Because you can see that the moon's path across the sky is literally a fucking straight line.
Now, how did you measure
relative
the
to your
Earth?
position.
How did you measure the Earth's circumference looking at the moon?
You don't have to literally measure the Earth's circumference looking at the moon. You can
So
tell.
what was the point? So what?
The question was the shape of the Earth,
So
not
what did you
the
learn?
circumference of the
What
Earth.
did you learn from looking at the moon? What did you learn?
You can see that its path, right, is consistent.
Okay, so what's that got to do with the Earth?
So what's that got to do with the Earth?
Yeah, what's it
Okay.
got to do with the Earth?
Do you think the moon is magically disappearing and reappearing on the other side of the sky every
I'm
morning?
asking you, what's the moon got to do with the Earth? Because you're saying it's got something to do with the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, it goes around the Earth and comes back the other side.
Yeah, so how did you measure the circumference of the Earth looking at the moon?
You don't have to.
So what are you doing then? Looking
You're
at the moon.
seeing the moon leave the sky on the left and come back on the right.
Okay, so what's
depending
that
on
got
what
to do
direction
with
you're facing.
what's that got to do with the Earth's circumference?
We're not talking about the Earth's circumference. We're talking about the Earth being a shape.
So
we're
what
not
shape?
talking about.
What
We're
shape
not
is the
talking
Earth?
about this. We're not talking about a
shape is
specific
the Earth?
measurement of the size of the Earth. We're talking
What shape
about
is the
a
Earth?
shape,
What shape
a globe, obviously.
What's the shape of the Earth?
Technically a
got to do with the
spheroid,
moon?
but still.
Yeah,
Sorry,
what's
what?
the shape of the Earth got to do with the moon?
Where the fuck do you think the moon is going? When it leaves
What
your
does
view in the
that have
sky,
to
where do you
do
think it's going?
Shape of the Earth.
What's the shape of the fucking Earth got to do with the moon? I'll tell you what.
Okay. You don't think the shape of the Earth impacts the physics of the
What is
Earth?
the shape? What is the shape of the Earth, mate? What is it?
It's a spheroid, technically.
And how do you know that?
Oh my
Because
god, he
we
goes
can-
back.
Because
Right.
of science, man.
We can see the moon traveling across the sky, leaves
Yeah, so what's that
one
got
side
to
of the
do with
sky,
the Earth?
and comes back on the other side of the sky.
That's great.
Right?
Yeah, great. What's that got
In an
to
orbit.
do with the Earth's shape? How do you know the Earth's circumference looking at the moon?
Oh my
You don't
god,
need
we're
to.
going in
The
a circle.
circumference is like a measurement of distance. You dumb
And
fuck.
how did you measure it then?
Okay, saying that something is the shape of a ball, right, is not any statement about its size or the length that wraps around it, right?
Yeah. So what's
I
the
didn't
moon
describe
got
a
to
length
do
that
with the
wraps
shape
around
of
it.
the Earth?
I described that it is simply around, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but how do you know that?
Because again, people have circumnavigated the Earth, and again, you can watch the moon travel across the sky,
And how did the
leave
moon
your
measure
sight, and
How
come
did
back
the
the other
moon
side.
measure how did the moon measure the circumference?
Why are you saying circumference? Are you seriously this stupid?
No, I'm not stupid.
Yes, you
How
are.
did looking at the moon measure the Earth's circumference?
Do you know what circumference means?
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
but
tell
you're
me.
fucking clueless, bro. Why, were you hoping to present a different size of the Earth? Yeah, you don't get to pick and
No one's
choose.
doing that. No one's
I think
doing
he
Okay,
that.
the
likes the moon.
size of the
He likes
Earth,
looking at
the size of the Earth shouldn't be the hot potato that you're treating it as. It is what it is.
We're not talking about the size of
And
the
again,
Earth.
Yeah, I get
The
it.
size of the Earth has nothing to
can't.
do with what shape
We
it
already
is.
know what the claim of. We already know the claim of the shape and the size.
You were
But
asking
anyways,
for how
if
do you
you
know
run
its
around a
shape? You were
track,
asking how do you know its shape? We're not talking about its size.
yeah. How
right?
do you know? Because
Its
all
shape.
you're using circular reasoning. And
Not
again, if
circular
you
reasoning.
run, okay, I know you said that the first time. If you run around a track,
Do you think
speaking
that
of
the
your
moon is going around on a
circumnavigations,
track?
okay, just listen. Speaking of your, don't get defensive about this
I'm
question.
not getting defensive.
Okay, if you run around a track, you were speaking of circumnavigating. If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
I mean, depends on what you mean by track. Like, if you're talking about a track on
like at the Olympics.
When the Greyhounds are in the gates, right, and they open the gates, and the Greyhounds are chasing the rabbit. The rabbit goes off a straight line.
No shit, you dumb fuck. But you could have a circuit around the Earth, and you can have a circuit on the
Okay,
on the
so
surface
when
of
the
the Earth.
Greyhounds run around the oval,
On the surface of the Earth, yeah.
have they run around a ball?
Not in that case, no.
There you go. So maybe your circumnavigations that you have so much faith in, try applying some dogs and rabbits to that story.
Okay, so you
see
understand
if you can connect the dots.
You understand that you can track other objects around you to confirm that you're traveling in a relatively straight line across the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, been listening to you for the last half an hour.
Right, so if you head east and you follow straight fucking east, and you're looking at the stars to literally confirm,
and
right,
you arrive
that
back
you're
at where you
positioning-
were. Okay,
Yes, then you've
I'm following.
effectively
Have
traveled
you
in a
traveled in a
circle
straight
around the globe.
line? Have you traveled in a straight line?
Relative to the surface of the Earth, yes.
Have you traveled in a straight line? Yes or no?
Technically, no. Relative to the surface of the
Okay,
Earth,
that's
yes.
all we care. We don't care about. Well, according to the story I have here, in
You're a dumb
reality,
fuck. You're a dumb
okay,
fuck.
that's fine. You can't hurt my feelings, dude.
You're too
Sticks
stupid
and
to hurt your feelings.
stones, sticks and stones
Oh, God.
will break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
If you say so.
You're in denial that someone running around a track. Well, technically, no. In that case, no. But technically speaking, just apply what you know about running around a track to your circumnavigation story. Just one dumb fuck's word of advice.
I literally said the words straight line
He wants to live
relative
on a
to you
globe.
on the surface of the Earth.
He has
right?
to live on a
Yeah,
globe.
but you
if
didn't
he's
mean a
religious.
literal straight line.
Like, not a literal straight line through space and time.
Figuratively speaking.
Hey, Moon.
Yes, it
Moonbeam.
matters. Because, you know, like, here's the thing. If I say on my right, you know, when you're looking at
Moonbeam,
me, right?
Listen,
saying on my right is actually is actually your left, right? So directions are relative, right? Like, see,
Yeah. So listen, mate, you don't live on a globe, right? You're in a religious belief
you are
system.
stupid, One Deck. You're
You've been
absolutely fucking
brainwashed.
stupid.
You've been
You're
brainwashed,
either legitimately stupid or you're a troll.
No, I'm not stupid,
Like,
mate. I'm a
or
lot
you're
more
like,
No,
you're
just
basically an
serious
attention
there.
I'm a lot more intelligent than you are.
All right. That's what this channel is. Okay.
Because you follow the moon, you've got GPS of the moon, you don't know what an orbit is, you just admitted grey rounds could be orbiting a track. You're an absolute idiot, mate. You're brainwashed and you want to live on a globe. But you don't live on a globe.
So what's the evidence for flat Earth?
No, his evidence for the globe is that the moon moves instead of playing our path.
If the moon were following like a track overhead in the sky, right, it would literally be following a curved path through the sky overhead us, right? In his claim, and it doesn't. Relative to us, if you place yourself under the orbit of the moon on the surface of the Earth, you will see the moon travel.
Listen, mate, who measured the circumference of the Earth?
This has nothing to do with circumference.
Well,
the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with its size.
We're
It technically does, but that's not what we're measuring now.
This is a flat Earth server, mate. Right? So we're saying
It's
the
not a
Earth
flat
is
Earth server. It's a flat Earth channel
Listen,
by a bunch of fucking idiots.
Charlie, listen, Walter, listen. We're not talking about the moon. we're talking about that the Earth is not a globe, but you think you're living on. Now, if you can provide some evidence of how that was measured, we'd all applaud you if you can prove it, but you can't, can you? Because you keep talking about the moon. We're not asked about the moon, mate.
Well, we've been on the moon, and from the moon, we've looked at the Earth.
No, we're not even bothered about the moon. We don't care about the moon. What we're saying is the Earth.
You say that it doesn't matter that we've literally left the Earth and looked at the Earth from outside of the Earth and literally seen that it like rotates.
Literally or on TV.
Oi, Walter, we don't give a shit about the moon, right? We're talking about the Earth, right? Get your head out the moon.
Okay.
Right?
So
right?
You're saying I want to measure the Earth is what you're saying, right?
No.
And when I point out that we have tools that we measured the Earth with, you're like, oh, but you're not allowed to use a measuring tool.
Walter,
you are a dumb fuck.
Excuse me, Walter.
You are absolutely fucking stupid.
Walter. Has it been measured?
And there's a scale bar on the map, right? You know how
has the Earth been
what
measured?
the length is.
Yeah, you can measure it.
It is.
You can measure the Earth in multiple ways.
You can look at the map and see how much 1 inch is, like how many kilometers or miles is, and then you can test it out, and you will find that it's exactly the same.
Yeah, that's a flat map, mate.
Yeah, so
okay, so show me one flat Earth map with a fucking scale bar in it. Show me one map.
They're all flat Earth mates.
Show me one flat Earth map with a scale bar. Okay, show me that one. Show me one.
We have conducted multiple tests.
Every
you can
single
literally
map is a flat
you can set off a nuclear explosion and literally measure the ground wave around.
Yeah. So who measured the Earth?
Right. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna listen to you if you're gonna mute them. I'm not gonna argue you if you're gonna mute them.
Who measured the Earth? What instrument did they use to measure the curve?
Alright, so if you look at the map and you see how much 1 inch is, right? And you fucking drive that distance, you'll see it.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
No. Who measured it? I'm not looking at a map. I'm not asked about a map.
I don't know the exact name. Do you want the name or?
Yes, I want to know who measured the circumference of the Earth and what instrument they used to measure the curvature. That's what we're dealing with here, mate. So get to it and tell me who did it and what did they use.
Eratosthenes.
Right, what was
measured the length of the shadow by casting column of known heights at Alexandria.
What was the curve measuring instrument he used?
Let's see.
Because he obviously measured a curve. So what was the curve measuring instrument he used? Hello, Glober.
Yeah, hey, listen. I'm reading the fucking article to see what he's using. That's your question, right?
So you don't know this already?
Yeah, no, I don't know that. No.
You better go and do some research.
Listen, I've no problem saying I don't know that. What my fucking argument was, like, if you look at the map and you see a scale bar and it says how many miles 1 inch is, you can test it out right now and you will figure out it actually is the truth.
Okay,
they're saying that's not related in any way to how the curvature was measured.
Fucking chatting. Oi, don't keep chatting to me. I've already. Listen to me, mate. I've already told you. You're looking at a map that's apparently been measured for curvature. So where did it first originate, this curvature measurement? And what equipment was used?
So the reason why I say that's more accurate than the flat Earth model is because if you look at that map, for example, with the
So you need to go and do some homework.
Yeah, you can interrupt me. That's all right. But then my question to you is: show me one map, one flat Earth map with a scale bar in it that's accurate. Show me one map.
All maps are flat Earth maps.
No, I've never seen one single flat Earth map with an actual scale on it that actually works.
What he's saying is that all maps.
Okay, then.
Are
Okay,
flat
then.
Earth maps.
Okay, I'll give you this.
That's all
I'll
he's
give you this. Okay, I'll give you this. You're telling me maps are dealing with curvature measurements, aren't you?
Well, I'm saying the ones that are based on the flat or on the round Earth are actually accurate because you can test them out.
If a map is giving you measurements and it's to do with the curved Earth, who measured the Earth curve in the first place? And what equipment?
Well, I don't know. I have no clue. I don't have the name. I don't have the phone number. Nothing. All I know is that I know the fucking scale bar is working out. It's the truth. That's all I know. I don't need the whole fucking name on everything.
So you don't know
map
then.
itself
So
doesn't.
you don't
So,
know.
but even then, okay, let's suppose I knew the name and I knew the tools
let's
the
not
guy
suppose-
used, right?
No, you don't
okay,
know.
but what's your point behind it? What do you want to know?
Walter, you don't know.
Who's Walter? Wait, who's Walter? Who's Walter?
Don't presume
Who's
you
Wa-
know something. You've just said you
Who's
don't know.
Walter?
You.
Who's Walter?
You.
I'm not Walter. My name is not Walter. My name is Horny
I'm
Monkey.
calling you Walter because you sound like Walter.
Okay.
Now listen to me, Walter.
Okay, David. How are you doing, David?
Fine, thank you, mate.
Yeah, all right. Hey, listen. So why the reason why I said suppose is because I don't know the guy's fucking name. But what if I did know his name? What is your point behind it? What do you want?
I don't want to know his name. I want to know what equipment he used to measure.
Okay, and if I knew his equipment, what did you want to do with his fucking equipment? What's your point?
That you don't really know anything, do you?
Well, I'm not saying I know everything, really. I'm just saying the scale bars on the fucking globe Earth map actually work out in reality, while you cannot give me one single flat Earth map with an accurate scale bar in it. Nothing.
All maps.
And even then, on a fucking flat Earth map, if you look at the sun, how can the sun divide itself equally in the
show the sun, mate.
The sun, the light coming off the sun.
The Earth, mate.
Monkey, I've got a question, man.
You know what?
Baby.
You know what we use for the 0 degree elevation profile in all examples? Sea level.
Okay, so you're saying that on a flat Earth map, the sun, right?
There's no sun on the map, Walter.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the sunlight on the Earth.
I'm not asked about the sunlight. I'm talking about who.
I'm asking. But that's one of my points. This is my.
We don't give a shit about the sun.
Well, again, I already told you. I gave you the answer. I don't know the guy, and I don't know what the tools he used. Hey, David.
Walter, we don't give a shit about the moon, and we don't give a shit about the sun. We don't give a fucking shit about the stars. Who measured Earth curve, Walter?
You can't answer me, but can I just add while there's a bit of quiet?
Sorry, mate.
So, like, all this map thing, right? I disagree, like, with what you're saying also, One Deckman, because all maps are flat maps. I mean, they are flat, right? But they're all projections of something else, and that's why he's mentioned there's distortions and there's scale and there's orientation issues, right? I look at a lot of maps, right? And all these maps are all relations to longitude and latitude lines, which are relationships to the stars and the sky projected onto the Earth. So
Yeah,
ignore the
they all come
curvature.
from
It's nothing to
Polaris,
do with
mate.
curvature.
Latitude comes from Polaris, yeah? Flat Earth
Not
elevation
entirely.
angle. Yeah, they do.
It's not related to flat Earth. It's related to a celestial sphere, essentially.
Yeah, well, celestial sphere it's not a globe, mate.
It could be.
No, it's not. A celestial sphere is just a celestial projection of how the dome looks like, because it's not a dome. That the stars and is perspective, mate. Yeah. So you're going off subject,
Well, in my
right?
opinion, they don't.
Stop trying to present Walter, right? Nobody's measured Earth
I'm
curve.
just projecting accurate descriptions of maps and what they are. So I looked into a lot of them. I'm like map expert.
Maps are not explaining who measured Earth curvature.
So what's Dragon? You go off topic again. I won't invite you down to the pub, and you won't be having a pint or anything or a pie or whatever.
Oh, aye. Take it to the pub, eh?
Wait, hang on. You're not from Yorkshire. You're from.
No, I was in Yorkshire yesterday, mate. I was yesterday we were.
No, but are you Paddy McGuinness accent? Is it Paddy McGuinness accent?
I'd like a little bit away from it.
You thought it's him. Yeah, what's up, geeks? Hey.
Oh,
confused.
I've lost.
Oh yeah.
I've lost you. Who's the guy who's the British guy?
Geeks, it's me. Geeks, Sydney. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not a Yorkshire guy.
But back to the celestial sphere.
Yeah, celestial sphere. Right. So all that's relationship to the celestial sphere. And we mapped the sky before we mapped the Earth, and then we projected that on the Earth. And that's why maps are all distorted and out of whack. There's only like 2 maps that are accurate on size and scale. but they miss the opportunity to be accurate on the orientation. And that would be the one by Buckminster Fuller, the Dymaxion map. That's a good one to look at. And one made by a science fiction artist, which is like a Mercator projection kind of like a rectangular map called the Asimov equivalence map. And those are to scale and size as much as they can be, but the orientation is always going to be out of whack with maps because you project it onto a flat piece of paper and you know, the sky's a sphere or something, so it always goes out of whack. And if anyone's got any questions about maps and stuff, then feel free. Maps are a good, good thing to look at. They give clues, and there's always problems with them. It's good to figure out what problems they are. And the AE map, for example, is a lot of problems in the south, right? It's an equidistant map, so the latitudes diverge, and the longitudes are water parallel, essentially, equidistant.
Someone do something fucking cool, man.
All right,
Okay.
all right. I'm a heliocentrist. I'm spinning.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm spinning into Israel.
Why is everyone muted?
I mean, just the answer to that could be just dark matter. And
Dark matter.
It answers like 90% of the questions you got to ask, right? Dark
Everyone
matter.
in here muted or something? What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, generally, dude.
Okay, can someone tell me what this has to do with biofreeze?
People just
Are you talking about the topical pain reliever biofreeze? What are you talking about?
Yeah, biofreeze, the chemical weapon of biofreeze.
Oh, what the hell does that? Oh, funny. Okay, no, I'll pass.
Well, boring bunch.
Okay, bye.
A reverse grip push-up is surprisingly good for the upper chest. Data suggests a reverse grip activates the upper chest more. It makes sense that a similar movement pattern with push-ups hits the upper chest too. The clavicular fibers of the pecs use as we lean forward during
What are you watching, Quetzalcoatl?
hitting the upper pecs hard. The advantage of reverse grip is
He's watching something. I thought he was like talking, but he was very low.
No, that person had an American accent. Quetzalcoatl is a German. Or a Swede. One of the two. Alright, Turquoise, why do you think the Earth's flat? Oh, he's deafened. Never mind.
Hey, I can still hear. It's just like a team effort, so we don't overtalk each other and like feedback. So, Why do I think the Earth's flat? Which part? Like some parts are flat, right? I don't know about all of it.
Well, I know you think mountains exist, but you understand the nature of the question, right?
The poles are flattened a bit, right?
Poles?
Do you believe that, right?
You mean that there's more than one?
The poles are. Man. There's flatness in the
okay, so we agree that Antarctica is a pole. The Arctic pole. Where's the other pole?
Oh, it's an antipole. Yeah.
Where's antipolar to the Arctic?
Santa Claus.
Imagine your dead daughter's friend show.
Santa Claus.
I guess. Yeah.
No, turquoise. Where's antipolar to the Arctic?
The 180 degrees opposite.
And where's that?
The other side.
And what's that called?
Well, it's a continent.
And what's its name? Antarctica.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
You fucking clowns.
I mean, it's like this law of polarity, right? You have one, and you got to have the other.
And you think you can have two antipoles on a flat Earth?
Two antipoles.
Well, they're antipolar to each other.
One's a regular pole, and one's yeah. On a flat Earth, probably. Nah, it wouldn't be balanced, would it?
So why did you say? So you're not a flat earther?
I'm just answering your question, man. I'm answering it as Ken Wheeler. Okay. Yeah. You can't create one pole without creating another pole. You know, like the other side. You create a pen, right? You've got one side of the pen, and by virtue, the other side of the pen's created, automatically. You create an up, and you've automatically created a down, right? You create a zenith, and you've automatically got like the plumb. It's like the same thing, left and right, and.
Does any other flat Earth? I think there's an antipole to the Arctic. Anyone else? I thought not.
Dude, why would you say any other? Why would you say any other flat earther when homeboy couldn't even tell you he is a flat earther? That would be like lumping him in with a group without him confessing to be a part of the group. Kind of ambiguous, right?
Well, I mean, I can only go off what my last update was, and my last update was he is a flat earther. But then there was a few updates before that where he wasn't, and now it sounds like he isn't again.
No, I was answering your question about poles, nothing to do with the Earth. I was telling you where the opposite side of the North Pole would be, 180 degrees. The other side, I wasn't defining the shape at all.
So you're right. So you're speaking in hypotheticals that if you had a pole, in a sense, then you'd automatically have a secondary pole if you define a pole as such.
But he named it, right, AI? He called it a place. I mean, I've never heard of this place, Antarctica, right? I've only heard myths and legends, really.
So hang on, man. Yui, so like you're on the Plumbob's Converge crew, are you? As opposed to the Plumbob's parallel crew.
Oh, you may as well ask Duncan Darth those questions. I know nothing about Plumbobs.
All right,
it's nice to know that. It's nice to know you think antipodes exist on the Earth. So it's always exciting.
Yeah, like you can call it like monopolar system, but there's two poles on a monopolar.
Now you think it's monopolar. There's one pole.
Well, it's
changed your mark quickly.
On your idea, it's a pole through, right? One pole that goes through. Like the whole pen idea, you create one side of the pen, and by virtue, you've got the other side.
I don't know if that's in the spirit of the word antipode. Because it's talking about the opposite sides of
the moon.
The sphere.
Yeah. So like that's how eclipses work, right? So like there's an antipolar to the moon and an antipolar to the sun, and when they cross, that's an eclipse. Just talking models in generalized terms now, and all models, that's how it should work, right?
Sounds like you're really trying hard to be a flat earther again after saying that there's an antipode in a place we call Antarctica. You call Antarctica, I don't know.
Right, so can I just lay this down? So you're part of the Xeneth's Diverge crew, right? Are you?
I'm on my own crew, thank you very much. Don't lump me in with Brenda and Duncan Dark.
As far as I remember, man. Yeah, as opposed to the flat earthers you're trying to ask or whatever, they're Xeneths are parallel, right?
I don't know anything about Zeniths and diverging Zenith angles. I mean reciprocal Zenith angles.
You're answering like Bev, man. Come on, dude. You're giving me Bev answers here, man. Just be straight
Well,
up.
I've got my own reasons for thinking the Earth's a globe. I don't need to go for someone else's.
Yeah, fair enough. But just as a qualifier, you could still have plumb lines that aren't perfectly parallel, and the Earth still be flat. Okay.
Okay.
They're not contingently necessary on each other.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I always, whenever I'm struggling with globe Earth and flat Earth, I default to whatever AI says. Just believe it. He's like when people say that scientists are my priests. No, they're all wrong. It's actually AI overlord. And to clarify, Horsrad, that map is so when you flip the Earth opposite on one side, so you can see, for instance, time zone. So you know, for instance, if you look at the bottom, New Zealand is antipodal to Spain. So 24 hours ahead of Spain will be New Zealand. They're antipodal to each other. If you dug straight down, you would hit New Zealand from Spain.
You have mail.
Does that mean Australians are walking upside down?
Well, you could go as far as saying they're opposite to the people on the other side of the Earth, yeah.
Who asked that question?
I did. Hello, good sir.
No. Australians aren't upside down. New Zealanders aren't upside down.
Aren't they upside down relative to people on the other side?
In the exact same way, Spaniards are upside down to a New Zealander.
Ball, dude. Why do flat earthers always ask that dumbass question? Are they upside down? What the fuck is up on a ball, dude? Your feet.
Exactly. Where's the top of the ball? I have no idea. Tell me, if the Earth was a sphere, right? Imagine all of it is true. Where's the top?
The North Pole.
Yeah, you guys will
maybe in New Zealand you're upside down to Polaris, but you're not to the North Pole.
The North Pole is the top.
Isn't North Pole the top of the blue marble or no?
I think you're a globe earther, but you're just confused.
I'm not anything. I'm just asking.
Because every map presents itself as being this way up. Second. Just getting the image. There you go. Yeah, everyone sees that and they think there's an up and a down based on that, but it's obviously not the case.
Wait, so the entire Earth is on one side of the thing, of the globe?
What?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what you know. What that's what it means. Yeah.
What's your question here?
I think some people just try to ask stupid questions on purpose because they.
What is
they
that?
just wanna confuse us.
What is that representing?
turned out not to be a stupid question, since that is what the claim is.
Well, in reality, we all know that this is the correct orientation of Earth. That's up. Up is Antarctica, and down is
Wait, on
the
the
Arctic.
sphere you posted, isn't there an Earth on the other side, or am I missing
An
something?
Earth? What do you mean?
Yeah, like, isn't that a representation of the Earth?
Where? Oh, wait, on the Antipode map.
Yeah.
This is all Earth, right? They just flipped it around so you can see which places are antipodal to each other. The blue is one orientation, and the yellow's the opposite orientation.
Yeah, they're just putting the other side of the globe on that same side. It looks like to me.
But
There's
like,
another one you can get. 1 sec.
when you have like the globe in your classroom, you can see the planets, or not? Sorry, not the planets. What am I talking about? The continents around the
Yeah.
on the
Because the globe's 3D.
Mercator. Is it the Mercator projection? Is that what it's called?
I think so. Yeah, that one is a Mercator projection.
Yeah, so that's what I mean.
Here's
like
another cool one. There's
isn't
also
there
an
supposed to
antipodal
be
map.
continents all over the globe? Or?
Are there continents all over the globe? Yes.
But the map he posted, it was just like one side.
Yeah, I think it was
There's
flipping the
two.
pull. Yeah.
It's only showing one side of the globe. What do you mean?
There's two versions, so like you can look at. Yeah.
Two versions.
Yeah, where one has one part of the Earth and the other has the other part of the Earth. But if you just look at this whole map, you can just see the antipodes just very clearly across the Earth.
Let me
It's just
explain this
flipping
map.
the
It's a
poles.
map with the.
Can I help?
It's the map with the prime meridian in the center. That's all that map is, right? You can put the prime meridian anywhere, but we've centered it in the middle of these maps just for reference or whatever.
See, I find this the most interesting map to look at because you can see like what the opposite side of what's antipodal to your particular location. Someone once told me in this room that Australia is antipodal to Ohio, and I proved them wrong with this beautiful image. It's great.
If someone's standing on the North Pole and someone's standing on the South Pole, are they standing upside down relative to each other?
I don't know why you have to call it upside down.
There's no upside. There can't be upside down if there's no up.
Up would just be outside of the globe. In would be down would be towards the center of the globe.
That's
Volts,
funny.
right? It's a serious question, right? That's the globe model. So gravity is what's down, away from gravity. Force of gravity is up.
You got a problem there, homie. The vector isn't to the center of the Earth in your model.
No, I know it's accounted for. Is it AI? Yeah. No.
Okay, so fair enough. So just stop saying it's to the center, and then your problem is solved. Stop using erroneous language in your own model.
Towards the direction, the resultant vector of gravity. I'll say that.
What does that even mean?
That accounts for centrifugal force. Different distributions of mass.
So it's something that's not gravity. Okay, you said the resultant vector of gravity, which is now naming the aggregate forces as gravity.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So you're incoherent.
Okay, no. Oh, that's fine. I'll say the resultant force of gravity, centrifugal force, and various mass distributions, which also is the gravitational force. I just said it for simplicity.
Okay. How about next time be accurate? How about that?
Well, if you want me to clarify, I can.
No. It's not about clarifying.
Okay.
If people go out and say this, just hold on, Fred. Hold on. Okay, perfect. There you go.
That's just being pedantic, but okay.
No, it's not, dude. Let me tell you why it's not being pedantic. Because you got morons out there, for example, the History Channel, that break to commercial with a little factotum that they air right before the commercial and be like, oh, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is an inch and 5/8 out at the top of the towers to account for the curve of the Earth. when you actually look at the data, you find out that that's what it would be if the Earth was a homogeneous mass, a perfect radius, and the things were apart in the manner in which they claim, which we all know isn't true based on what you just said, that it's not the case that that vector is directly towards the center of the Earth. So you can't make a claim that the bridges are out that much because of these things that don't exist in your model.
All right. You just have to read the fine print, AI. Just be like, oh, this is an approximation.
No, dude, that's the problem. Is that people present these things as if they're facts, and then morons go around and parrot them as if they're facts.
All right. Well, I'll agree with you in that people don't know everything, and they don't know the specifics most of the time.
Yes, correct. It's not the case. So it's not the case that plumb lines are splayed radials distributed evenly, directed at the center of the Earth. That's not true, right?
Yeah, that's not true. But the scientists is to state they understand that. Just for the mainstream population to keep things simple,
Maybe they need to stop. Maybe they need to stop doing the thinking for the mainstream and actually give them the truth and let them decide for themselves. How about that?
Why don't you go talk to the scientists then?
Well, dude, the scientists are what they are. The scientists are what they are, but the secondary people who do understand and then perpetuate it, knowing full well that it's not true, are worse. Because at least the scientists are assuming, according to this guy, that everyone's too stupid to understand these things, but it's actually quite simple.
Wait, I didn't say that.
Scientists are lying to a bunch of people who are too stupid to understand it.
But I don't care if that's inferred from my.
No, I wouldn't even say they're lying. I would just say that they're, like he said, they're attempting to oversimplify it for the general consumption, and in doing so, they're just misrepresenting the facts. Because the other people don't see it, that it's being watered down for ease of consumption. They think, because the scientist is telling me, that this is the brute, honest, cold, hard fact.
Would you agree that sometimes scientists will oversimplify things, like in newspapers, to like adhere to the general public that it doesn't know so much about, space, stuff like that?
Yeah, and I don't think they're being immoral in doing so, other than the fact that it's just kind of lazy.
Well, I mean, yeah. If I want to be precise here, it's not included. Oh, sorry to interrupt. It's not included because again, it's so insignificant compared to the other forces. And I'm not trying to validate whatever that 1 inch 5/8 is. I don't know, but like it's sometimes you have significant digits in calculations, right? So it's just saying, okay, this approximation's close enough. Even though technically speaking, if you go a thousandth of an inch, there's a very distribution of mass difference, centrifugal force, et cetera. But it isn't enough to simplify things. And
okay, perfect. So then if you could tell me that it's not enough, then that means you know what it is and you could quantify it for me. Okay,
fair enough. I don't know, but I could do a calculation right now. I'm kind of lazy.
How about before you tell me it's not enough, you actually know whether that statement that you just said is true or not?
Okay, fair enough. I'm just making an assumption there based off of what I've known in the past. But fair enough.
Like, for example, for a homework assignment, you might adopt the Verrazano Narrow Bridge. You might actually go there and get the vectors that are alleged, the aggregate mass distribution that are alleged, the resultant from that, and centrifugal force, and all these other ideas that people have that are happening on the Earth they imagine exists. And then you could quantify it, and you could correct the History Channel and say, look, Mr. History Channel, the bridges, if they were perfectly plumb, which we know can't exist based on material construction processes and the material tolerances themselves, but if they were, you're wrong because we have distributions of mass that vary. We have all these other faults and failures with your idea. And here's the actual numbers, what it would actually be. So stop making claims on your television channel that it's a fact that these towers are 1 5/8 apart due to compensation for the curve of the Earth. It's fraudulent, retarded, and it makes a mockery of your audience by thinking that they're too dumb to just know the truth. How about that? That'd be cool.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I guess you had to get like the latitude of the bridge and then find the mass distribution somehow. But you know, with that said, I would still think that's the other factors
No,
like
if you're messing with the latitude, you're reifying a ball. If you're bringing latitude into this to find out where the bridge points are, then you're reifying a ball.
No, let me clarify. So the latitude, when you change latitudes, the centrifugal forces are different on each latitude. That's what I'm talking about. Because AI is talking about you can't have a consistently plumb line that's directly to the center of the Earth, because everywhere on the Earth there's a different mass distribution. So the gravitational force vector won't necessarily be towards the center. And then as you go up latitude, so at the equator you're theoretically at the center of your force vector would be directed towards the center, because the centrifugal force and the gravitational force is in the same opposing directions. And then the North Pole, you would have it directly to the center of the Earth. But if you're anywhere between the equator and the pole, then that centrifugal force will cause it to veer towards the equator. So
reality presents itself differently, my friend here. You know how we would know that? You got multiple precision weights and measures sent all over the world at different latitudes, and then you record the data, and you find no correlation between latitude and weight. Like with the GNOME quote unquote experiment. I guess you can call it an experiment.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Is that the radio waves or something?
No, so a company out of England, a metrology company that specializes in weights and measures and making sure that they have scientifically accurate weights. They sent this gnome, a funny, cute looking gnome, in a box with a scale out to all these different labs all over the world at different latitudes. And they all weighed in their gnomes, and their gnomes are all weighed equally back home. But when they were sent out to these different locations, they weighed differently at different latitudes, and it did not correlate in such a way where gravity would be stronger at the equator. Or I should say stronger at the North Pole. I don't know. Hold on a second.
It's okay.
So at the equator, I'm thinking Baltar logic. You've got the centripetal force causing objects to want to fly off into one direction.
Yeah.
And so you need gravity to be strong enough to be able to pull them back in and have those things weigh just as much as somebody does at the North Pole. So you would have to claim an uneven distribution of gravity scaling from the equator all the way up to the North Pole that perfectly comports to Earth curvature, the rate of Earth curvature changing. Isn't that fascinating? Well, so that's never meted out in any of the precision weighting examples. And there's a spreadsheet available as well as work to provide justification for this.
Okay.
Fair point, sir. But before anyone else goes on, I just want to point out that there is a room for interpretation there, which essentially makes the proposition unfalsifiable. And what that room for interpretation is, whatever the disparity in the weight distribution along the lines, I could just allege is caused by an anomaly in the mass distribution, right?
I was just thinking about that. Yes.
So this claim can't be falsified in principle. It's just a circular reasoning.
Okay. Well,
right. So the defense would be that there's this geological anomaly deep under the Earth where you have this uneven distribution of mass causing things to pull differently. I get that. Yeah.
But Mr. Amish, just curious, on your recollection, which I understand could be not accurate, that GNOME experiment or whatever consistent object they're measuring at different latitudes on the Earth, did you say it was weaker at the equator and stronger at the North Pole? Is
no
that what they
correlation.
saw?
No correlation.
No correlation? Okay. Okay. Just curious. I might look that up myself.
I mean, I don't know the numbers, but I'd be willing to say that it was probably so sporadic that it was inconclusive, and there'd be no way to know, based on all the other factors we already talked about, whether any disparity in your measurement was caused by the Earth or the atmosphere or some cows farting a lot extra that day.
So the globe proponents already prepared for this with like the Earth gravitation model, EGM96, the geoid, which shows a very lumpy gravity potential all over the supposed ball. So it's already random and sporadic by their own claim. You know, and one of the ways they claimed to have measured this was by taking a box all over the Earth and measuring how quickly stuff inside drops.
Yeah, that's kind of hard. There's another method. You could use like a pendulum. This other guy, Pinky, he shared a pretty cool map, but they have these pendulums all over, and you could calculate the gravitational acceleration with a pendulum.
Oh, like in witchcraft. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but there's some physics associated with it. So it's like 2 pi square root of the length of the pendulum
The
over
physics part that screws everybody is that they have to be started.
Yeah, you would have to. It would depend. Yeah, it would have to be starting it, measuring the length of the pendulum and the period of the pendulum, and that would be depending on the accuracy of whatever stopwatch timing mechanism you have.
So to what standard is it being measured?
I don't know. But apparently you could like log in and there's like videos of all these locations in the pendulum. I haven't looked at it myself, so I'm not sure. In any case, there is variation of gravitational force along the Earth. It varies. But again, to simplify for the original question, I think that Vlad's asked, it's that, which is kind of not to be offensive, but an elementary school kind of thing that we should learn as kids, is that in the glow model, if you're at the bottom, you don't fall off. It's that the gravitational force is acting towards the center of the Earth. So
somehow
the bottom.
It's somehow going to be weaker at the poles too, right? Because the centrifugal effect isn't as strong there, and that's the problem I have.
You have it backwards, Amish. It's the equator that's the centrifugal force is the largest. And
yeah, so the gravity has to be stronger at the equator to keep things from flying off.
No. So the gravitational force is the the centrifugal force isn't enough to overcome the gravitational force. So what happens at the equator is that objects are lighter because of that, because they have the max centrifugal force. But the gravitational force is still stronger than that, so they don't fly off. But they are lighter.
So can I start a company that arbitrages gold between the equator and the North Pole?
That's a smart idea, actually.
You can. Yeah, that would be pretty funny thing to do. A cool thing to do, profitable thing to do. But it's not going to be much. It's not going to be much. That centrifugal force is very small compared. But you could do a calculation. It's like the tangential velocity at the equator, what you derive from the radius of the Earth, and 24 hours in a day. You get the tangential velocity, and it's like
1,038 mile an hour edge velocity at the rim of the equator.
Yeah, and then
zero at the pole. Yep, that's a big differential.
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, my favorite thing about the globe is how minuscule all of its effects are to measure when we try to go measure them. I just think it's phenomenal and beautiful.
So insignificant as to not even be there, because no one can see it to measure it. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
All right, how many wigs did I snatch?
And just a quick question: do you all think that we can measure everything that's a factor in our reality at our current juncture with all the technology we have, or do you think there might be some things that we don't know yet, that we can't measure yet, given the tools we have?
And Earth spin. Let's start with that.
You said, can we measure everything in reality? Was that what you said?
Yeah, like all the forces, all the objects here, far, anywhere.
Well, you'd have to have a pretty good understanding of it if you're sending people to the moon and putting shit in orbit, right?
You can have a close understanding, yeah.
Oh.
The question is kind of ambiguous, I think.
Well, I mean, someone posited the idea that it was kind of like an incredulous idea that it's just so weak that we can't measure it, right, or whatever. And I find that an interesting.
I find it.
I think that's an interesting sort of thing to press. The idea that they're under the assumption that it should be obviously and easily measurable.
Yeah, I'd expect that out of NASA for sending people to the moon. A direct measurement would be nice.
A direct measurement of what? Gravity or the Earth? The Earth's surface?
Both.
I've been having an issue with this radius malarkey for a while because, to me, you could use some measurements and calculate a radius. Now, for all intents and purposes, it's just a number. It's just a set of digits that doesn't really help at all until you apply it to something. Now, this is not to say the radius is true in virtue of its practical application, but it's certainly definitely going to be in its favor for it being probably accurate. So if you have this set of digits and you can do things with these digits, and without these digits you can't do the exact same thing, then I would say those digits are useful, not to say true, but probably more accurate than anything else someone else could offer me at that time.
Now we need proof of the moon landing.
Oh, they lost.
Proof of the moon landing? I mean, it's a strange question, because for me, what would suffice is proof of the moon landing.
Greatest achievement of mankind. Fuck, man, we lost it, destroyed it.
What qualifies proof of the moon landing?
Well, they can begin by showing their work, which would include telemetry data and would include direct measurements of things they'd need in order to go to the moon in the first instance. So,
what kind of measurements do you think you need to see?
I would say a direct measurement of curvature and of Earth spin.
Direct measurement of curvature?
Yeah, if you want to be sure.
What does that have to do with the moon landing?
What? Like knowing how big Earth is so you don't send a rocket into the Earth?
When you say the curvature, do you mean the radius?
Well,
because I don't know what the curvature of the Earth would help with.
They would go hand in.
Well, I don't think Earth is curved like a potato chip.
Okay. Well, I mean, are you more interested in the radius than the curvature?
I'm more interested in the circumference.
Why are you interested in that?
I've been thinking about getting circumcised.
Right. I'll speak to your rabbi about that one.
Yeah, I mean, so they're claiming to send rockets into orbit several times around the Earth to slingshot into the moon. So yeah, you're gonna need a little bit of both.
Why do you think you need to know the curvature?
Well, so that you don't send rockets back into Earth.
Do you think you could use the so far unapplied radius to figure out the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, you can apply it. Yeah, if you want to measure the radius, go for it. Here's a shovel.
Well, I mean, I'm not really interested in a direct measure. Well, as far as I'm concerned, if I was going to be, I don't know, put me at the head of the British Space Agency, right, and say, look, we have this radius, this number we call a radius, and we need to figure out if it's useful, that can actually do anything. And I'll be like, okay, very interesting challenge. What I'll do is, I'll send something up there, but it won't be manned. And then my next operation, I might send a dog up there or a human, right? But if it can do it the first time, that radius came in handy, right? And if I couldn't do it without the radius, then it's not a very useful radius, is it?
Well, now we need moon-proof curvature that we went to the moon.
What proof?
We need curvature proof of the moon too.
I could give you that right now.
Right?
1 second.
It's like a third of the size, so it'd be like what, 6, 8, 8, 12, 20, 24 inches per mile squared. Yeah, right, something like that.
So they say that's only a story.
Right. This is now, I think we all love a few amateur photographs. So we're going to use an amateur photograph.
All right, how did they measure moon curvature to orbit the moon with Apollo?
How do they do what, sorry?
How did they measure moon curvature to orbit the moon with Apollo? Like a bunch of times, right? They were successful each time. So how'd they measure
Would you
moon
say the moon's
curvature?
curving in that image, or do you think it's not curving?
I know they claim the moon is a ball, so how'd they measure the ball? Like, how do you know the moon's not teardrop shaped on the backside?
Does it matter?
It does if you're going to try to orbit it.
Let's say it's a semicircle where, the pot that's facing us is all spherical, and then on the other side, completely flat drop. What on earth would that do? What on earth? How on earth would that
their
matter?
orbital inclination and insertion plans. It screw up what's called manifold space geometry.
Yeah, but what would that matter if you've then stood on the moon and thought, okay, I can stand here?
How did
Perfect.
How did they get that? Because they're gonna need to know it before they fucking send.
Yeah,
people
so they don't fly off.
When you say need to know it, do you mean like they need to know it with certainty, or they need to be so sure that to deny it is borderline irrational?
Hey, boss, NASA, we're just guessing on this before we do our first moon mission and embarrass ourselves in front of the world. We're just guessing.
Yeah, if we're off by 50 yards, guys.
Yeah,
might
but
die,
you say that, but how many times did these missions fail before? And how many times had they failed up until today? I mean, it's not like they were successful every time. Embarrassing themselves is not something they're clearly ashamed of, right?
Well, nobody died on the moon all these years, so.
No one died on the moon. That should be telling, right? That they died on the way there, but they didn't die on the moon, right? So that should give you some credence.
Well, I mean, the orbiting the moon part seems to be the safer part, and it's also the part that is furthest away and is least verifiable.
Yes,
So,
it's hard to verify it for us individually here.
Who died on the way there? Who was it that died on the way there?
I need
was it
proof
the
of moon
what
curve
Apollo mission
curvature.
did they all
I
die
need
on the
a
way?
direct
on the way
measurement
to
of moon
space?
curvature.
No one died on the way there.
On the way to space, right? The point is that they're not afraid to fuck up.
That's false. Hold on, friend. Okay, pay attention now. At least according to the claims in history, there are people that died on the way to space. Maybe they weren't on the way to the moon. However, there was a guy that died on the way to the moon. Depends on how you define on the way. If you define on the way as the whole process, right, of training, doing tests, then finally going, then he died on his way to the moon. Why did he die on his way to the moon? Because he pointed out problems with the claims of how efficacious this moon mission was going to be. And so, it's my belief that they blew his ass up. Because he died, in an explosion after he criticized the ability for them to do this mission.
Let's see. By the way, the point is that
Gershon was barbecued in his capsule.
We shouldn't worry about whether or not they're afraid to look like they fucked up. Apollo 1,
He was
by the way.
asking for moon curvature, Jekyll. He was asking for moon curvature. Look what happened to him.
Yeah, he was. Look at. We all know. We all know, right? That he was executed. Okay, just like the guy that invented the water engine.
No, but how can that be
No,
fed
they
with balls
died
as a
from
medical idea?
onset depression.
What's that?
I said, how can that be flattened if my balls are syphilitic idea?
Can you try that one more time in English and in this temporal and in this temporal timeline, please?
Bro, in this temporal timeline, bro, my balls could be in your face, man. You never know, yeah.
They said something about balls being in your face. I'm not sure about the rest.
No,
Whatever he
sorry,
said it with lipstick on and eye makeup.
Hold on, friends. Hold on.
I don't know, man.
Hold on, friends. Hold on. Listen, friends, we got to be sensitive to people's personal problems. Now, he's clearly overtly attracted to me and can't contain himself. So please have mercy on him.
100% overlord, yeah. I'm attracted to you, yeah. In the same way, basically, you know, my balls could be in your face right now. You never know, yeah.
I know that, dude. I know that's what you're fantasizing about, but I'd just like to tell you that I don't swing that way, so your hopes are dashed.
I got you, but I made you imagine, though, yeah. So that's enough for me.
Oh my gosh. He's thirsty.
Well, listen, friends. It didn't take up much of my mental capacity to imagine the size of your balls. Let's just put it that way.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
Anyway, back to the moon. Well, personally, right, I think this idea that you need to know what's going on with the backside of the moon, sometimes it's okay to take risks and not know the complete story. But if you've landed on the moon and your boots are there on that dusty, barren wasteland, then that question's resolved.
Yeah,
Oh, it isn't,
how did
dude.
they do that though?
Wait a
That's the
minute.
part we're getting
Wait.
to. How did they
Wait a
do
minute.
that?
No, hold on, friends. Hold on. It's my recollection that the historical record purports that they landed on the front side of the moon, not the back side. So they still, having landed on the moon, would still not know what's on the back side of the moon.
Well, I think Amish was talking about the idea that all of our ideas of gravity and so on would be kind of like problematic if we just, couldn't put our boots on there.
Yeah, to continue with that, we don't know the moon's geological makeup, if it is even a rock in the first place, but NASA believes it was. And with all the gravity anomalies that they claim exist on Earth, certainly we could expect anomalies in the moon. But I guess, all these satellite insertion operations in the lunar orbit seem to go off without a hitch.
Dude, I actually prefer the mythos about the moon from the movie Fifth Element. And if you guys don't know, in the movie The Fifth Element, the moon is essentially a sentient entity from another dimension that's traveling towards us to kill us. And before it arrives to kill us, you get the Fifth Element, which is actually a character, like a person who has a spirit of the Earth or whatever. And then she shines a laser out of her face hole and blasts the entity, and then he petrifies into a moon.
I
prefer
think
that
we
mythos.
can know the
That's
moon's a
kinda
rock.
cool.
I think we almost virtually are certain that the moon's a rock without even having to go there. I had this argument with Mr. Gregory last night.
That's not sufficient. That's not sufficient. I'm just kidding.
Hell yeah.
I like the Muslim view of it, where the moon's split into two at some point. So maybe the sun and the moon used to be like one thing at some point. Who knows? If you can only see half of it, right? That'd be cool.
Yeah, you're just guessing that it's a rock. You don't know it's a solid object. It could be a focus.
No, it could be
be a
metal.
focused image.
It could be metal, something.
Could be
focused
projection.
image.
A
Who knows?
projection, yeah.
Okay, would you say, with all the evidence available to us, that it is almost certainly, in fact, a rock?
No.
Okay, now what's holding you back from that?
It doesn't behave like a rock out in your space like it's supposed to behave. If it's a sphere, why doesn't it ever spin? Oh, I know. Tidal locking. Bullshit on that.
No, we're talking about states of matter. Okay?
Yeah,
We need to talk about it, we're not talking about what other physics are involved. Just looking at this, the images or I'm sure you've looked at the moon with a telescope at some point in your life. What else could it be? I mean, it could be a liquid, a gas, a plasma.
It looks like cheese to me, but that's just
a projected image.
The moon is
on a
green
screen-
cheese.
A projected image on a screen.
That's what it looks like to you?
It could be. It's just as valid an argument.
So when you look up in the sky, you think that's obviously projected. Projected
No,
from
it
where?
obviously doesn't behave like a solid object.
Why
not?
You can see things through it.
You can see things through it? You mean like through the moon? You can see through the moon.
You can see stars through the dark side of the moon, yes.
Through the dark side of the moon.
Yes.
Can you show me that?
I'm sure you've seen those images before of stars being seen through the dark side of the moon. Now, if they're through the moon or if they're on
Don't
this
worry,
side,
Jekyll. There's an official explanation for it, Jekyll. Don't you worry. You can still sleep at night. It's called relativity.
All right. Well, just look at these images now. Just on these images alone, and maybe what you've seen on a telescope, without any other kind of like physics involved. What's your initial sort of instinct about the matter, the state of matter that's being presented to you?
yeah, when you initially look at it, yes, I'll agree with you on that. It looks like a sandy ball. It does.
Okay,
look
so
like that.
on the standard of evidence, are we talking? It's reasonably likely that it's a moon, which is about 10%. On the balance of probabilities, it's a rock, which is about 51%. And then we're saying beyond reasonable doubt, which is like, upwards of almost certain it's a rock. What would you put yourself at?
I would put at neither nor because
it's not a rock?
It's just as valid that it's a projected image of some sort.
Really?
You have just as much proof for both cases. Do you realize
Projected
that?
from where?
Yeah, I didn't say anything about where. I just said it behaves as if it's possibly a projected.
Oh my goodness. This homeboy asked from where? Haven't you ever heard of the space pyramid?
The pyramid.
Not until now.
Yeah, the pyramid in the sky where all the source of all the energy and the lights and the.
Are we really doing this? Are we going to run till Jekyll on this?
Holy crap,
It comes
dude.
after flat Earth.
I know, dude. We're just making fun of the concave earthers at the moment. That's all.
It's the next level of
Hey,
flat Earth.
they're a growing breed right now. In this room, anyway, I've heard.
Not really, dude.
Can't name names, but
There's only one that's any prominent routine speaking, and he never actually truly answers any questions about it. He just like hints at it being some kind of esoteric next level of truthiness or something.
he calls all glory to God, calls himself your big brother, and he's just trying to walk you down to the conclusion.
Dude, by the time that's like a big brother trying to walk you down that you're about to fall off a cliff, and by the time you fall off the cliff, he's like, "Bro, there's actually a cliff here, but you're already dead."
I'm down, bro. There's a cliff here right now.
Yeah, it's like the little brother asks, "Is it safe to go this way?" Oh, well, I'm going to let you discover that on your own. When you're ready for the next level, then you'll know.
I don't know, homies. I've not been introduced to anything to make me think that it's not a rock after all the evidence that looks like it is a rock. So I need some more meat on the bones. I need to hear why it's obviously plasma gas or.
Well, listen. They said they brought back moon rocks. Were those real moon rocks?
I don't need to look at the moon rocks to look at that. Right?
They said they're moon rocks, and they were there, and so you're relying on their expertise to get there without knowing the radius of Earth, without knowing the radius or the distance to the moon, or not even knowing what it is. They brought back rocks. Guess what? They were petrified wood.
So much for direct evidence.
When you say don't know the radius, I don't know if you were here 20 minutes ago when I said that you don't need to know a radius to get where you need to be.
There's your proof of the ball rock or moon is petrified wood.
All is that, look, in a spin-off, right, for saving face, you would just argue, well, of course there's petrified wood on the moon. Why wouldn't there be? Asteroids and meteors and giant dildo missiles from Uranus, back when they used to have a civilization of warfaring space pirates used to shoot at the Earth, and it blew up the trees, and then they flew into space and landed on the moon. Problem solved.
There you go.
That explains the
I knew there
dinosaur
was an
bones we found
explanation.
on the moon.
That's cohesion as the unicorns in Narnia.
So the point I'm trying to make here is that there is plausible deniability and a gray area of excuses ad infinitum for their worldview.
Yeah, but really lacking on empirical, really lacking on the empirical proof side of things. So really lacking on that side. Like no real proof at all, no measurements, no nothing like that. Just
For example,
inference and correlation. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so for example, if it came out as a fact that the moon landing missions never occurred and that all the evidence was fabricated, technically, schmetically, that wouldn't prove anything about the moon necessarily. It would just prove that the evidence they presented wasn't adequate to the task of proving anything, right? So Globers could still sleep at night being like, well, of course they had to fake the moon missions. They didn't actually have the technology back then, but they needed to win the space race, and they needed to do it for, the American citizen so that we could be the top superpower. So they're actually doing it in my best interest. The Earth's still a globe. Where's my binky?
Yeah.
I mean, any belief system to take hold really does need an endless stream of unfalsifiable claims.
What's the unfalsifiable claim, sorry?
Well, like the moon curvature measurement I asked earlier.
Is that unfalsifiable?
NASA claims there is. Nobody can falsify it.
Like a ball to me. I don't know about you guys, but the moon definitely looks like a ball to me. I've seen the moon.
Fair enough, but you could actually be shown 4 circles with the moon imprinted on them. 1 concave, 1 convex, 1 a sphere, and 1 flat. Right? And in the image that's presented, you won't be able to pick which one's which.
Yes.
But that's not to say that it's... Hold on, though. That's not to say it's unreasonable for you to assume it is a sphere based on certain reasons. It's like just looking at it isn't necessarily sufficient. Could be, but it's not necessarily so.
Yeah, it's just as likely to be concave. There it is, Flatloid. Put it in the text chat.
I've seen this so many times.
Yeah, so you know the answer probably because you've seen it so many times, but that's about it.
There's no specular highlight on the moon, which there would be. It can't reflect light if it's a spherical surface because spherical surfaces don't reflect light like that. You would definitely not see any clear image or details if it was a spherical image.
Why?
I mean, if it was sphere. Because your eye can't tell. Your eye, if it's spherical, it would not reflect light in a manner that we see the moon with clear details.
How would it reflect light?
It would be diffused because it's spherical.
So if you want diffused, you can't also have specular highlight.
If it was spherical, there would be a specular highlight.
Why?
Because that's what spherical reflective surfaces show.
But no one says it's a reflective surface, right?
Yes, they are too saying it's a reflect. They're saying it's reflecting the sun's light. What do you?
Oh, sure, but not like reflective, like shiny plastic or glass, right? It's you can still have.
The same thing applies.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Specular.
How is it? How is it not?
Do you know what specular roughness is?
Getting into the weeds now, anyway.
It's not. It's not. It's exactly what you're talking. You're expecting to see something that nobody should expect. specular highlights have to do with the material, not with the shape.
Yeah, fair enough, guys. If you're going to bring up a point that has parsings and particulars that need to be aired out, then you reject the airing out of them dismissive as if it's into the weeds, then why would a Glober take your position seriously? They're basically just going to come off with, well, it doesn't matter what I say or what evidence I present, you're just dogmatic and religiously biased to your position, so why even have a conversation?
Okay, that's
It's very
fine.
disingenuous.
I'll concede that point on the smoothness.
Okay. What was the other one?
It either being, if it's a reflective surface, it needs to be a certain shape, and that's basically flat or concave.
I think you could get shadows like those from concave, up to a point. I mean, depending on where the light source is coming from. If it's shining over an edge, then the edge itself is going to cast a shadow. But more importantly, I don't know why we would expect, like, what would have that sort of concave shape to it?
Well,
Like,
since we don't know anything about those things up there, we wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, we know something.
Hold on, friend. We got a problem on the table which has not been recognized, is that we have an assumption going on. That assumption is that naturalistic processes are necessary to create the objects which we see in the cosmos. Now, we could defeat that simply by saying it's not necessary that they're created through naturalistic process, that they were specifically designed to be what they are. And then that assumption is defeated in totality.
That's true, but at that point, I mean, isn't that beyond science? Like,
Okay, so what? Let's say it is. Okay, fair enough. Let's say it is. So what? Okay, let me be clear to the audience. Science is not the arbiter of all truth statements, okay? It's that simple. Just because something isn't under the purview of science doesn't mean it doesn't exist, doesn't mean it's not true.
Sure. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that I could posit that would explain the things that we see. I could, like, on the spot, think of something on its face just ridiculous and demonstrably false. I don't know why I would need to take that seriously or investigate it any further, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair, but then you transversely, then that is assuming, or at least insinuating, that the claims about the moon have been scientifically validated. So, where's the scientifically validated claims about the moon?
Any in particular, or just generally?
I don't know. Why not just pick one from the millions that must exist, and then we'll go from there?
Well, I think a lot of things were validated when, we went there, but I don't think you would agree with me on that one.
Okay, what did they validate when they went there?
Among other things, I would say its distance, partly its composition, insofar as,
moon rocks, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
for example.
So its composition is petrified wood. Okay.
No. That was one example, and that was many years later when it was sold to some museum. Whoever sold it to them either lost the original or tried to con them. I don't know what, but that was like one.
Okay, fair enough.
How do I get the telemetry data?
Yeah. That's what I was about to ask, which is you have a bunch of claims that are as of yet not validated. They're then claimed to be validated by the claim of going to the place to validate them, which itself is a claim that requires validation. So where's the validation that they went to the moon?
Well, isn't that like an infinite regress, though? I mean, couldn't you just anytime?
No, it's not, dude. All that you need to do is provide the validation at any point along the track, and the infinite regress stops.
So how would that be validated? Like the moon itself is validated by them going there.
Apollo mission through the telemetry data. We had the feedback in the system given to us at every second within the entire Apollo moon mission. Every second. And it's gone.
Yep. So therefore, where's all your measurements would be in that data.
Okay, fair enough. What about the amateur radio people that tracked the mission as it was going?
Are
Like,
they
we're
So
making?
do you concede
Are
that
they
Apollo?
making
Do you concede that Apollo doesn't provide the evidence that you thought it did?
Yeah, exactly. You
Well,
conceded. So
no,
you already
I need to
conceded
I
hold you
that.
didn't
to this
concede that.
until
No,
we move on to something else. I'm
no,
not
no,
letting
no,
you go until we move on.
no. I didn't concede. I'm saying that the evidence that's
Okay, well then
sufficient
we're
for
going to
me
stay
doesn't
here
seem to be
until we
sufficient
get a
for you.
resolution on it.
Right.
No, there's no look, friends. Hold on, homie Slice. He already conceded that the data in that instance isn't available. So since that's unavailable, it's a moot point to talk about it as proving anything. Therefore, he's going to something that he alleges is available, and that is a valid segue.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay, I see.
how are ham radios making measurements then? You tell me.
So at the time, I'm kind of going by memory here. Let me see if I can find the article. At the time, people were listening with radios at home, and depending on where they were aimed, they would find or lose the signal.
Okay. So let me restate my question, if I might. Are ham radios making measurements?
No.
Yes or
This
no?
would be,
Okay.
no,
Thank
they're
you.
not.
No.
They're making, this would be an example of validating the actual trip there. So we don't have the telemetry data, but we do have other kinds of confirmation, I would say.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So let's say that if I point my thingy-madoobie in this direction, I get a higher amplitude of signal reception, right? That's the claim?
Something like, yeah, I'm looking for the thing.
Okay, so the only way to validate that you're actually pointing at the object, because so far all you've said is I'm receiving a transmission signal, the origin of that signal isn't necessarily in the direction which my device is pointing. So, in order to validate that the object in question transmitting the signal is directionally where you're pointing, is to have the data from the object itself, which we already agreed is missing.
I don't think that follows. Like, if you can track the
Oh,
thing.
no, dude, that follows 1,000%, Holmes.
Wait, so
For
you're saying
example,
Mhm.
For example, I could simply just posit the idea that the signal is being redirected by some anomaly, right? Or a repeater. And then how would you prove that it's actually not that and it actually is that you're pointing directly at it? You couldn't. You could just say, I'm assuming it's the case, but you would need that second piece of information, which we all already agreed isn't available to us.
Okay, now it is starting to sound like an infinite regress.
No, friend. It's not unreasonable, 100% unreasonable to say, okay, if a signal operates in this manner and there's nothing impeding it whatsoever, no redirection, anything of that nature, then it's a straight line to me, and I can assume, right, that if I use trigonometry, I could isolate the coordinate of that thing relative to me, right? However, those assumptions that I just laid out must also be true for your conclusion to carry, and you don't have a way to validate those assumptions because you haven't been to space, and the people who aren't giving you their side of the information. So you're still missing a piece of information to make your conclusion necessary. So you could say it's possible, but you can't say that this proves it.
Well, sure. I would go more on probability. Like, I would say it's more likely, or I suppose it would require fewer assumptions. Like, we could assume there's some sort of repeater or something, but even if that were the case, the repeater would at least be traveling the trajectory people are tracking, right? So something's going out there. Maybe it's not the people, right?
Yeah, you basically have an unfalsifiable claim on the table.
No. I'm not saying so.
Yeah, that's why.
If what we're looking for is.
That's why. Wait a minute. That's why it's becoming an infinite regress, because you have something that's completely unfalsifiable.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Okay, being unverifiable is not the same as being unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, I found the article. Put it in the side chat.
So, for example, one way to falsify that they went to the moon would be to have evidence that Homeboy Slice A, B, and C were actually sitting in a hotel room the entire time, and they weren't on a spacecraft at all. That would falsify it. So, in principle, it is falsifiable.
I'm so glad AI overlords here.
Yep, got a good point there.
He says they ate in their hotel rooms.
What about the fact that you can't have an open vacuum?
I'd like for that question to be answered, but I just want to give comment to the homeboy that was happy that I was here to just validate that his position isn't unfalsifiable, just unverifiable. Hooray!
Okay.
Unverified, but
Somebody likes Popper.
Unverifiable. So there you
No,
go.
no,
You got two sides of the same coin. You got
no, I agree that
unverifiable and unfalsifiable.
I agree that it's not yet verified, but I wouldn't say that it's unverifiable. I would ask, however, if, for example, we could, like tomorrow, jump on a rocket and go there, would that be verification of previous missions or lend credence to previous missions, or would that just be unrelated to you?
With valid proof and a way that there can be a reckoning of all the details, such as the telemetry, direct measurements of curvature of both whatever the destination and where they're taking off from Earth. They need the radius value. They need the surface drop over distance value of both of these. So they need those things.
But just for the claim of having been to the moon, like if we could go there, maybe if we could find the original landing site and see all the stuff that they left there, would that be verification enough?
How would you verify that trip?
No, I mean like you and I personally get on a rocket and go there.
That would be about the only way.
Yeah, that's right. I want to make sure that I'm in a rocket and that I wasn't drugged up and put into the basement of NASA.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I mean that's enough for me. I mean if that's the only way
I was being
really don't know
facetious.
what else
I was being facetious, Manufacto.
Okay. All right.
It would be prime evidence if I could really do this. Absolutely.
Okay. But short of that, would there be something that one could offer, do you think?
Direct measurements of Earth being.
They're desperate for a new idea they're desperate for a new narrative, apparently.
No, I just don't want to go down I just don't want to waste my time and offer something that isn't going to be accepted is all.
Is there anything that I can, anything that you can imagine that you could say to, you've been doing this for a long time.
I know.
It's like, hey guys, this is like asking the cops what they're investigating at a murder scene when you're the
It's
murderer.
not an inappropriate question to ask. What would be substantial enough for you guys? Because that's exactly who he's trying to appeal to.
Who lived in
So if he says something like,
brought you his Martian boots, and he lives in a crater on the other side, would that interest you?
well, if he says something like, okay, look, right, the next moon landing, whenever that is.
Can you guys play pretend with me? Will that work?
All right, Hostride, all right, tell down. The next moon landing, he could say, look, right, we've got very powerful telescopes and cameras these days. Let's say we all go out together. If the telescope was strong enough to pick up that kind of thing on the moon, I don't know if we're at that stage yet, but we could all go out, hold hands even. I'll hold your hand, Amish, right? And maybe Manufactotum can hold your hand, Hostride. And we'll look through a telescope that's powerful enough to see the surface of the moon and see the moon landing machine on the moon. That, I think, would be very persuasive.
Oh, yeah, that would persuade a lot of people. So what type of optic would be necessary to do such a task?
Oh, it's just an example of how you might verify. I don't know if such a thing exists.
Well, it definitely doesn't exist to present day.
Might in the future. If you all live that long enough, it might be a telescope that's strong enough.
There's no optic. There's no optic on the Earth. Yeah, there's no. There's no optic on the Earth that has a big enough aperture to resolve the things left on the moon.
Yeah, it would have to be several times bigger than the largest one currently.
Which, to be honest with you, I mean, I think 20 years, if you could all hold on, I know a lot of you are old now, but 20 years' time, 30 years' time, I reckon we could get that.
Well, hold on, friend. I just want to point out that even though we just all agreed that that's the case, that didn't stop people from joining 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and telling us that they know they landed on the moon because him and his dad used to go out in the backyard and look at the moon rover and the flag with their backyard telescope.
Yeah, we heard that.
Would you? I mean, I don't. I would love to be there that day if we had a telescope. Not even you don't have to pick up the entire thing. I mean, just enough for you to not be, for you to be kind of like, okay, that wasn't there the day before, right? Fair enough. And then look at it and go, oh, well, I mean, 20, 30 years being a flat earther comes to an end swiftly.
No, but guess what? Like everyone by then will probably know for sure that the Earth is flat and stationary. There'd be no
See, you're wrong.
Really?
It's a problem. You got a problem, dude.
Okay.
If you identify that an object is on the moon, that doesn't necessarily mean anything about the Earth.
Oh, I know that.
Well, it doesn't, but I think you know how people start off on the way to becoming a flat earther down the moon landings were fake. That's kind of like the foundational sort of starting point. Now, if the starting point was incorrect, it doesn't mean that the Earth is not flat anymore, but there's enough doubt there that can, move you away from that sort of belief, I think.
Okay, fair enough. But that's the starting point on their track of a journey of discovery, not their starting point foundationally of their reasoning. Okay, flat earthers are not flat earthers because the moon missions are fake. You ask a flat earther, oh, why are you a flat earther? Oh, because the moon mission is fake. That's not going to be their answer.
But yeah, I know that. I mean, there are some things that will all be called into question, of course. Like, well, maybe NASA were telling the truth. And then those sorts of questions can beget other questions that might cause doubt on other things that you've denied up to this point. Obviously, again, this is all like hypothetical, because, like, as Manufactotum said, no such telescope exists. But I think that is not too far away in the future.
Yeah, that's just like all the other things, right? It's always 20 years from now, you flat earthers will be sorry. 10 years from now, you flat earthers will be sorry. 32 years from now, you flat earthers will be sorry.
Yeah, well, that's effectively what I'm saying. But I think it's because to say, how do you prove the moon landing in a way that would persuade you people? I don't know if there is such a method, but I do know that there is a way to in the future perhaps look at it.
What do you mean, you people?
You things.
They need to stop providing us with crap evidence first. If they can just do that, then they would make big progress themselves.
Yeah, fair enough, but check this out, homie slices. What if the sun and the moon are above the Earth, just as they appear, and they are actually objects, just as some people postulate that they are?
Uh-huh.
And what if it actually is possible to send a vehicle, because they do exist in the same available free space that we're in, to them and land on them? Obviously, you wouldn't want to land on the sun, because that would be a bad idea. But let's say you could land on the moon. What if that's the case, that you could travel off of the surface of the Earth and arrive at a location that is called the moon and actually land a vehicle on the moon? Okay, let's say that's true, right? And then let's say that the Earth is flat. There you go, problem solved.
Yeah, because that can definitely happen over a flat Earth, and so that's the thing about guesswork and talking about the illuminaries. You're guessing. We're all guessing if we're talking about the illuminaries. That's from a supernatural source. They're not normal to us. They're paranormal.
Well, I mean, if you could go, the problem is if just anyone could go to the moon, you could see beyond the ice wall. They don't want you to find out.
The issue with talking about anything about going beyond the known realms and or the ice wall or anything like that is I've been instructed that is not possible, and so the very question is shut down at the beginning, right? So it's like,
I'm joking.
what would be the point in
fair enough, though, but this idea that just anyone can go just because it's possible in principle doesn't mean that just anyone can go. It's obviously going to cost billions upon billions of dollars, require infrastructure, require getting around government agencies, all of this stuff that just makes it unattainable to the common person. You have to be at the billionaire or above level to even consider such a thing.
The other problem with the moon landing is the fact that, the mainstream story is that they claim that astronauts went to space and then landed on the moon. But the medium of outer space being a open, let's say, low pressure area, also known as, let's just say colloquially, a vacuum, even though you guys don't believe it's a vacuum. When you have that next to the gas pressure of the atmosphere, that's physically impossible.
Is it? Or Zodiac?
Take it away, Jacob.
Yeah, take it away. Tell me. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, show me
it's
a
one of my
gradient
pie
next
tricks.
to an open vacuum without assuming outer space is real.
It's not just a gradient, though, is it, Zodiac? It's a very low pressure threshold. So we're
Can you
talking
demonstrate, Jackal, can you demonstrate an open vacuum without assuming
here on the surface of the Earth.
without assuming outer space is real? Can you demonstrate an open vacuum?
I don't need to assume outer space. I can only show you. I can just show you if you look at the side chat, the idea that our atmosphere gets to such low thresholds, you already reach what you might consider a vacuum by definition, and the atmosphere has no problem with being next to such a location without it breaking any laws of physics. Now, I'm just going to say to you that
image is a demonstration of an open vacuum.
well, I don't like. I think it's data, and data is evidence. And if you don't like evidence, then I don't know what to tell
Show me where
you.
you measured. Okay, show me how you
It's
measured.
all sourced if you look at it. Look at the weatheronline.co.uk. You've got all the definitions there as a source for that one as well. And the
And you
pressure
measured
gradient.
an
Now,
open vacuum. You measured
I
10
would
to
put it to you, Zodiac. There are two options as far as I can see. You might say
You never measured 10 to the negative 17.
I don't need to, because I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about what a vacuum is, and if you can have extremely low pressure, perhaps even, let's say, I don't know, a billionth of the pressure here on the surface of the Earth, only 65 miles up. I would say that's a very low pressure threshold, to which I would have to ask you at some point,
You've never
what
been
threshold is
65
so
miles.
low that a container must separate us from any further low pressure?
You've never been 65 miles up.
Does it matter?
You are claiming it. You
Well,
believe
it's
that
the
outer
source is
space-
there.
Listen,
for
listen.
the data.
Outer space. Hold on, stop. The vacuum of outer space is a positive claim. You understand that? You understand?
Yes,
that?
in the same way a container is a positive claim as well.
Agreed. Okay. So I have not seen a container. I've never measured a container. Have you measured
good.
outer space?
Outer space. I'm not talking about outer space. You said low pressure thresholds, right? I'm showing you a vacuum, very low pressure threshold.
Okay.
All right, hold on, friends. Hold on. Before we go
Yeah,
on, we got a problem.
I've seen a lot of vacuums. None of them look like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
great. But before we go on, the container is not the claim. The container is derivative from the claim. The claim is gas pressure requires a container contingently. Therefore, if gas pressure exists, the container is automatic, right? So the thing to fight against is not the container itself. It's the antecedent consequent relationship of gas pressure and containers in principle. So if you're not trying to defeat that, then just saying, oh, well, show me your container or the container this, the container that is highly irrelevant.
I'm going to put it to you that what you just stated is a synthetically true claim, right? So it's not just true in virtue of its meaning, but it's also in virtue of our experience of the world around us. Now, I'm also going to say that if you say on the surface of the Earth, all vacuums are contained, well, I would say you're then giving me an inductive argument or claim, right? You're saying that based on all the things we can do here on the ground, containers necessary. So what do we do? Right? Okay. I mean, let's play around with this idea. We've got not a necessary antecedent, but we've got a sufficient antecedent. Now, let's go up. Let's look up, see if anything's different up there than what's going on the ground. And lo and behold, extremely low pressure thresholds and no container to be seen.
1 second. One little caveat here. A vacuum in this reality requires a container also. Thank you.
Well, we've just gone over why it wouldn't be a necessary antecedent because it's a posteriori.
No, it is required in either case. Whatever situation you want to talk about it, outside or inside of the container, it still requires a container.
I mean, like I've already explained. I don't know, like if I should just explain it again. But Zodiac, anyway. This is why I have to ask, right? Because I'm confused. I need help. At what threshold would you say? I mean, not without even looking at the graph. Ignore the graph.
Okay.
How low does pressure need to be before? Right. Pop that container down there. Can't go any further.
Well, you need to demonstrate an open vacuum. That's the problem.
I don't know why I'd have to do that after talking about why it's not a necessary antecedent. That would be begging the question, Zodiac, wouldn't it?
No, because you believe that there is an open vacuum next to the gas pressure gradient, and I can demonstrate a gas pressure, right? I can demonstrate gas pressure in a balloon or whatever, right? I can show you that, but can you show me an open vacuum in real life?
On the ground, no, but we've already gone over that like a few moments ago. I don't know if you heard, but
it doesn't.
When I look up, maybe the data's off by a bit or whatever. But with all the evidence we have, that's the data we have so far, and we have low pressure thresholds, very low pressure, to the point where it's almost like a vacuum. In fact, it's definitionally a vacuum, right? And there's no container. Now, I would say that's a demonstration of the idea that vacuum, no container, next to higher thresholds of pressure. Okay, so maybe the container's further away. Maybe like that 100. Maybe that was it 10,000 feet.
I mean, I would argue
100,000 feet.
because
Maybe that 100,000 feet is wrong, right? Sorry, 100,000 miles. Sorry, meters. Sorry, meters. Let's double check that. Yeah, meters. Maybe that's wrong, right? Maybe it's further up, and maybe it has to be even in lower thresholds, right? Well, then just tell me what that is, and we could look there in that direction, in that location.
Is this repeatable? Because you just said it had to be 65 miles up. So have you done that, or is it repeatable? Like, can the average person? Let's say like I wanted to believe that outer space vacuum is real, right? And you're telling me I have to go 65 miles up, right? Agreed?
No, you don't have to go 60. That's like the pinnacle of where that that's
you need to measure it.
That's that medium vacuum. But I don't know how to appeal to a medium vacuum. In fact, before you get to the medium vacuum, you already have a low or rough vacuum, right? And that's a very obtainable sort of altitude. I don't know why we'd have to go all the way up to 100 kilometers, but I could show you a video of the V2 rocket in 1946 going up to 75 miles, which is above 100 kilometers.
Is it? Do you have uncut footage of the rocket going up?
From the ground up, yes.
Okay, and there's no cuts?
Well, okay. There's a cut, but not at the point of takeoff. There's like one camera that's looking at the V2 rocket, and then it cuts to the V2 rocket taking off from the ground. So technically, still a single cut all the way up.
And
I'll post it, Zodiac.
In this footage, does it show the curvature?
I'm not bothered about the curvature, Zodiac.
Okay.
I'm just talking about the going up a certain height. And yes, it does show the curvature, but that's irrelevant.
Okay, so it has a cut in it, and you're claiming that the outer space vacuum is real, and the
Hold on, suckers.
Sorry, go
Before
ahead.
we go on, you both referred to curvature as the curvature, as if it's a definitive article, as if it's an entity that requires parsing in the present term, right? So, that being said, you're already conceding a point beyond what's merited. So if you see curvature in an image that you think in your mind would otherwise not be curved, like let's say a parking lot or a skate park, and then you say to yourself, well, this skate park is curved. Well, not necessarily, because homeboy that took the video had a curved lens, right? So you can't just say, I see curvature in an image, therefore it means that the object in question is curvature, or refer to it as the curvature, as if Earth is obviously a curved object, and any curvature that's seen optically must be physical. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not bothered about proving curvature. Irrelevant. I mean, all we're talking about is whether or not it's a problem that we have very low pressure thresholds next to a very dense atmosphere. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's very evident.
I don't see it as a problem at all because gas moves freely, and the wind is basically pushing pressure around. So, of course, there are can be turbulences or a lack of air or gas, so to say, in one end. That's why we have airplanes who have disturbances when they are at specific heights, because of lower pressure or higher pressure and all the turbulences the airplane then experiences. Everyone who's flying knows this or may have experienced it more or less. So this is not a lack or evidence of a vacuum.
Okay,
It's
I'm not going
it's
to.
just the space
I'm not going to
has
beat around the bush,
not
Ripcord,
enough
but
gas.
I usually get muted when I go down this spiel. But I'm going to try and make haste with it. First and foremost, there's the data that I've presented with a medium vacuum next to the atmosphere. Well, next to quotes, so obviously a gradient, but. And so obviously I've been asking a few times, so what threshold do you require a container? How low does the pressure need to get before you need a container? Because if you move it further and further away, like let's say at the edge of the universe and have some sort of strange elastic container, you've given me space, and also, alongside that, I can facilitate the gas pressure problem. If you say it has to be so low to the point where containers become necessary and it has to be local, then all I need is for you to tell me what that would be, because as far as I can tell, with the data I've got, I've satisfied evidence of absence.
Yeah, well, this is a loop argument you are talking about. It doesn't matter the dimension or the proof you need to have. Just because we live in a big environment, we cannot make such examples. But truly, is the opposite. We can do, and it has been already done in a controlled environment. Even if you control 2 or more environments in the same space and try to do this very same experiment, it doesn't work. It always works the same, no matter what you do. Even
I'll
if you
grant you that,
simulate the
Ripcord.
lowest pressure you can do.
Yeah, I grant you, as I said earlier, that everything you're going to produce here on the Earth will not be able to be one-to-one the same as something that's going to go on up there and there in the sky. But nor do I think it has to be. I think we're approaching the fallacy of composition here, right? And I think when I say that it's not going to be a necessary antecedent, because whilst it might be true in virtue of its meaning, it's also dependent upon a synthetic truth to say, look out in the world and take from that. You're going to be generalizing. You're going to be making a general statement based on all the observations you can make here on the ground, and then you're going to try. And I don't know how you're going to do this, apply to what's going on up there. But when you go up there and you look at the data, it doesn't seem to be like anything you can reproduce here on the Earth. You can't put a medium vacuum here on the ground next to dense atmosphere and expect the dense atmosphere to just stay there. So obviously something different is going on up there. Some physics are different up there. So we can't do this whole, I can't do this here on the ground, because it's already, the data you already have shows that that's something you can't do on the ground anyway.
Well, this is why they come up with antimatter and such bullshit, to make further so-called evidences for their theories that something else is possible for this course and this course. This is the whole shebang they are doing. Even the people at NASA themselves, who are not astronauts and going through special secret environmental controlled environmental environments, those people are sitting on computers just like we do, and they cannot distinguish between reality and simulated examples anymore. That's what they all saying themselves. So, what are you saying about this then? Are
I'm
we
confused
going to
about
believe
what your
the people
response
who
was,
work
Ripcord.
very? Second.
I'm not going to lie. I think all you've just told me is that I just believe in what I've seen on my computer screen, which isn't that, it's not really adding much. Zodiac, did you have a response? Because this was originally your point.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to. Okay, so all the numbers in that graph, the first image that you sent. The only issue I have is as soon as you go down beyond, what is it, 40? So you said the medium vacuum is at 60 or no, it says 80 kilometers actually. So 80 kilometers, and then you need. So in order to verify this, you would literally have to measure the medium vacuum at 80 kilometers. But the problem is you can't. There's no way to demonstrate. There's no way to demonstrate the vacuum because basically, okay. Let me put it this way: how did you verify at 80 kilometers that this is the pressure? Like, how are you going to verify this?
I mean, based on their formula, it would explain or verify itself by the vastness that they claim the universe is, you know. Therefore, the pressure is 90.999999, whatever. This is the lowest point that could be ever measured in theory, has not been done yet. Or could
I'm
be
going
done
to give
here,
you
but-
3 options, right?
Yeah.
The first option is you can send an object up there. In fact, this is what they did with the V2 rocket. They put a bunch of scientific equipment on it, and you could measure the pressure that way. Well, weather balloon, V2 rocket, anything you want, really. Anything that can go in high altitude with a barometer and do some good readings, or some sort of a digital barometer, or whatever it may be. The next option is to just use, dabble in a bit of an induction and say, look, you know the pressure's always thinning out at a certain rate. I think it's by a third every, now this is going off the top of my mind, every 5 kilometers up. So it reduces by a third every 5 kilometers, something like that. You can follow that to its conclusion about where you should be about 100 kilometers. That's it. That's if you just don't want to go and send something up there. But the third option is to just read the sources that are in the actual graphs and see how they did it.
Okay, so have you sent an object up there?
I have not. But why would that be relevant?
Or do you know anyone who has?
Do I know them personally? No.
Or
why would that be relevant?
Have you witnessed anyone sending a barometer 60, let's say 80 kilometers up in the sky? Have you witnessed
Well,
that?
like, is it like in person? No.
Okay, do you know anyone who has witnessed someone who has sent an object 80 kilometers up in the sky?
You've already asked that question. That was your second question. I don't know, I know what you're trying to say, right? I wasn't there personally. But there are a lot of things where you and I aren't there personally, but yet we'll take it as, strong evidence. So, for instance, I've not been there personally to watch a kangaroo punch someone in the face. I've only seen videos of it from afar, right? Yet I believe that actually happened. I believe these places exist and that actually happened. I don't think I need to be there to know that. The data itself is it has a source linked to it, and I'm sure you can imagine, based on the fact that people have gone with the video I linked to you beyond that point, that it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay, so based on what you just said, there's at least currently how about this question? Is there anyone listening right now that has sent something 80 kilometers in the sky and had a barometer and physically measured the vacuum of outer space? Yes or no?
Not the vacuum of outer space. We're talking about a medium vacuum.
Well, I mean,
the kind of vacuum that you can't replicate here on the ground on Earth. You can't put a medium vacuum next to the air, lift it up and expect the air to just not go in, right? So you've already got a feature of the ground that's not going to happen up there, right?
The claim you're making is there is an open vacuum of outer space next to the gas pressure, right? So first you have to verify that an open vacuum is physically existing.
Yes, the medium vacuum. And I believe that it probably thins out further. I don't have any reason to suggest that there's some physical mechanism that will reverse that trend.
Out. Stop saying
have you
thins
witnessed
out.
it? Sorry, go ahead.
Decreases, not thins out.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's just a linguistic problem there. I mean, I think thinning out is a perfectly fine term to use.
You're inferring that there's less gas, and I'd like to point out to the room, which nobody is mentioning, that less pressure does not necessarily equate to less gas.
In this case, it does, because you are actually finding less gas per volume, per area.
Prove it.
Isn't that what you do with a barometer?
No, that's just
you're measuring pressure with a barometer.
Yes, but the idea. I mean, look, if you're just going to say it gets lower and lower temperatures, at some point you're going to get to a point where temperature's not going to be a factor anymore. In fact, that's shown in the graph as well.
The one inferring that there's less pressure because there's less gas.
Repost the gas. You see, like how it's not congruent with temperature perfectly. And that red line is temperature, and then blue line is gas pressure.
That's a problem. Temperature increases, but pressure decreases.
Yeah, but when you say temperature increases, I think they're talking about, like, the thermosphere. There's not that many gas particles, but they're quite excited.
So pressure would increase.
If you were going to have the exact same volume that had low temperature, yes, but no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about already a low volume and just a higher temperature, higher excited temperature.
Well,
either way, without getting lost in the point, Zodiac, the point is that as it stands, the data shows that you get to a medium vacuum at about, say 60 miles up, a few kilometers, 70 kilometers or so on. And if you can show that that's the case, and you can't replicate that here on Earth, because obviously you can't just open a medium vacuum and expect it to just stay like that, then the physics are already different. So I'd ask you to stop appealing to what the physics are here on the ground, because they're no longer relevant.
Well, what I'm wondering, though, is can you demonstrate gas pressure? Sorry.
If you're going to say that that to measure gas pressure you already require a container as a necessary antecedent, I've already gone over that as well and said.
I didn't say that.
Which you will say.
I was just cutting myself off because I thought the other guy was going to say something.
Can you demonstrate an internet connection?
Which you will say, but we've already gone over how it's not a necessary antecedent.
So you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Like for example, if I ask you, can you give me propane gas pressure? Like, you wouldn't just give me the propane without the tank, right? Or are you saying you would be able to do that?
I would be able to give you the propane without the tank. No, not on the ground. I'm trying to tell you not to appeal to whatever you're doing on the ground as to what's going on up there, right? On agreement? That whatever is going on the ground is not something that's going on up there, as evidenced in the graph, as a minimum.
Okay, so have you been up there?
I haven't been up there. I've been quite high up in altitude. Oh, you just asked this question, right?
Yeah. Do you know anyone who has been up there?
No, we've already answered all of these. Why are you going back down this road again? You don't have to know someone or have done it personally for it to be true.
Because the only reason I'm asking is whenever we try to demonstrate gas pressure on Earth, right? We just like a car tire, right? If I can't just put it around the rim, just like you said. So we agree that it cannot be done without a container on the Earth, right? We agree with that.
1 second. I'm going to give you an example of what kind of logic you're giving me. Right. I want to ask you, Mr. Mr. Zodiac.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it true that the distance between Sydney and Melbourne is 8 hours and 36 minutes? It's 544 miles, and then it's about an 8-hour-and-a-half drive. Is that true?
Never done it.
So you are agnostic on that?
I don't know. I've never.
You wouldn't, I don't know, just search it and then see what the data is, how they know this is the case, who might have driven down that road, how long it took for them to drive down that road. You have to actually be in the car. Is that true?
To be honest with you, I would have to, in order for me to truly know it, I would have to do it myself. Exactly.
But okay, all right. Let's lower the burden of proof a little bit. Or standard of proof, and say, your reason is beyond reasonable doubt that that's the distance, even though you haven't done it, you haven't got that 100% knowledge. But all the data and people's experiences seem to corroborate that fact. Would you agree?
You said 8 hours from
8.5 hours.
Is that by?
What the fuck is the purpose of this?
The purpose is to illustrate you don't have to actually go to the edge of the 100 kilometers up to be able to rely on some data. I know. to be honest with you, Zodiac, this is where it's going to get a bit
Nothing
sticky because
relevant.
President Orion is not cannot comprehend logic, so he's going to struggle with this in
I'm
a second.
comprehending what you're saying.
That's
it's just
a
that it's
DQ.
totally irrelevant.
Oh no, not a DQ.
No.
You stay on topic,
There's
but
actually, hold on, wait. There's actually another problem with this. So even if you did go 80 kilometers personally, not only would you have to measure that pressure, but you would also have to go even further up because remember, you're claiming the claim is also 10 to the negative 17. Have you heard of that claim? Because that's what
I've heard of that claim. Yeah.
Okay, so not only would you have to go 80 kilometers, you'd have to go even higher to prove this. So you'd have to measure 10 to the negative 17.
No.
Next,
I disagree, Zodiac. I think that
you're not claiming 10 to the negative 17. That's not what you're claiming.
no, I don't think it matters. Is what the important thing is here because we're talking about a vacuum that could be next to high pressures, right? Like a general location, right? And you would say, well, I can't put this vacuum here on Earth next to the atmosphere, so obviously it's breaking some sort of rule, and it's probably not the case for what's going on up there. Now, as soon as I've shown you a kind of vacuum that can sit next to dense atmosphere in general location, I'd need to know exactly where the pressure would be so low as to require a container so we can look at that location.
So can you show me the physical demonstration of...
And why that has to be the case, sorry. Yeah, what were you saying, Zodiac?
Okay, so in the chat, just post the physical demonstration, not just the numbers, but the actual physically measuring the pressure of the gas next to the 10 to negative 17 torr. Because that's the claim. They claim 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's what they're claiming.
Well, that has nothing to do with my argument, though, does it, Zodiac? You said at the beginning that there is no way such vacuums can exist, or low pressure vacuums can exist next to our atmosphere. And I thought, well, I'll take it upon myself to show you exactly that. You know, I'm a noble guy, I'm an honest guy, right? Most honest guy you'll ever meet.
Well, technically speaking,
but when you do Mott and Bailey and make it, you know, you have this claim that you put down, and you retreat to the easier claim to defend because now you're making it harder for me to attack it or like demonstrate it or whatever. It's no good, is it, Zodiac?
I mean,
so
technically
you never
speaking,
posted a demonstration of gas pressure next to an open vacuum. You just gave me numbers, and so just show me the measurement.
I think you've been listening to Creation Bear too much. Numbers are fine, especially when they are measurements of our reality. I'm sure when you look at when someone tells you that their phone is 8 inches, you don't really go, that's just numbers, right? Let me measure your phone, right? No. You will take those numbers and assume that they're measured correctly, given that the person's reliable and credible. It's exactly why all the graphs are sourced, so you can look at it yourself, and you can criticize the source yourself if you have any issues with it.
So when you looked up the graphs, did you witness the physical measurement of the numbers that were in that graph?
You mean, did I watch them go up in the sky?
Well, I mean, what did they show you? Because this is your claim. You're claiming
the data. They didn't have a good video attached to it saying, "All right, this is us going up."
Okay. So you never witnessed it. So So how about this? Whoever told you that those numbers were true, ask them, can you show me the physical measurement for the numbers? That's what you need.
This is sophistry.
Well,
this is Creation Bear sophistry, by the way, because I know you're getting this from Creation Bear, because his idea is you must go there personally, right? Well, you must see it personally, and that is sophistry. You wouldn't apply that to anything else.
Okay, so you take their word for it. You trust them, right? So this is.
I think their data is reliable. Yeah. Okay. I think most people think that, Zodiac, because you're not going to tell me that the top of Mount Everest isn't drastically low pressure compared to here on the surface of the Earth. You wouldn't tell me a helicopter or an airplane, the relative heights that they go to aren't drastically lower than what you get on the surface of the Earth. And so it's just the idea that you're adding a few extra, I don't know, 50 miles on top of it, and suddenly like it's now problematic. I gave you the general rule, which was something like every 5 kilometers up, air pressure reduces by a third. Right? You don't have to appeal to the data if you don't want to.
Okay, so can you show me the measurement of 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Oh, now we're doing the Mott and Bailey again, aren't we, Zodiac?
You never seen.
Remember what your original claim was, Zodiac. We're not going off that first. First, let's agree, Zodiac. You can have a medium vacuum next to the atmosphere. Do we agree on that?
Demonstration. You never showed me that.
But are we agreeing that you can have a medium vacuum next to a more dense atmosphere?
Why would I agree with that if you never showed me the demonstration?
Well, I tried. I think this is just sophistry at this point.
No, you showed me a graph.
Yes, you had the data, you had the rule, and you had the references.
Okay. In those references,
you've not opened them, have you?
Measurement. Okay. Just go to the graph. Because remember, this is you're the one defending this. Okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just asking, in the graph that you saw, how or where is the physical demonstration, right? The physical demonstration of the gas pressure next to the open vacuum 10 to the negative 17.
What would the demonstration look like to you?
Okay, so I'll give you an example, right? So, for example, like if I have you heard of a vacuum chamber like in a lab?
No. You misunderstood the question. I'm not asking you to tell me what can I do on the surface of the Earth that can replicate up there. I'm asking what can measuring up there, reveal in terms of a demonstration. What can I do to show you that actually happened? They went up there. Do you need a video? Like, what do you need?
Uncut. Honestly, if you have uncut, so the main problem with the video with going up in the rockets, so the main problem with the footage that shows rockets going into the sky is that most of the time, or at least I haven't seen any footage where there's not cuts. Do you have one that doesn't have any cuts?
You see the video I posted?
I've seen an uncut footage from SpaceX.
The video that you posted, Jekyll. Okay, let me see. Oh, it shows it on the ground. Okay. So
yeah, but then it all cuts to the camera on the actual rocket.
Okay. So 37. Okay, 1 sec.
Guys, but you got to find out that isn't a standard of evidence, though, Zodiac. That's what flat earthers have been saying for a while. The evidence is already produced by SpaceX. This is basically a non sequitur to the point. Doesn't matter about an uncut footage from rockets. What the argument here is a method by which the detailed information given to the people that think that the Earth is a globe and it radiates out to a pressure differential has to be shown as in a method form. So it doesn't matter about uncut footage. That's not going to give us the detailed information as to how they obtained the information of how the gradient air pressure actually differs from from ground level all the way up to the area where they're claiming beyond the.
Shut up, Alpha.
He posted. Jekyll gave us a graph.
Yeah, let's not say shut up, Alpha, and let's give me a retort to what I'm asking for. How about that? Pretty simple, right? So uncut footage is not going to do it for us. That's just going to show us something that they already can produce right now. That's not going to detail the information as to like from ground level all the way to the Kármán line what the gradient air pressure is in detail and shows the method by which it was done. We don't have that. We have these models, these ideas, this framework that's been constructed and given to the people so they can show other people, look, this is how we know such information exists. That's great for the information. But we want to know the method by which it was obtained and what devices they were using. So that perhaps, and I think we've had this conversation before, Jekyll, so that perhaps we can know and test and verify. Even laymen can do it. But since it's out of our reach and there seems to be a bit of complication about how to do it, then we don't know. So that becomes an issue right now in this conversation. So it's not about uncut footage. Once again, that's a non sequitur. We don't need to see that. We need to know the method by which the information that was given to us on these charts and graphs is obtained, and by which way that we can know and test and verify. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think any. I mean, I agree with you, but I mean, if he thinks that you can't go that high in altitude, then that needs to be resolved first. Because to know that we've measured the pressure that high, you need to first accept that we have gone that high. Now, that video right there, fortunately, was the exact same program where they did the earliest samples of atmospheric pressure. Very interesting, is it not? The V2 rocket tests in the late 40s were used to take samples of gas pressure.
Yes, but what is the method? Like, tell us what devices were being used to test and verify by each altitude what the levels of the different gradient pressures are, so that we can see and compare. Because now what we have is a standard. You've cemented a standard by which something was done, and now other methods can precede that. Like, okay, well, we now know that the V2 rocket used this specific device to test the gradient pressure from ground level all the way to where it reached its altitude height. And then we're going to be able to say, okay, well, now we can use a device to do the very same thing if we so choose. So the verification process becomes apparent to everybody. So we're not quibbling over these little ideas of whether or not a rocket can achieve heights. And
yes, I agree.
That's like a non sequitur to the point. We can argue about that all day long. And obviously, I've seen SpaceX produce something of uncut footage. That's been one of the things that's been detrimental to the flat Earth conversation in here, where people would say, "Well, I just need to see uncut footage. That's all." And there is that. Now what? You know what I mean? Like, if the flat earther, if that was the standard of evidence for a flat earther to become a glober, well, there's already that. So you might as well be a glober now, because they got that. But no, what we need to verify is a few key components of that. What is the altitude? How do we know that the altitude was achieved? And how do we know the gradient pressure follows from from the ground all the way to where they claim it's at? And by what device? So there's a lot of detailed information that's missing.
Yeah.
That have we had that, now it's in our hands. We can test, verify, and check all this information out if we so choose. Like that, now it's not just some obscure thing that only like these top guys can do, but it's something that a person who really is inquisitive could probably find out if they wanted to.
I'll put it to you, Zodiac, right? I'll make this deal with you. Just this occasion, I'll let you off, right? But what I want you to do for our next conversation is to read the sources on the graphs, right? And I'll, in return, get you the method for which they use the V2 rocket. And the only reason I want to do that is because I actually have a video of the V2 rocket going up, right? So I can satisfy your qualm, right? About what kind of tools they took to measure pressure. I've got sources to say they did that, but I don't have the specifics, so I can give you that at a future point. I mean, obviously they took a barometer up there, but I don't know the exact what exactly they did.
So I'm assuming on the rocket they probably have like some kind of barometer.
Different instruments, yeah. That was the point. The point of the late 40s V2 rocket tests were to put instruments on those rockets and to take samples of air pressure and temperature and so on. That was the first exploration of such things.
Both sides need to investigate this if they really want to continue this kind of like what we understand with pressure. It does require containment as a necessary antecedent, but if there is something such as something that defeats that, I would need to see the evidence of that completely detailed, and then we're gonna have a discussion about that information.
I personally think that the graph I've shown, I mean, that's sufficient for me. But I understand that, like, if people have qualms about, I don't know, like if Zodiac has a qualm about, well, I mean, I'm just trusting data at that point. How do I know these people are reliable? Well, I mean, what can I do other than just to say, I mean, it's a reputable source?
I can give you an
I
example.
think it's better to use the V2 rocket, which I'm going to pursue, because at least you can see it going up, and so you know that it happened, and you can watch it happen, right?
I
I
mean,
think that's probably more
I can give
interesting.
you an example based on the graph you have shown us, 1 to 100,000, what all the atmospheres are, based on the data, which is the gases which is in our atmosphere in general, define the very basically pillars where each and every gas resides, right? So how come that we have at 20,000 meters having then another 40,000 meter pressure difference, while we have nitrogen, which is 78%, oxygen 20%, argon 0.9%, and then carbon dioxide 0.03%, residing in the lower part of the 20,000 meters, and then the other missing are the parts where neon, helium, methane, krypton, hydrogen, nitrous oxide, etc.,
Yeah, you
etc.
know, but you know what the answer to that question is, don't you, Ripcord?
Yes, where they are describing in parts of million. From how are those gases, even combined all together, which residing, make up the rest of the height to 100,000? If even the volume of its parts
Yeah.
in million, it doesn't add up. This
Not only
should
that,
also
I think
tell you
the problem
Yeah,
with
not
that,
only
Mr.
not only
Ripcord,
that, but let me just add. Not only that, but then you got the idea that there's a static models that are being pursued, like within the demonstration of how we know things, right? These static models are not like what we have in our air outside, where there's high and low pressure always varying in differentials, because we have weather systems, right? So how do we know it gradiates out exactly statically all the way up until the point where they say it gets to 10 to the negative 6 at the right at the exosphere? Because
Yeah,
10 to the negative
if
6,
even possible,
there's
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
these pressure differentials are given to us as these models, right? Because we have like this static model that shows us like what you're talking about now, right now, Ripcord. And then you got like when we're talking about like how it gradiates up into the atmosphere, up in higher elevations, then we're gonna have to know like how did they access that, and why are these static models that were being shown kind of like a standard? How come they're not always in flux? Because when you actually think about it, nothing's static in our atmosphere. And if you say it is, I could easily disprove that. So everybody knows that our atmosphere is in flux. It's always high pressure and low pressure, always varying. So these static models aren't really helping at the moment. They're just giving us kind of like a way to think about how pressure gradiates, but it doesn't normally do it in a very static way. There's no ideal like layer cake model that you can look at and say, well, I know that the pressure from where I'm at in elevation all the way to where that is going to remain the way it shows here in this graph. That's kind of like ideal geometry or ideal situations, but we can't use that because everything that we have is always in fluctuation. So I'm just trying to throw that out for you guys because it's a bit more complicated than maybe the attempt to try to like just bring something out that's just a standard model would present, because we all know something very simple, that everything that we know of the air is always in fluctuation because of the weather patterns. We always have differential pressure, high and low systems that are always moving in and out of our area. So therefore, how can something as a model be static that way? We can get more or less in the approximation range, but there's way too much like inconsistencies with giving us a model that we're going to be depending on and verifying. And this is the only thing that I'm bringing forward to you guys. So the quest for this particular type of information is going to be a lot more difficult for you to achieve like a method by which you can know from ground level and then geographically, right? Because every place has different elevation, is going to have different ranges. As we know, like in North America, we have places that differ from like mean sea level to where you get to like Colorado at the highest levels in the air, where you're going to be having different pressure readings. So we have even that to contend with. So there's a lot of groundwork that you're going to have to produce if this information is to come forward and say that I know the layer cake of atmosphere going from my elevation all the way to where they say the Kármán line is, and then to say that 10 to the negative 6 right at the above the exosphere, and beyond that outer space where it's 10 to the negative 7. Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
The
I
Earth
don't know.
is round like a golf ball.
what I'm saying though is that the endeavor for this to happen is going to be a lot more. It's not just going to be a one done. Here's my graph. There you go. I'm out, guys. Peace. You can't do that. There's no way. There's
Yeah,
no,
I think this. By the way, Zodiac, I've just sent you a book, and I've sent you a little website about the history of rocketry, which talks about. And I'm giving you the exact. Hopefully, it opens in the exact page where they start talking about air pressure and composition, in relation to the V2 rocket, early rocketry tests. That you should definitely look at. It might answer some of your questions because now you've seen the rocket, you know that it happened. As for the data,
Is there a way to put the camera on the rocket pointing at the ground, but also have the barometer, basically like have the barometer like in the frame where you can see the pressure difference?
What they did with the rocket, I mean, I don't know if you've seen a V2 rocket before, but there are windows on, there are hatches on the V2 rocket, which we had this conversation months ago, right? But what they did was they filled the rocket with a bunch of cameras, and they prayed to God that one of them would survive when it came back down to Earth.
I wonder why
Is
this
there
is
a
that.
way? Wait. Is there a way to put the barometer in the frame of the camera? Like, just have like
Put the barometer in the frame of the camera? Why would that be necessary?
Because like when you're
live measurement. It's like
to get
live
measurement
streaming.
of the pressure, to get the pressure.
Now we're stretching beyond being reasonable at this point. You need to see the barometer. Why is everyone
does that mean it has to be like an analog barometer that's like in the frame because like digital measurements could have been like digitally altered or something like that? Like, would it be enough if like it was like overlaid from a digital barometer? Because by that logic, it wouldn't be, right? Like,
Isn't it a barometer like a physical?
Homeboy Sauce, you need a barometer that's constructed and sealed by an independent third party, which itself has independent third parties checking it. You then need a method of imprinting the data that can't be altered. For example, a physical etch or a chemical etch, right? You then need a video of the internals filming it happening, right? And then you bring it down and you have it opened by another independent party that had nothing to do with the originals, that only have the schematic and the methodology of instruction on how to perform the task of revealing it. And then it may be live streamed. Satisfy all the camps, right?
What qualifies as an independent third party? Flat earther?
No, me and only me.
actually, like, I just need to be in the V2 rocket. I need to like measure it all myself while it's going up. Okay, that's the only way I'll believe it. I do wonder how the flat Earth would like explain all these things like weather phenomena and like pressure and like all of that.
Yeah, but just real quick, I just wanted to go off of AI's point, is that this endeavor is a lot more difficult than I think a lot of people process it to be, because it's not a one and done, here's a graph and there you go. There's everything that would be to verify something that a company's doing outside of the company's, like there's no quality control. There's nobody checking any of this information outside of the company itself. So how do you know it's not biased? There's a lot of things introduced to like how people verify things and how we can know empirically that this is the case. So just think about it, because AI just brought up a good point, which is kind of like what I'm saying.
But the problem
I think it was
is,
sarcastic, but
flat earthers don't have to explain this. This is the globe to explain. How are you taking all your pressure gradients off sea level and not from the core of the Earth? Why is sea level your zero and not your actual zero, which would be the start, the core, the pole? If
It's the same thing when a liar says to you, "Hey, prove me wrong. Show me that I prove you that I told a lie to you," because you can't. This is impossible. This is a loop argument. It's the same for us.
It's kind of like linguistically and logically how you claim your claim. So, for example, the globe claim is that there's a density gradient because of the mass of the Earth, right? Not because of altitude necessarily. That's ancillary to the point. The original point is the mass of the Earth and the distance from the mass is what causes the differentiation in forces, right? So they would be more appropriately measuring it from the core of the center of mass than from sea level.
But they don't.
No way.
That's the problem. You guys have to explain why Mount Chimborazo, even though 4 miles further away from the core than the top of Mount Everest, doesn't need gas-assisted climate. That's something you guys have to work out. You guys show the math for that. Why is this one spot unique?
Yep. And I
However,
guess this
before
has
we
to
go
do,
on,
and this has to do probably with the pressure and the winds, you know? That one
correct.
side
So
is
before we
different
go
than the
on,
other.
yeah, we agree. We agree on that point. Before we go on, somebody posited a question that needs to be answered, which is, how does pressure and weather work if the Earth is flat? So here's how it works, friend. The air, right, is a dynamic environment, and therefore you have weather. And the higher you are off the surface of the Earth, there's a marked pressure differential. Now, the cause of that may be in question in one person's view, but that's a fact. So you can have all kinds of things occur above a flat surface. You can have all kinds of things occur above a curved surface. It's highly irrelevant. There's no like unique claim in the globe model that says weather and air pressure can only exist if the Earth's a globe. That's just silly.
Well, weather as observed can only exist if the Earth is a globe, you know. But like, it's interesting
Well,
how like we were being
dude,
so
no,
super specific.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Oh.
Parse out what you mean by as observed.
So, like, I'm not just saying that there's some wind moving around on like some surface or whatever, right? Like, there's specific measurements that people take at specific times. There's models of like how weather works on a spinning globe. You know, like, I like you might not believe it's real, but you've seen pictures of like Jupiter, for example, with like massive weather systems. You know, so clearly, like the size of the I don't know if you believe that's real or not, but like I would say the size of the planetary body and its composition matters greatly, right? So it's just not that there's a little bit of wind. It's like the way the wind is working exactly seems to be very heavily correlated with the rotation and the mass of the objects the gases are located, I guess, on, you could say.
Bro Holmes, I don't know. There's a claim on the table that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, and that's why we don't experience Coriolis effect of helicopters hovering and arriving in different states. So you got a mismatch there. You have the Earth's rotation is causing the weather, and then you have, on the other hand, the helicopter lands back where it started because the weather, quote unquote, the atmosphere in which it occurs, is moving with the Earth. So which one are you going to choose?
Do you think it's binary? Do you think I have said that?
Well,
do you think anyone says that as a scientist?
Dude, okay then. Let's say nobody says that, which they do, by the way, and they argue it in this room and in our main server. Listen, dude, I've been involved in this argument for almost a decade now. Okay, and I have heard people say this ad infinitum. Okay, on the weekly, on the monthly, and in the early days on the daily. So yes, they do say that. Now, transversely, if you're saying nobody really does say that, then it's behooved upon you to explain how the Earth rotating causes the weather. Go ahead.
Well, like, what do you think I have said so far?
Dude, hold on, friend. Hold on. What you've said so far is irrelevant because you have a question that it's an open-ended question for you to present your quick case. So,
no, it is
your
relevant.
case... No, it's not. Your case is, from best I can gather, that the Earth's rotation and size causes the weather. So I'm simply asking you to explain how that's the case. Now it's an open floor for you to pick up that task. So the most appropriate thing for you is just to explain to me simply how the weather is contingent upon the Earth's rotation and size. Go ahead.
So this came from me asking you a question, right? But sure, I'll explain a little bit too. So like, what I'm just trying to make clear or like underline here is that the weather is influenced by the gravitational body it's on. I'm not making the claim, right? That the weather is only influenced by that, which just seems to be how it was being represented. Okay, but
Oh, no, not even close. Not even close, friend. Not even close.
well, if it's not even close, then great, then we can move on. Okay, so
No, we can't move on because your original foray is how would quote unquote weather and that type of stuff work
on the flat
if the Earth was flat. And I told you you just have a dynamic system above a flat surface. And then you replied,
which is really vague
no.
as well.
Okay, so was your claim, dude. You claimed
Well, I haven't made a
vaguely
claim
that the
yet, really.
size. Yes, you did. You said the size of the body and the rotation of the body affects the weather in a particular way. And that particular way in which it affects the weather results in the weather in which we have, and therefore it's not necessary, right, or to conclude that the Earth is flat, but rather to conclude that the Earth is a giant spinning ball.
Well, I didn't
Okay,
really
that was the
say that, but
implication.
it's fair to say that was implied,
I know you didn't. Look, yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. You implied that, and then I asked you, in accordance with what you said, if it's the case that you need a giant spinning ball to get the weather that we have, that the giant spinning ball is what results in the weather that we have, then tell me how that occurs. How does that cause the weather that we have? Go ahead.
Do you agree that so far we have given equal justification? You said it's a dynamic system, therefore, and I have said, well, it's a spinning ball, therefore, right? About equal, right?
Oh, because I offered that the system itself is irrespective of the shape of the Earth. You offered that it is contingent upon the shape of the Earth.
Also just a claim. Yeah, we're just making contradictory claims, but you haven't provided any evidence. But now you ask me for evidence when my question came first. I mean, I'm willing to go into it, but I'm just like making that clear.
Oh, no, dude. You gave a general question. I gave a general answer. You then specified as a rebuttal that specifically the weather we have is caused by, in some form, the Earth being a giant spinning ball. Okay, that then bounced the paddle back to you with the positive claim. I then asked you
You made the Coriolis reference there somehow, but
what, dude? The ball is now in your court to the ball is now in your court to give the answer. Now, you can either give the answer or you can yield to Elijah to say what he wants to say. Go ahead.
So yeah, so like you just want some general like indication for why that's the case. Like I can like, so the problem is like you making a very vague question, and I'm gonna have to answer in parts.
Wrong.
I'm
Wrong,
priming
sir.
you.
Wrong. You're
Holy
wrong.
shit!
No, you're
I'm
not
priming
priming
you
me.
for the way
Okay,
I'm gonna
I'm
have to
asking you
respond
to.
to you. Can I like actually respond, because like I have to?
Okay, so I'm going to make this clear, dude, so you understand the premise here. You put on the table that the weather is specifically linked to the Earth being a ball, and that the weather we have is necessarily predicated in the first instance that the Earth's a ball. I bounced it to you to tell me how. So what you need to do is tell me how the weather that we have is a direct result and can only be a direct result of living on a ball. Okay, that's the task. Right? I don't need a primer. I just need you to get to the meat and potatoes. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So the fact that we have gravity means that the atoms made out like making up the air are causing to have friction with the environment they are situated in, right? Which is like, so you have the Earth, right, and you have the gases on top of it, right? They form a cohesive whole that are like through the force of friction are into like friction, which is referring gravity, really. Does that make sense?
Which direction is this friction, bro?
What do you mean direction? Like,
well, in order to have friction,
how?
Hold on, friend. In order to have friction, you must have. In order to have friction, you must have motion. Correct?
Sure.
In order to have motion, you must have a vector. Correct?
Sure.
Okay, so I asked you, which direction is the vector of the motion causing the friction? Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's like you're asking me a question for an entire system. I cannot give you the answer for an entire system. Like that would be like examining a specific. Hold on, let me answer. That would be examining a specific spot, and there you could be like, well, that's the vector these atoms are moving into, or that's the vector this set of atoms is moving into. Like to say that for the entire planet is a little bit like
Well, dude,
nonsensical. The question
yes,
doesn't make sense.
fair, but the nonsense is from your side, not mine, because you put gravity. Yes, you said gravity ergo friction. Okay, that's what you did.
No, that's not
You
what I
didn't.
did.
You
I didn't
want
say
to bet?
gravity ergo friction. Like you're
You want to bet
simplifying
me?
everything
Hey,
I'm saying
yo,
every
bro,
time you repeat what I'm saying.
bro, stop talking for a second. I'm asking you, do you want to bet? A gentleman's bet, no real stakes. Listen to me, friend. A
What are we
gentleman's
betting?
bet, no real stakes. That before I responded to you, you implied gravity was causing the friction. Yes or no?
Sure, but like the problem is you simplify my answer. I'm not saying you're wrong in representing my answer, just a simplification.
No, I
just don't
didn't,
want you
dude.
to
I didn't
later
do that.
just use the
I didn't
simplification.
do that. I asked you, friend. You see the difference? I asked you. I asked you what direction is the friction. Now you could have replied
Now
a
you're switching
multitude of
topics.
directions. No, I'm just
No,
accurately
first you were
representing the
talking
history of
about
what
friction
occurred.
being related to gravity, and now you're talking about the vectors.
No,
I said
friend,
these are two
stop
different
talking.
concrete statements.
Oh my god, dude. You said the implication of gravity and friction. I then asked
Yeah,
you
I
when you
said
were
both
done
things.
saying that, I said, what direction is the friction? So that
And then I
question's still on the
said,
table.
and what did I say? I answered that.
Yeah,
Do you
you said
remember?
it's dynamic, right? Generally, it's dynamic in a
No.
multitude of directions.
I said it's nonsensical to ask that of like the planet as a whole. And you said that's fair. And here we are, just repeating what I said before.
Oh my goodness, dude. Okay,
I mean, you
if
can
it's
say, "Oh my goodness," but that's
nonsensical,
literally what
just
I
think
said.
about it. If it's nonsensical to ask what direction the friction is in, then
Holistically
how is
for
it
the entire
relevant?
planet. Yes.
Okay, so it's a myriad of directions at any given time, right?
At any given space, correct.
Okay, so we have on the table gravity and we have on the table friction in a myriad of directions. Okay, now explain the next step of how those two things, which result in the weather in which we have, require the Earth to be a spinning ball. Go ahead.
How do I explain this best? So that's
Your mic cut out. Are you there?
no, I'm thinking.
He's trying to see how he's going to explain the thing that he just made up on the spot.
Do you
It's going
think
to be
I made
hard.
it up on the spot? Like, do you want me to
Oh, yeah.
address that claim, or do you
Oh,
want me
friend,
to
go
address the original claim?
go ahead and think, dude, instead of respond. You don't need to respond to him. You could just think while he says what he says, as you can resist the urge.
Yeah, resist, because we all know that you just made it up. But yeah.
Well, let's do a little history lesson for everyone. So there is these claims that come along all the time that this and this can only happen necessarily because the Earth is a globe in the first instance. If the Earth wasn't a globe, this and this wouldn't happen.
Okay, hold on. Hello, my headset also cut out. So, like, I would just say that the fact that there is you're inputting energy into the system is the core fact. Really, is that because of like your gases having a looser connection to your center of gravity, your gases move, but they don't. There's a force of friction that the rest of your matter doesn't experience, but because it's more tightly connected. So because of that, you're inputting energy into your gaseous system, right? Which causes turbulence, I suppose. I think that's an easy concept to put to you guys. Turbulence. I think
Yeah,
we
citation, please. Let's see where you got that information from. Cite
Yeah,
it, please.
absolutely, dude.
Okay,
'Cause I've
now you guys need a
I've
citation.
never seen. Just hold on, friend. The reason why is because
Can you
we've
guys
been
give me a
presented with
citation?
a citation for what, dude?
For the fact that a dynamic system, therefore weather. That's what you guys said. There's a dynamic system
Yeah,
going on,
that's why I was gonna.
and therefore there's weather. Can I have a citation for
Yep,
that
all
too?
right,
Then?
hold on, friend. Let Elijah go.
So I was going to interrupt at that point. Yes, the Earth's climate and weather are dynamic systems. The climate is a complex system with 5 interacting components: the atmosphere, hydrosphere, cryonosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere. The climate has changed in the past, currently changing, and expected to change in the future. Changes occur on different scales that vary in both magnitude and direction. The climate's behavior is irregular, making it hard to anticipate the full severity of anthropogenic effects on climate.
Bro's just reading a script.
But wait. Like, do you think I would disagree with anything of that? That's just like global talk, really.
No, none of that has anything to do with a globe, though. Like that's the connection we're waiting for you to make. Because you said, can you prove that it's a dynamic system? Well, everybody already knows it's a dynamic system.
No,
Exactly.
I
So
didn't
what
say
we're
can you
left
prove
at?
it's a dynamic system. I'm
Oh my goodness, dude.
I'm verbatim back quoting the explanation I was given for the flat Earth. So what
Yes,
I want is
you.
a citation why that's necessary true
Okay,
for the
fair.
flat Earth. Like, do I have to
No,
spell
no, no,
everything
no,
out?
friend. Just stop talking for a second, for goodness sakes. All right,
Okay,
check this out,
friends.
friend.
Sure, friends.
Weather as a dynamic system, okay, is a self-contained tautological explanation of the phenomenon. Weather, by definition, is dynamic, or it wouldn't be weather. So to say that weather is caused by a dynamic system is the definition of a thing itself. What we're talking about is the cause. Say you have a claim to the cause, you see. And so far on the table, what you've given as a causal claim is friction. You said, correct me if I'm wrong when I'm finished, that the Earth is rotating and therefore imparting a frictional force upon the gases. Okay? That is what you were asked for a citation for. And that is a fair ask from Mr. Alpha. So it's behooving on you to prevent a citation for your claim unless you yield that it's your claim personally and you have no citation.
I do yield. This is my claim personally, as I did just make it personally. I don't think
Thank
there's
you.
anything wrong with that. But at the same time, the problem I have is like you guys have not given me any evidence either that weather is indeed a self-contained dynamic system that somehow fits inside of your idea of the flat Earth. You know, that like even if you say it's like self-contained and say that was even like you could even point it out somehow, which I don't think you could, but you could even point it out somehow. You still have to show
Dude.
me how your flat Earth model
check
would
it out.
still not
Yeah,
like
very simple.
influence that
Very
and would
simple, dude.
actually make it be
Very
able to be a
simple.
self-contained system.
Very simple. It's very simple, dude. In order to have a dynamic system, you could have pressure differentials, you could have motion differentials, you could have temperature differentials, correct?
Yeah, you could have like gravity differentials. There could be other things.
Okay, but those
What you're
three
saying are
things, look,
differentials.
the gravity, listen, friend, let's be clear.
Sure, friend.
The gravity is simply another form of motion differential, correct? It falls under that
No.
category, correct?
Wrong.
How could that be? How could that
Wow.
be wrong when?
Because
how could
like
that be
if
wrong
really
when weather
because
systems? Listen, weather systems like from hot to cold, thus causing like tornadoes and hurricanes. That moves laterally, brother. Not towards
no, that doesn't move perfectly
not
laterally. That
towards
moves
the
up and down a
center.
little bit too. Because we all know when
Oh my
when
god.
a hurricane or a weather front is trying to form, you have the hot air moving upwards and the cold air moving like downwards.
Yeah.
That's like that's
What's
crucial to
hotter?
how hurricanes
What's
and all
hot?
of that
What's
come
hotter?
about.
What's hotter?
What is what?
What's
What is
hotter?
hotter?
Hot air.
What is hot air? Air that is hotter than its surroundings? Or, like,
Okay,
do you
so
need me
it's
to
still
explain? Like, it has more energy? What do you want as an explanation?
Okay, so the point is obviously you have things that are moving in all directions because that's gas. But when it comes to a storm system, it moves across the face of the earth laterally.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Did I say laterally at any point in time?
Well, I am.
Who cares?
Yeah, I know
I don't
you
care whether
are
you said it.
because you're
Listen,
trying to
fair enough.
oversimplify it.
Listen. Hey, homeboy slice. Listen. I don't care whether you said it. That is what occurs. Okay, you can look at a radar of a storm front, and you'll see that it's moving across the surface.
No, like that's a well, you're not wrong in that it does move. Hold on, let me disagree with you in full. Holy fuck.
No,
Okay,
I'm
so-
not going to let you disagree. There is no such thing as disagreeing with the fact that you can be in Kentucky and a storm be present over Kentucky, And then you can
You're
literally track it moving. I'm oversimplifying the fact that a storm is over Kentucky and that it moves eastward to the eastern seaboard. Are you stupid?
Correct.
Yeah, you're an idiot, dude.
Well, you don't think there's movement in a storm front up or down? You don't think
Dude,
that?
nobody said exclusively laterally, dude. Are you slow in the head,
Thus,
bro?
it's a simplification, correct?
Oh my god, bro.
You are stupid in the head. That's okay.
Hold on. You didn't understand dynamic systems. So can I ask you a question? Dokabai.
Me? Well, like, why are we switching to a different topic here?
No,
Like,
it's the
there's
same
a
No one's
disagreement
switching.
here,
No
and
one's
now we're
switching
like,
topics.
now
No
someone
one's
needs some
switching
help,
topics,
you know,
dude.
so we're getting the other guy
Listen,
in to ask a question.
everybody knows.
topic.
No. Stop, Sonny. Stop. He's not joining because somebody else is coming in to rescue the conversation. He probably has something he's curious about that he'd like to know. So, could you be gracious enough to grant him that instead of assuming ill intent?
Sure, if you've been assuming, like, misunderstanding and ill intent on my point all the time, asking if I'm stupid or dumb. So, I mean, like, I can extend that to him as long as you can see that what I was saying was right, is that it's just not laterally, and that is a simplification. Can you
No,
concede that?
dude, nobody ever said. See, the problem is, friend, that nobody ever said it was just laterally.
Yeah,
Nobody
you
ever
did
said
actually
that.
say that, because I said it's a simplification. You said, no, I'm stupid.
Oh,
So,
my
yeah,
good dude.
that's the implication there. Or
Okay,
you can say,
you're now claiming that I claimed it only moves laterally. Is that what
no,
you're
that
gonna
was
have
not a
your stakes on?
simplification. That it was not a valid not a valid objection for me to say that it was a simplification. That's what I'm claiming.
Goodness. No, dude, it's not about whether it's a simplification or not. It's about whether it occurs or not, which it does.
But not only, correct?
Who cares, dude?
Correct. Well,
that's like saying
clearly you don't
oranges.
care
That's like
anymore what the
saying.
facts are,
Listen,
because like now that
that's
you've
like
proven
saying.
wrong, you don't care anymore.
No,
which is kind of
that's
funny.
like saying oranges. That's like saying oranges are fruit. Oh, but grapefruits are fruit too.
No, because that's a very important way in how like these storm fronts propagate themselves. Like I understand why you would think things are simple like this if you're like oversimplifying everything all the time.
Listen, we're gonna settle this right here, and you either agree or don't agree. Storms move in all directions. There you go. Now, Sonny wants to ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Sonny.
Just real quick. So you agree that clouds move, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's a simple way of saying it. Like I agree that air moves like in very specific ways, correct?
Okay. So you agree that clouds move. So what is the cause? I know we went through this, but what is the cause of them moving?
Well, there's not just one cause. There's like a lot of different factors. It will always come down to some like temperature difference that like feeds into a weather system. So like or like the wetness, you know,
pressure and density differentials. Yeah, I gotcha. Humidity differentials, right? Temperature fluctuations. Sure. This is happening dynamically, especially at the surface, where it's rapid motions of gases are escaping from the surface area, from the water, from the greenery, from us.
I don't know if I would say escaping, but sure, they are moving. Yes,
no, it's
more
going
actively at lower levels.
They're going outwardly, omnidirectionally. So, what causes these pressure storms? Are basically just pressure differentials.
Pressure fronts, sure.
They're pressure differentials. So, going from high to low pressure and hot to cold, and vice versa, and I just wanted to make that statement, basically.
Okay, well.
So you don't have a static system. You don't. Basically, I'll wrap it up. So you don't have a static system for your globe Earth because basically you have to have it static. And that's it.
Correct.
Well,
so
why?
fair enough. No, hold on.
I don't even know what you mean with static system.
Okay, what he's saying is the weather system is a dynamic system, in no matter how you slice and dice it. That's just what it is, right? So
can you tell me what the distinction is between static and dynamic in this context?
Dude, it doesn't matter, dude.
It does, because that's like crucial to the point here, because you guys are drawing this distinction. I don't even know what you mean by it.
It doesn't, because there's a question already on the table, okay? And he just asked it again, which is just the same question that was previously asked. You made the claim about rotation of the body of the Earth.
Well, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say.
Rotation of the body of the Earth imparts a frictional force on the atmosphere, which results in the weather in which we have in some way, or influences the weather we have in some way. You were asked for a citation that that's true. You said it was your personal claim. So now that we know it's your personal claim, where's the validation that this is the case? Go ahead, provide it.
Well, we understand. Well, I love how you're like just moving on, but sure, I'll let you do this. So
nobody's moving on,
so,
dude. This has been
yes,
the point for
because
the past 10 minutes.
I asked you to explain what your meaningful distinction was between static and dynamic, because it seemed to be a thing going on between you guys, and I don't know what the fuck you mean by it. And you thought it was important enough that was valid that he made that point as just a point without even like asking me a question. So that makes me very curious as to what you mean by that. That you don't want to expand on what you mean by that. So of course I'm going to be kind of like, what the fuck are you guys doing? But at the same time, I'm willing to answer the question. Okay, the fact is that because you friction, right? Friction is a force. What does every interaction with a force in physics do? It imparts heat necessarily, because there's always a waste product, right? Imparting heat into your like air system, like we all agreed, the hot rises, cold falls, blah blah blah, right? Means that your weather system is impacted by that frictional force, like necessarily. Like you kind of agree with this already, because like I mean you can object, but I don't see how you would.
The heat comes from the sun. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
So you don't think that when there's like a physical force being exerted, there's always a waste product called heat? Like
That's
the laws of thermodynamics.
That's a non sequitur to what I just
That
said.
that is not a non sequitur, because we're talking about a force that I allege exists, aka friction, right? So if that's
but
being interacted
we're
upon,
talking about the dynamic system.
yeah, well,
that
I
is
still
our
don't know what that
weather,
means.
and
You still don't want to
primarily.
explain to me what a dynamic system is.
So you don't know what a dynamic system is.
I don't know the distinction you mean between static and dynamic system.
One is changing, the other is not changing.
Wait, and I hope no one here would say that the weather does not change.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Well, that's the point.
Right.
you know.
That's dynamic. Right, exactly.
Okay, friend. Now that we've all agreed that the weather is constantly changing, and you have fielded a causal explanation, right? We're waiting for you to validate your causal explanation.
I know what you mean by
imparted
causal
friction by a
explanation.
rotational. You know what I mean, or you don't know?
I do not know what you mean. I don't see how that's like a causal explanation more than any explanation would be a causal explanation. I don't know why you put the word there.
Holy crap, dude! Here, let me try this for you and see if you can follow along.
I love how every time I say something, you always have to preempt
my
with
God.
holy crap.
Dude, because I'm impressed with your idiocy, all right? Okay, friend. You previously said that what causes the weather is that fact that the Earth is a giant spinning ball. We then parsed it down to get into the particulars of what about it is causing the weather. You said the rotation of the body is imparting friction upon the atmosphere. You were asked for a citation. You didn't offer one. You then said this was your personal claim. Clearly, this is a claim about the causal mechanism, at least in part, that's influencing the weather. At this stage, if you don't understand what we mean by cause or causal, then what's the point of talking to you any further? So I would hope, for the love of God and all that is holy, that you now understand what we mean by causal. Your claim is that the Earth's rotation is causing a frictional force that's imparted upon the atmosphere that results in weather, at least in part. We're asking you to validate that. Now, option one is you validate that. Option two is I berate you. All right? Go ahead. I'm going to unmute your mic, and let's see how you decide to act.
Next time
Go
you
ahead,
meet me,
friend.
I will just deafen. Okay, so
All right, go ahead. Goodbye. See ya.
All right. Any other Globers anyone have questions before we continue down this topic?
Yeah, fair enough. But before we go on, the point of contention is that he is not validating his causal claim. He's just claiming it and then claiming it again as the backup of his claim. Where's the validation? Nowhere. He didn't even attempt to explain it. He just claimed it. Right? So when he's ready to offer us the validation, then he's fair to talk. But if he's not going to talk about the validation, then he's just spinning his hamster wheels and wasting everybody's time. Okay, I don't want to sit here for 2 hours with the same retard who doesn't understand that he's making a cause claim after he said the spinning of the Earth is what causes the weather. And good grief.
Good grief, indeed. Indeed.
All right. If any, are there any other Globers? Let me see.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to search for the meaning of the term dynamic system, and I'm afraid I'm seeing nothing. So, if there's some smart and knowledgeable about physics person here that could explain it to me, like if I was 6.
Does the weather change?
What's up?
Yes, it does.
I could answer it. It depends on the
That's
context.
dynamic. That's it.
So, a dynamic system is something that changes, but in what way? What exact variable is changing? Because there are multiple.
Cold to hot, windy, not windy, foggy, not foggy.
Yeah, there's just a lot of different contexts for it. So you can't just say dynamic or static without explaining what's being static, not changing, and what's being dynamic. So, for example, a structure that doesn't move, that's supposed to be a building, is a static equilibrium, and then you could have a dynamic where the force summation of the force is not zero. So 0 for force would be
There's no example you can give to describe the weather is static. So I mean, can we stop? The other guy said that it's not a dynamic system. We would have to prove that it is, and we just said, well, it's evident in its own self.
No, I think what he was trying to say is to ask what the dynamic system means in the first place, because this term is something that is used only in this community, and I've never heard
No,
something
that's
specifically
dumb. No, it's not.
in physics.
What, dude?
No.
Yeah, bro. You do know that people can put 2 words together that have meanings that together now have a correlated meaning, that if you understand the word severally, you can understand the meaning together. You didn't understand that that's how language works? Holy crap, dude. Would you drop out of grammar school?
Second of all, instead of trying to explain dynamic systems and static systems and whatnot, about buildings and all that, can you just, since he's the person who initially said weather is caused by the spin of the earth, and whatever, why can't you scrutinize that? All we're asking for is why he's saying that. He said, okay, that's the case. That's what you're saying. Present your case. That's all we asked.
And I think he tried to, but maybe it wasn't correct. But even though it's not correct, he still tried to.
When did he try?
No, he didn't. He didn't try to, dude. Every time he took a diversion.
His claim is that the rotation is causing a friction, which I appreciate his attempt to think and figure it out, but that's not correct according to mainstream, what we know from the model. But in any case, I mean, he tried to, at least. And he did claim it was his own personal theory, not something that he cited.
Right, but keep in mind,
not something that
fair
he has
enough.
citation for.
Yes, you're correct, but fair enough. Remember, earlier he told me that if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't have the weather we have. That the weather we have is a resultant of the Earth being a giant spinning ball. And then when pressed about how this claim is true, his point of evidence was point of claim was that the Earth is spinning and therefore imparting friction upon the atmosphere. He was then asked for a citation that that's the case. He didn't provide one. He then said it's his own personal claim. He was then asked for validation of that claim. And he immediately decided not to answer that question at all. I then pressed him no less than 3 times to answer that question. Rather than answer it, he pouted, "If you mute me, I'm going to deafen." Okay, I clearly mute him, explain what I expect, and then unmute him to yield the floor to him. Rather than using that opportunity of time to give his answer, he wants to complain or pedify or pout. Okay? That's what's been going on here. We got a stupid, ignorant Glober who has no idea about the validation of his own claims, that when he's pressed into a corner, can't present the validation, but would rather pout and make insinuations about the nature of what's going on in this room. Okay? Ad infinitum, that's what occurs here, as just did. Now, Homeboy's free to speak and provide, right? But he's not going to give an ultimatum that if you mute me, I'll deafen, because then he can't hear instruction or he can't hear moderation, and he's just being a wrench in the works for no reason. Like, if he can't handle being muted for 20 to 30 seconds while we parse out what we're actually expecting him to answer, and then we yield the floor back to him, then he doesn't deserve the right to speak here.
I think you were just scared of him.
What? I was scared at him or scared of him? Or I did scare him. Which one? I can't. That was hard to understand. I'm sorry. Yeah, I clearly was scared, dude.
Well, technically, he can't be scared because he's not muted now. But I think he's deafened himself, right?
The problem is, see, that he didn't see how the conversation advanced because he was on deafen. So he's not willing to put in the work of actually having the arduous back and forth.
Okay, never mind.
Right? So why all of us who are still talking and listening, we're up to speed on everything. He's not. So he's going to come in here and be 2 steps behind. And then we're going to have to listen to his hemming and hawing all over again. So this is the way it's going to be for this sucker. I'm going to offer him a chance to validate his claim. He's, 1, going to validate it, or 2, he's never going to be in this room again. Those are his options. I'm not putting up with this kind of shit behavior anymore. Okay, when you come into a room and someone's moderating the room and they're muting people so that they can say the expectations for what's going to happen, you just say, I'm going to deafen, then you can just fuck right off right now. All right, let's unmute this kid. Let's see if he'll respond. All right, Dokabai, because you're on deafen, you don't know what's transpired since you were on deafen, unless you were listening to the stream. So here's the deal. Yep, so here's the deal, friend. We've evolved to this point. The point is this. You are going to present the validation for your claim of the friction caused by the rotation of the Earth imparting on the weather system, or you're going to be banned from this room indefinitely. So, option A, give us the answer. Option B, goodbye. What's your
Are you
choice?
guys really that scared?
I asked you
try and talk about it. We can try and talk about it more, but
I asked you what your choice was, dude. What's your choice?
We left off somewhere that wasn't this, and I wanted to discontinue that conversation. It's funny how you have to mold it into your
validation
script.
for your claim. Okay, so I guess you've made your choice. Goodbye. Yeah, see how easy that was? Gonski.
Give him a chance.
Not going to hem and haw all day for somebody who frickin' made a claim that doesn't want to back it and then wants to go on deafen so he can't hear the floor being yielded for him to validate his claims. Frickin' nonsense.
He was
Now,
in here
I will give him another chance. Listen, I will give him another chance if anybody's willing to vie for him that he will actually make an attempt to validate his claim on the contingency that you will share his fate. So if anybody's willing to be so bold, go ahead.
Sure, I will go for it.
Are you sure? Because if I ban him, then I ban you as well. You sure you want to risk that?
That's okay. I don't mind.
Oh my god, you brave soul.
All right, let's go.
Luckily, I didn't catch your name, so it's going to be a lot harder to ban you as well. But I appreciate the sentiment, and on the sentiment alone, we'll unmute him to see if he will actually try to validate his claim.
Can you clarify the situation for him if he unmutes?
Oh, it's your job to do it.
Maybe
Your fate's yielded to his. Why wouldn't you want to? Why don't you try to be a neutral ombudsman, right? Especially if you've been listening, because I don't think he's validated his claim, and I don't think you heard him validate his claim. Maybe you're interested in his claim. I don't know.
Yes.
All right, cool. So we'll unmute him. Hopefully this will be more productive than, are you scared of me? Alright.
Well,
Hey,
we can
Dr.
try
Bai,
again, I
I
guess.
just got you unmuted on my vouch. So if you get muted,
Damn.
I get banned and muted too.
No pressure, no pressure.
Those are dangerous
So
initiatives you're making there.
yeah.
I mean,
Stranger
I
th-
think I'm being an honest interlocutor. Like, every time I get unmuted or like I'm able to talk, everything is written into a script where that's not at all addressing what I'm saying. I could use the word
That's
non
ad hominem.
sequitur, you know? I'm more than
That's an
happy
ad
to
hominem.
continue a conversation, but if you misquote me, I will correct.
let's
That was
let's
an
Okay.
ad hominem.
you guys can start over and then we'll see how it goes.
Alright, let's start over. It's a question. Simply a question that wants an answer. Where's the validation that the rotation of the Earth, according to you, is imparting a frictional force on the atmosphere which results in weather? Go ahead, let us know.
So, if what you want are scientific papers, I will have to go away and Google, okay? But I think I could also use a proof of logical conclusions that you either disagree with and then we can debate about it, or that you agree with, right? And then maybe we can arrive there too. So, am I okay to attempt that? Or do you just want me to go Google?
But listen, I'm not going to answer any questions. It's your chance to present your
Oh my
case. So you
god.
present, just listen, you present the premises. So, for example, if A, then B, therefore C, and then you parse out the particulars A, B, and C, right, and provide the validation for each one, and then you say, therefore, thus. You don't
Okay,
need to
so we
ask me any
can go
questions in
by
that
logical
process.
conclusions. Well,
Yeah, as
I'm
long as you
asking you
present one, go
questions
ahead.
to know what your standard of evidence is, so I know what I need to provide. Yeah, of course. I think that's just honest, like, conversation. But sure, if you don't want that, I will just speak, I guess, and then at some point you'll strawman me. But you know, we'll get
He
there when we
just
get there.
he
So
just told you,
sure.
but he just
So
he just
okay,
told you.
force. Do we agree that every time there's an exchange of energy or mass to energy, that well, this is a premise, okay? So I'm saying you can disagree. If you don't say anything, I'm going to take that as agreeing, okay? So do we agree that every time there's an exchange of energy or exchange of mass to energy or vice versa, that some amount of that is lost into heat energy, so into temperature? So I'm taking that as an agreement, okay? Moving on.
No,
So,
that's not the game, son. How this game
okay.
works is you present your case in the
That is my
positive.
case right now.
Okay, so don't say, do we agree that thus? Just say, this is the case.
Well,
For example, let me show you how it's done. Okay?
well,
Any
you can have
resultant
your style
motion,
of talking.
hold on. Any resultant motion that imparts a force on another motion results in loss of energy and that's transferred to heat. Therefore, thus and so. See how that goes?
I mean, I see how you want to talk, but I'm going to keep talking how I want to talk. So,
Okay, listen,
I mean, we can
you're
say
fair to do that. You're fair to do that, but
sure.
you're not fair to assume that just because nobody responds that they agree with you. Do you understand?
Well, yeah, but like if I say something and no one says anything, not even like I need to think about it for a second, which would be fair, which I have done too, you know, like then I kind of have to assume there's some disagreement, you know, or like we're gonna have to do this, and then like to
Do you not know how to make a positive case? Do you not know how to make a positive case for claim, dude?
well, I do. I don't know if you guys do, but I think this
Well,
is
then why,
more
if
than a
you
fair
do,
way of
hold on,
talking.
friend. If you do know what you just claimed you do, why don't you just present us one? How about that?
Sure. So I will just continue doing what I was doing then. So we know that there's an energy loss with a mass energy exchange or an energy exchange. So when so we can reward that as when there's work done. Every time you do that, there's some loss of energy into waste heat. Okay, that waste heat, when there is like a gas having friction with either another gas or the earth. As in, like when I say the earth, I just mean like sand, water, all of that, right? Through the rotation of the earth imparted on it, then there's energy dumped into that system. Okay, that energy dumped is dumped into the system, and that system is what we call weather, and it's just really like all the gas that's like on our planet, I guess. I think you can say that. So that's necessary. Well, this necessarily concludes you that the spinning round Earth imparts some energy into the weather system. Okay, the some energy means that your system of weather does not, or like climate or whatever you want to call, like the movement of the gases are necessarily to some degree linked to what your planet does. That is like, that's the entire system minus the gas. Then I can tack on that even more, that I think this is like kind of obvious, but like we have like weather storms, we have water, like water evaporates. So well, I said weather storms, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but water evaporates into your system. Okay, that water is there on a planet that's rotating, also impacted by tides. This is all going to be varied based on like how the celestial bodies interact, based on how the Earth itself spins, based on the distance to the sun. Now, these are all like additional things, but I mean, it's just stacking on. Like, do you want me to say more? Can we agree here that there's some like interaction? Where are we at?
Okay, that was his response. Okay, AI, are you there? You heard
Busy.
him?
I'll
No, I
just
was
write
busy.
everything down and then wait.
You're busy?
Yeah, I was too busy to bother listening.
Repeat it one more time, Doug Dave. Repeat it one more time.
Repeat all of that one more time? Okay, well then I
Oh
will
yeah,
just do one premise.
Fair enough, dude. Because I just want to point out that the Globers do this all the time, where we bother talking, and they're like, "Ah, I was too busy."
Well, I don't do that. Like, I don't know why you're
No,
like.
but I legitimately actually was busy because somebody who I'm doing work for contacted me, and I had to tell them about some trims. So
Sure, I mean, but then I will just go premise by premise. Okay, so premise one, there is, well, I think we established this, but I'll go over it again, I guess. So because of the friction, you're imparting some heat energy that's lost through the frictional force, which is called waste energy. We all know this, hopefully, as like high school like physics. You're imparting that into your weather system. Okay, so like necessarily there's an interaction there already.
Of what? Of the gases in the air or of the atmosphere?
well, hold on.
You're
You might not.
imparting
Hold
heat
on.
energy
Are you done?
into
Hold
the
on,
gas.
friend. Hold on. Are you done? Are you done with your logic stream?
Not with the
Or was
stream,
there
but
more?
with the first premise, correct.
Okay, let him go through all his premises to a conclusion. So at the end, he says, "Therefore, thus, and so." All right. So he can do it quickly and succinctly. All right, go ahead, friend.
Well, no, therefore doesn't. So, like, therefore, there is an impartment of energy into the weather system. I don't really have to make any more claims.
Okay, perfect. All right. So okay, cool. So let's put this in a logic form very simply. Okay. If the Earth was spinning, imparting a frictional force into the atmosphere, it would result in a heat gain. There is a heat gain, therefore the Earth is spinning. Does that sum it up?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, well then why don't you try putting it in a form of logic so we could critique it?
Can you really not engage with what I said? So, like, the Earth, right, is a ball. I guess I'm porting forward that model, right? Ball spinning, gas on that ball spinning less fast, right? Because there is it's not as conjoined with the rest of the Earth, right? Because it's not solid matter. It's a gaseous, like it's a gas basically, right? Or a gaseous liquid sometimes. So
Sure.
like there is frictional energy there, especially not only, but I'm focusing on this between the boundary of the gas and the liquid or the solid. Okay, so like the gas, so the air with the ground or the water, right? So there's friction there. That friction imparts energy into the system, right? Like because the friction is not perfect translating energy.
Yeah, fair. In the form of heat, you'd say?
Of the form of heat, yes. Which Now
Okay,
we
perfect.
arrived at the conclusion that there is some like effects. Yes.
There is some effect. Okay, so let's go.
Do you need me to say what the effect is?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, the effect is that you heat up locally, at least, the gas that exists there when there is this friction, based on how much friction there is,
Okay.
of course.
Fair enough. All right. So have you measured that increase in heat?
I have not personally measured this. No.
Okay,
You
so
know, I
fair
have
enough. So that premise isn't fully validated, but let's still put it in a logic string. So if the Earth was a spinning ball, it would impart frictional forces upon the gaseous atmosphere, resulting in a net heat gain, resulting in weather. We have weather, therefore the Earth is a spinning ball. Does that sum it up?
Well, yeah, but you're taking some shortcuts there. Like when you say a net gain, like I'm not saying that like that perpetually becomes net gain. You know, there's losses which I'm not
Okay,
talking
so
about.
not a net gain. Let's say not a net gain. What if we change that to?
That's why I said local.
a
Like
vi- what if
locally
we?
in
Yeah,
time and
fair.
space, there's a net
But
gain.
let's be more fair enough. But let's be more liberal. And let's just say a fluctuation. How about that?
Sure. That's
Sometimes it's a little more. Sometimes it's a little less. All right. So let's rephrase. So we got if the Earth was a spinning ball, it would impart frictional forces on the gaseous atmosphere, resulting in a heat fluctuation, resulting in weather. Correct?
Sure.
Or hold on. Let's back it up and be more liberal. Resulting in effects on weather.
Okay.
Because it wouldn't cause weather 100% in itself, right? It would be
Oh yeah,
part
no,
of
I'm
the
not
system.
saying causes the weather. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so so we have if the Earth was a ball, a spinning ball, it would impart frictional forces upon the gaseous atmosphere, resulting in a temperature variance that causes effects on the weather.
Sure.
So now we have to say, are we going to validate those causes and measure them, or are we just going to conclude that there is weather, therefore the Earth is a giant spinning ball? Which one? We got to take one of those options, I think.
I mean, you could put forward like I guess I have a very different tier of knowledge than you guys, I think, but like you could put forward a better explanation, which is why I originally asked,
Oh,
like,
fair
hey, does
enough.
the flat Earth have an explanation? You know?
Yeah, fair enough. But so far, friend, what we actually have on the table in the form of logic is known as an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Okay, so we don't have any. Well, look. An affirming the consequent fallacy can be removed from being an affirming the consequent fallacy by offering it as a possibility rather than a necessary conclusion. So right now we have a possibility that what you said is true. However, we need validation by proving this link, not just saying that this link would exist in principle, but actually proving that it does.
I mean, I guess that can be fair. Like I want to then I guess like at least like draw the distinction or the parallel with like the evidence that's been proposed from your side to me, which is much weaker than what I have done so far. But still, like I don't think this is very like you can't really like have a debate on Discord and then go out and like somehow like actually do like test the hypothesis. You know, I'm putting forward a hypothesis that to me is very likely, and then like we can talk about it, and then if there's no like disagreements, then we kind of have to walk away from it and be like, okay, yeah, that sounds fair. Like,
well, you see, that's fine and dandy, but see, in this arena, people come in here and say the Earth has to be a globe to have thus and so, which we do have. The weather, in the manner in which we have it, is specifically influenced by the Earth being a globe. And then when it comes time to the brass tacks to validate that claim to a not only an efficacious cause, but a necessary cause, the evidence seems to be lacking. So in other words, you have a theory of possibility that could possibly be true in principle, but it yet, as of yet, doesn't have validation that it is the case.
okay, that's why earlier I asked, what's your standard for evidence? Like, what would convince you?
Okay, so a explanation and a hypothetical isn't evidence at all in any category. So why don't you
That's
start with
not
some
true.
evidence at all? No, that is true. Hypothetical explanations are not evidence, friend.
Well, you can draw a conclusion out of this in philosophy, you know, like because you're not measuring anything, so you can never provide evidence. But outside of that, sure, we're doing science.
The conclusions, fair enough, but the conclusions in philosophy and in logic strings only follow if the premises are true.
Yeah, that's true. Do you think any of my premises are false?
Whether they're false or not doesn't matter. You have to validate them
No,
to be
they
true
do.
in order for your conclusion to carry necessarily.
Well, the problem is that I have seen them validated, so for me, they hold as valid, right? I understand
Whoa,
that's not true.
whoa, Holmes, hold on. You said a big error there, which I hope you didn't mean.
No, I didn't mean what I said.
Okay, so earlier, hold on. Earlier, you told Alpha Veritas that you didn't have a citation, right? And which I think we all assumed also meant you didn't have any way of validating that the Earth's rotation is imparting a frictional force. Now it seems you're indicating, correct me if I'm wrong, that you do have seen somewhere in the past somebody putting forth with some type of validation that the Earth is imparting a frictional force on the atmosphere as it rotates.
there you
So,
go.
which is it?
Correct.
Which is it?
Yes, at some
Okay.
point I have seen that. Yes, but like when you ask me to provide a citation, or like when I asked should I start googling, is that what you want or not? Then that's because I don't have every source for everything I hold as knowledge on hand at every moment in time. Yes.
Okay, fair. So so when you were asked, is it your assertion alone? You should have said, well, yes, but not only mine alone, because I have seen somebody do this before. I just can't bring it to mind right now.
Okay. Well, there we go. That's been clarified.
Okay, perfect. So now the next question would obviously be from the panel, where's that secret sauce of those guys that validated this? Because
Yeah,
that's what we want to see. Since you haven't done it, we want someone else who has done it to give us the goods.
I mean, I don't know how it goes in the US, but I'm European. Like this is part of high school education in Europe, so that's where I know this from, you know. So like that's why I also cannot
Why
give
don't you
you sources.
explain it? Why don't you explain what happened?
What my school day was like?
Yeah, like for example, I went to school, and then science class rolled up, and homeboy saw his teacher bro had a sphere, and he put it inside a chamber, and he put it on a little dolly that spun the sphere, and then he introduced a vaporous gas which was bright colored with a dye, so we could clearly see the vapor cloud moving, and he showed that as the thing spinned, it started to affect the vapor cloud, and then he said, this is the way in which the Earth works. And then I was like, I see, that could be true. Something like that, you know?
No, I probably just read this in a textbook.
Oh, okay, so now we just have a claim backed by another claim?
Well, yeah, this is how people share knowledge, of course. Like I
bro,
have not seen everything a whole through. Bro.
Dude.
I have not like. I mean, you guys have a crazy
Words are
idea of
not
knowledge.
Words are not
Dude, claims are not knowledge in themselves. I mean,
that's
claims are not knowledge.
Yeah, I never said that.
Right, so when you read it in a book, did the book say the Earth imparts a frictional force against the atmosphere, or did the book say not Einstein, let's go, Garrison and Yves in 1972 conducted an experiment that demonstrated that the Earth imparts a frictional force on the atmosphere? So which was it? Was it a claim, or was it an example of a methodology that validated it? Which one?
Well, really, like, to give you a holistic explanation, and I guess, well, really, like, we learned about all kinds of forces first in physics, right? And then we went to, I guess, the geology class, right? Like, I somewhat remember this, but, like, you know, like, it's been, like, a fair amount of time. So, like, we learned that about those things first in physics, and then at some point went into geology classes, and then we learned about weather systems and like how complicated they are and how they all like work, and then we learned about how like these forces interact with these weather systems. And at that point they talked about this, like and they like gave this bit of knowledge I'm trying to give to you, that this is like they didn't specifically say, well, the earth rotates, so blah blah blah, or like they did kind of say that, but they didn't say the earth is round, so blah 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 blah, because like they're not thinking, they're talking to flat earthers. They just said, well, because of the spin of the earth is like this, right? And they gave exact numbers, which I don't remember. Is like this. That means that on these like locations on this weather system, on average, so much heat is dumped into the atmosphere, and that influences the temperature so much, and temperature gradients influence the weather system in this way, and that's like my extent of me remembering that.
Now, interestingly enough, while you were in your deafened protest, the other Globers in the room basically in concert said the mainstream model doesn't claim frictional force impartation by the rotation of the Earth.
That's
cool. No, I don't want to get into it, but okay. Well, I'll say this. Okay, you did a good job explaining your own hypothesis, and it shows that you have thinking in the line of Newtonian classical physics. So.
Well, I don't to be honest, I don't need to be part of a group. I'm perfectly capable of making my own arguments. Sure, I hold to a globe model, that's true, so that makes us all Globers probably. But that doesn't mean I have to be part of a fan club, So if you tell me someone disagrees, that's very cool.
You gotta answer his question. His question is: there's a frictional force on the air from the surface of the Earth. Is that correct? Or correct me if I'm wrong.
There wasn't a question.
That's what Doka is hypothesizing. That's what causes the weather dynamics of the weather due to this temperature differential, due to a frictional force caused by the rotation of the Earth. That is actually so. I want to preface this. Just because someone's wrong, even if they're 99% wrong or 1% wrong, as long as they show thinking, I think that's a lot more credit. I give that a lot more credit than regurgitating something. So I agree.
No, I give if I'm wrong, I give that less credit. Okay, what happens?
Yeah.
To correct that model, though, he did say there was a temperature gradient. There's more of a pressure gradient. How wind works: high pressure going to low pressure. Right?
Yeah. There's pressure gradients. There's movement gradients. There's all these different things that are changing in the system, and so it's actually not, so I understand why people think of friction. Many Globers and flat earthers that I've heard, they think the same thing, but the thing about that is that everything on the Earth and the globe models is already at the same inertia. There's an inertia which causes things to continue to move in at the speed that it's moving. So the Earth, when the Earth first began,
but what would be
needed to cause the atmosphere to speed up.
What would be the flat Earth equivalent of that? Because we know that phenomenon happens with the Coriolis effect.
Yeah. So
with the inertia moving at a certain angle.
Yeah, right. But anyways, just good job, Doki.
Well, no, if you think I'm wrong, then don't say good job. Then that's bad job. I might be misremembering. It's possible, but I just wanna say this here, okay? So you said you value people thinking on their own, more than being correct. I don't, okay? I do think personally that flat earthers, even if I made a mistake here, flat earthers are the prime example of that. I do think they're very independent thinkers, but I think they're very wrong, okay? Maybe because they want to be independent thinkers, okay? To me, it's important that what you believe or that the things you hold as knowledge contour with reality, not that you clap.
Okay, got it. Okay, so based on my knowledge, and I'm not saying I'm superior to you, but I would say then that you're wrong. In my opinion, I have that opinion about holding people you think being wrong is worse than not thinking critically. That's okay. We can have a difference there, but it's not friction. And a lot of people think it's friction.
If you word like that, both are important.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Fine. Okay. So where that explanation is wrong is that it's not friction. that might be the case at a beginning of a planet when it's forming, but the Earth has been around for a long enough time that everything on the atmosphere in the solid is all moving together. So it's not a frictional force. That would actually violate some work energy theorem, because that's somehow adding. That means that the rotation of the Earth, if there's friction, there's an equal opposite reaction that has to cause the Earth's rotation to slow down, right? So if you're thinking there's a frictional force being imparted to the atmosphere, that frictional force is working against the direction that the Earth is rotating. That would cause the Earth to slow down spinning. So it's not slowing Earth down. Everything on Earth is spinning together because of the conservation of angular momentum. So it's not the friction. There's no friction that the Earth is imparting to the atmosphere. They're all spinning together. What's causing the weather?
No. But there is friction though. That's what creates the wind patterns and the different cells at the different latitudes. Like the Hadley cell.
That's a Coriolis
solar
effect,
cell.
but that's not. No. That's a wrong conception. So it's not because the Earth surface is moving relative to the atmosphere and there's a friction between that. It's a Coriolis effect, which is an inertial effect because there's at different latitudes. You have a different radius to the axis of rotation.
But how does it affect? How does the
Coriolis effect for real, you guys? For real.
Let me explain this to you.
The fake not effect. Not effect.
I do agree with Felix, but like I'm trying to avoid all the trigger words for the flat earthers. So like I do think so. Like in a sense,
There's no trigger. There's no.
Yeah, there are
trigger
definitely
words.
trigger words. I have tried before. Okay.
Excuse
No,
me.
so like I'm trying to. I am trying
There's
to.
no trigger words here.
Okay.
He
Okay. Sure. There's no
basically just
trigger words.
He
Sure.
invalidated what you said, bro.
Right.
You're
Okay.
not about
Great.
to jump on
I mean,
his bandwagon.
Catch me. Go ahead.
That's just
Catch me was in the middle.
Yeah. So if you look at wind circulation patterns, we have the trade winds, which are at like the zero latitude. It's the intercontinental trade wind zone, and there's doldrums there. If you go up in latitude for the north and the south on the globe, you see the westerlies. You see the westerly. That's like from west going to east. That's westerly, right?
Yes.
So, and then there's that. And then when you go even higher, there's the polar cells. These are all different in terms of pressure as well. If you get to like the mid latitude, that's high pressure. If you're at the tropical sphere or the tropical zone, the equator, that's low pressure. So that's why you see more storms. Low pressure creates stormier places.
Okay.
So you see these patterns, and you see how wind also deflects when, depending on like the topography of the Earth, that also affects weather as well. Like say like the Swiss Alps, there's wind from the Mediterranean Sea moving up north.
Catch me. You don't have to give us examples. Just get to the point. What's the contention with what was said earlier?
Therefore, because topography affects wind direction, we can say that there's friction there. So, and also that if you pull out to a larger scale, we can see these predictable wind patterns due to friction, because that's how storms are made. Like anti-cyclones and cyclones, these huge high pressure and steep low pressure zones create storms. And those are created by friction of
Hold on. Yes, let the other homeboy speak. But before we continue, I just want to put it out there that this is a denominational fight between Globers. Let it play out.
Yes. So Catherine, I'm not saying that there is no friction involved with relative differentials in wind movement. What Doke was saying, and what many, I think, people that in the globe model, what they misunderstand is that the Earth itself, the solid part of Earth, it's not moving at a different. It's not moving different. It's not in a different like frame of reference. Independently from the air.
That's
but there
not what I'm
is,
trying
but
to
there
say.
is friction. There is friction because of things like the Coriolis effect, where you have different inertial. You have different tangential velocities at every different latitude, from the equator to the poles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So there is a friction there between the different air.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the friction.
Well, that is the argument I'm trying to make, though.
No. But it's not okay. Maybe I misheard you then, Noka, because A lot
Well,
of
what
people
do you
think
think
that.
I specifically said that was
Well,
wrong or
I think that you were
contradictory?
saying, and I heard other
If you
people
look
say
at listen, bro, if you look at every single storm that forms all over the entire world, it usually forms on the east coast, on the eastern coast of most places, like Japan, like in Florida. And not only that, it travels northerly. If it's in the northern hemisphere, it travels northwest, and then it curves up
that.
north, and it tries to go to northeast. Right, so it kind of
So
curves
for
like
Okay, so Doke,
that from
yeah,
like the
yeah,
lower latitudes
let me go
up.
back to
Felix.
And
Doke.
same thing with the south.
You don't need to keep giving examples about this.
And that's
It's because of
because
the
of the
Coriolis.
Coriolis effect.
It's the Coriolis effect. Yes, it's the Coriolis effect because the bottom on the northern hemisphere is moving faster than the north, and so you'll get a counterclockwise motion in the northern hemisphere, right? And then the opposite clockwise for the southern. Okay, but okay. So what I thought that you were saying, and I apologize if I misheard, but it
Yeah,
sounds
and
like
it works
you,
that way too. If you look
dude,
at
I'm
these
responding to
systems,
Doke, please.
these
Just
pressure
stop. You don't need
systems.
to give more examples when we already understand
Oh yeah,
the
go ahead.
principle.
May I
You.
say something, Felix,
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
preempt? Or so like I'm trying to be intentionally ambiguous, okay? And to like affirm your understanding and that I kind of agree as well.
Yeah.
Like I understand when a star forms, right? There is star formation, and but your star formation you have matter that falls to the star that what is that centrifugal for? I don't know the correct name for it necessarily, but like so matter starts to fall to the star, but because the matter falls and there's a rotation imparted on the star when it's created, I don't know how that exactly happens, but the matter starts forming a disk that's falling into the star. Okay, then these disks start clumping together because of gravity, right?
Yeah.
Which forms a planet, right? Now these disks have spin, right? Because they're spinning around the star, and that's what generally impacts rotation onto like planets, right? So I understand that all this matter is rotating around its own axis more or less at the same time. Okay, I
My
do
goodness.
agree
All
that.
right, hold on, friends, hold on. Okay, we're not going to listen to your guys' religious creation story. Okay, so if you guys want to talk about what's going on in the present day, sure, but we're not interested in your religious creation mythos. Okay.
I mean,
But
I
you
don't
could
think
jump to
it's a
the
mythos,
conclusion.
but
Okay, yeah,
do
I
you
think I know
disagree
where
with
you're
anything
going.
I
Oh,
said,
hold
Felix?
on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. If it's not a mythos, then why don't you show me some of that sweetness, Holmes?
What's your standard of evidence?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Oh, you do. That's like you can say that, but that's a very open and honest question without me assuming and then having a debate over the evidence or whatever. Like, oh no, that's not enough. I need more. I need more. I need more.
How about not something that's a speculation about what occurred in the past? How about that?
So it cannot have happened in the past. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my goodness, dude. I mean, unless you've been there to verify it happening in the past, maybe.
So like you're denying history to be real?
Holy crap, dude.
I mean, you can
Okay,
keep saying holy crap, but that is what you're doing.
Listen. Julius Caesar is a big difference than gravitational accretion disks.
I mean,
UFOs.
cool story, bro. Like why is that so meaningfully different? Like, there's only like
You don't know why. You don't know why. Like something that actually has like historical documented evidence and changes and dates and maps and all kinds of things. You don't know how that's different than claiming that sometime in the far past there was gravitational accretion disk. You don't know the difference between those two things.
Well, like it is like we can observe this like to like a lesser accurate degree, I guess, like in far away like star systems. But like, yeah, I would say the evidence for like the formation of a planet, I think that's a little bit more solid, really. Like not specifically like how specifically Earth was formed, but like the general formations of stars and like bodies around stars. It's much more like accurately understood than like anything about Caesar or like most historical figures, because like that's like thinks about Caesar is literally comparing 3 writers with each other and being like, yeah, like I think this guy was like a little bit more accurate than the other guy. Whereas like star formation is something we see happening everywhere. We can like test over time also, but also like make
Oh, really?
predictions and then see them come
So yeah,
true.
yeah, so that's cool. So why don't you just post a star that formed in the little text here, and then we'll check it out.
Like, what do you mean? Like,
Wait, can I?
do you mean like a
Can I?
gas cloud into a star? Like the full thing?
Yes.
Like
Listen,
that's crazy talk
wait,
because that happens over millions of years.
But this is a major.
Not our problem.
This is a
Well,
major.
yes, it is kind of your problem.
Hold on, let Elijah go.
This is something that's
This is a-
beyond the
Yo,
physical
bro.
realm that's on
Hey,
Earth.
yo,
right?
let it.
For
All right,
anyone to believe,
you're done, sir. Thanks. Bye. Okay, when I said let Elijah go, since you aren't Elijah, that didn't mean you open your mouth. All right, Elijah, go ahead.
BBC Science Focus. How does the atmosphere rotate with the Earth?
Your mic
Yes,
is a
the
little bit
Earth's
low.
atmosphere. Okay. I mean, let me fix it. Give me 1
The
second.
microphone sounds fine to me.
I turned you up, whatever.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So, yes, the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth at about 10 milliseconds, which is known as superrotation. This is because gravity binds the atmosphere to the Earth, and friction with the ground and the viscosity of the air above it cause most of the atmosphere to spin along with it.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what you agree with, right? That's a quick
Yeah.
summation of
Yeah. That's correct.
Me too.
Yeah.
you all you guys. You love it.
Oh yeah, I jack
Okay.
off to it every
I
night.
mean, I understand that you don't agree with the basis of it, right? But that would
No, I'm
be
not. There's nothing to disagree with. This is what AI is asking for validation for. Okay, there's the claim. How's it validated?
I mean, I guess you have to. Were you here earlier, Elijah? Like, so it
No,
wasn't.
he needs to answer the question because I've been here since earlier and he's never
Okay.
answered it.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's.
I mean, you
for-
like an answer to this. The problem would be like this touches upon physics, non-biology maybe, but like necessarily physics,
Oh my
chemistry,
God!
like
Why are you making it more
geology.
complex?
Oh my!
I took
I'm not
all
making more
I
complex.
took
I'm
these
explaining the
hours of
complexity to
conversation
you.
to
Well, the
listen.
problem is people
Listen,
fucking
bro.
get
First of all,
PhDs to like explain this in detail. The detail you guys are asking for. So I'd have to like sit. Okay, first of all, go.
this is the summation of the claim you believe in.
No, the claim I have knowledge of.
What
I
you
don't just believe
guys?
it.
Okay, you have knowledge. Okay, where's the knowledge other than reading what I just said from a textbook and hearing it from the mouth of a teacher? Where's the validation for it?
How can that not be validation of some kinds?
What?
Like,
Just saying so?
No, it's not just saying something. It's
Well,
it is
this is
teaching
just
someone. Hold
saying
on,
it.
I'll
This is
explain to you.
Oh,
I'll explain to
no,
you.
time out.
It's
Time out.
I mean, you can say
No,
timeouts, but
time out. Yes, the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth at about 10 milliseconds, which is known as superrotation. This is because gravity binds the atmosphere to the Earth, and friction with the ground and the viscosity of the air above it cause most of the atmosphere to spin along with
you're
it.
just repeating
So,
this.
yeah, exactly. So, all of those things being relevant information are already known. Alls we want to know is how are these claims of knowledge validated?
So I'm trying to explain to you that it is not just one claim that's made. Okay, when you go to school, generally you're given multiple models to like examine reality by. Okay, if someone told me that there was no gravity, right, and that people just free float on the earth, and I was in school and then I went outside or even in the classroom and I saw I wasn't free floating, like I would understand that the model doesn't comport to reality. The problem is that generally everything you learn in the school, at least the school I went to, all these models kind of comport with reality. Okay, at the end of the day, we are beings that don't really actually use deductive logic. Like our reality doesn't afford us that. We don't know things for sure. We only know things inductively to degrees of certainty, right? So like
Yeah,
when I have all these models that have a lot of explanatory power, and all these models actually work together really well, right? Then I get a holistic understanding of everything around me that seems to make a lot of sense. Okay, these models have a lot of predictive power. Like, it's how your computer works, by the way. Ultimately, these work all together. So now the problem is, if you want to poke holes in one of these, you need to start somewhere by probably poking holes in something that influences a
Fred.
lot of these
Hold
different
on.
models, where now your entire
Hold
thing
on.
falls apart and you don't have a cohesive world anymore. Then you need an alternative
Fair
that
enough.
doesn't exist.
Fair enough. But I hope
Yeah.
you weren't insinuating that globe models is how computers work. I hope you weren't insinuating that.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what I said?
Well, you didn't really make a good sentence in that when you
Okay,
said that.
so I thought what I said was that there are models that instruct us how the globe works, and some of these models, I'm not saying that there are models that make the globe how we think it works, right? And that's all these models do, or there are not more models that pertain to the globe. Okay, I'm just saying there's a collection, like a box of, like, let's say, to keep it simple, 100
So how
models.
long are we
Okay,
going to let him continue filibustering and not giving verification for the premise?
oh my, I'm trying to fucking explain to you. Okay, two of these models, I'm directly answering the question.
You're not getting anywhere close to the verification of the premise.
Two of these models, okay, apply to the to how the earth works. Maybe something about how temperature works. Okay, like how temperature, like, or how, like, substances heat up is really important when you, like, make a computer, because, like, I have a cooler in my computer, so our understanding that things heat up when
Moderator,
there's,
he's
like,
still not getting
electrical
anywhere close to the
resistance
verification of the
is,
premise in
well,
question.
you're the one filibustering because I'm explaining something to you that you don't want to hear. Okay, so this model of bad temperature explains how temperature works. This applies both to my computer
So I
and
guess
to,
we're just
like,
gonna let him
flat
filibuster.
or
Okay.
globe Earth. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
so
Just real
there are
quick.
some
things in this world that are Yeah, just real undeniable, quick. and one of those things is that the Earth is flat. What is you done? Okay. What is reification in simple terms? The act of treating something abstract, such as an idea, relation, system, quality, etc., as if it were a concrete object. So, or concretely real. I just put that into that wasn't in the citation, by the way. But the bottom line is, you keep saying we have all of these models that that
Explain the world.
explain our reality.
Yeah, have predictive power. Yes.
I mean, but it doesn't validate the premise in the first place. You can't treat the model as if that is the proof. That's just a.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I was answering a question. I
You
said,
know
like,
what I mean
this
by
is,
that?
well,
So
not really, like, using
you
vague
don't know what I mean
language.
by that?
No, but, like, I'm saying this because I was answering a direct question related to, like, how we learn things in school
You
and how it
already
makes sense
spoke
that
for
something
3
we.
or 4 minutes and you explained it all. Please
Okay, then
do it
I
again.
don't know why you're, like, engaging me in this way then, because, like, it betrays a misunderstanding of what
Well,
I'm saying.
because you're committing a reification fallacy. That's why.
I'm treating something as a thing. I'm objectifying something. But that's what reification means.
Well, you're saying these models inform us of our reality. It has explanatory
I'm
power.
I'm not saying they come to
For
me,
example,
right?
look at this.
It's just a figment of language.
Here's an example right here that they give.
This is a syntactical argument.
Reifications can be useful or harmful based on how they're being used. For example, maps are useful, but some people have died by trusting their navigators more than their own eyes and actual surrounding. So you say that the Earth is a sphere that's spinning and it causes friction due to the spin. We just want to understand
Well, maybe not due
what
to
the
the spin, but
justification for that knowledge claim is. That's all.
like we went down this whole line of reasoning, and now you're just coming back around, like going like 2
You
or
never
3 or
gave
4
you never
arguments in the
gave a
back.
justification other than
Like,
my
all you guys
summary
can do
that
is
I
fucking
already.
dialogue tree.
You never did anything other than give the summary that I just gave. Yes, the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth at about 10 milliseconds,
No,
which is
I did
known
not
as
say
super
that.
rotation. This is
Okay, sure.
because gravity
Yeah,
binds
you
the
can quote it
atmosphere to the
again.
Earth, and friction with the ground and viscosity of the air above it cause most of the atmosphere to spin along with it. And then everybody was like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, all right, cool. I agree with that. Didn't everybody hear everybody
Can
say
you
that?
engage with my
I heard
argument
that.
for it? Can you engage with the argument though? The argument is
No,
that
there
it's
is no
part.
argument.
The
It's just,
argument is
it's
part of.
just.
Can I
Well, yeah,
finish?
you
Can I
got, yeah.
explain to you again? Because you seem to
Why is
not
it
understand
like
the
it? I
argument.
don't know. I don't know,
Because
bro.
you're always going to the beginning. You're not actually engaging with what people are saying.
But
Okay.
he's
So
actually just bringing the conversation around by saying that what I read actually is the proof. Basically,
no, it's a model. It's an explanation. Okay, and the proof is in the fact that when you
this
add
is
all these
already
models
an
together, can I
explanation,
actually talk?
dude. This is
It
already
when
an explanation.
the proof that this model contorts with reality is when you go outside and you see that this actually contorts with reality. Like the holistic understanding that we get through science, not alternative science, but through science, does actually explain the world. And why do I quote to you that I have a computer? Well, because you can say, well, the one thing you learned in school might be wrong or whatever, but undeniably, if you're honest with yourself, a computer is something we humans produced through our scientific understanding. Okay,
No, it was
when
produced through
whatever you wanna
engineering.
like,
Well, okay,
whatever
whatever.
word you wanna attach to that, right? This is something we got through understanding our natural world, making predictive models out of it, and using those models to make something, as in like predict how something will work and then use that to our advantage, right? That's where we got there, right? So
So I guess for letting you filibuster.
Yeah, that's what he's
that's what
doing. This has nothing
science
to
gets
do.
you.
None of this has anything to do, actually, with giving justification for the summary that I just read. Now we're talking about.
It does.
I mean,
Can I explain
we
again?
well, last time we
You seem to
digressed,
not
we were in
understand.
space talking about disk stars.
Yeah, well, because you guys seem to not understand how like this works, so we have to
seem to
like
not know
try
how to
our hands
concentrate
and
your
feet.
replies to the subject in question. That's what you don't seem
Can
to
you,
do.
instead of re-quoting everything, can you like find like a fallacious reasoning that I use or something that's wrong with my
You didn't
argument?
present
You
an
have the fallacy of
argument.
irrelevance.
You just read. You, you just have
I didn't
a
read anything.
just so. All you have is a claim. You haven't produced anything other than a claim.
Yeah, is there something wrong with the claim, or can you at
You
least
have the
admit that the
fallacy of
claim
irrelevance.
works?
You can hear me saying that sentence.
Can
Everything you
can
said was
you?
not actually logically relevant to the subject in question.
No,
You don't concentrate the substance of your replies to the subject. You have yet to do
what's
that.
wrong? I'm proving to
And so
you
that's an
how.
unjustified
I'm
negation
proving
retort.
to
So
you.
please demonstrate to us
I'm proving
succinctly
to
how
you
your
how these
reply is
models
logically
explain the
relevant
natural
to the
world. Isn't
subject.
that the question?
So now
Isn't
he's
that the
going to continue to
question? How it
talk to
explains the
me,
natural world? No, you're
right? As
talking
he
over
talks to
me.
everyone else. He gets to lecture everyone else and multiply 1,000 different words, but no one else gets to actually finish their replies to him. So we're asking you to concentrate your replies succinctly to the subject. Where is your argument to justify the premise the earth makes the air move in lockstep with it?
Well, we tried to explain this 3 different times, and this time we went on about how these models form a cohesive understanding. Like, what specifically do you want to talk about? Like everything else we already like went over,
So
explained.
I'm not
Like,
hearing an argument yet. Would you like to say an
I'm not
argument, or are you
gonna
just going to
I'm not
continue
gonna
to
repeat the
filibuster?
same thing ad infinitum. If you have something that you disagree with, you can say so.
Okay, so you haven't said an argument yet, because everything you
No,
did say
we have.
previously, which we're telling
Not
you
only
about,
me.
was not an argument. It was a multiplication of
It was an
foolish words ad
explanation.
infinitum and ad nauseum. So, once again, do you have an argument to justify the premise the air is moving in lockstep with the earth as the earth spins, yes or no? If yes, please say the argument.
I can try and explain this again. Okay. So, let's see. Well, like, if I start talking about star formation, are you going to be like, whoa, that's too far away
You're going
in
to appeal to
history?
star trails in this argument?
I don't know what star trails are, but I'm talking about star formations, how our, like, star
Star
system was formed.
formations? Okay, say an argument. Do you know what an argument is? Yes or
Well,
no?
I am asking you, like, if you're familiar with anything related to it, and then asking you if that would
Answer
not
my
suffice.
question, please, so we can move forward. Do you know what
Oh
an
my
argument
god.
is? Yes or no?
Yes. Do you know what an
What is an
argument is?
argument?
Do you know what an argument is?
What is an argument? Answer the question,
Well, I
please.
asked you. Answer
Okay,
the
so
question,
now he's
please.
refusing to engage scrutiny to actually move forward in the dialogue. So how
No.
long are we going to tolerate this
I'm
distraction?
literally asking you if you know about the material that I want to talk about, okay?
Yeah,
And then you
hold
ask
on.
a question
Wait,
that's
hold on.
condescending.
Yeah, hold on. Okay. Great. So if you feel like this guy, you're not going anywhere, it's probably you who need to disengage. Okay. There's probably somebody else who wants to try to talk to him.
I mean, I understand that, but it's not that we're just not getting anywhere. I'm actually trying to go somewhere, and he's obviously refusing to go,
No.
or obviously trying to go, which is the heart of the matter.
You're the one that's asking, whoa, do you know what an argument is?
Because evidently you don't. We're asking you to present an argument,
Great.
and you keep saying an argument. You keep saying a non-argument.
He said star formations. Maybe he should elaborate on that.
Okay, so we understand how stars formed. So you have mass that's attracted to each other. There's a lot of mass there in the gas clouds, right? That all gets attracted to each other. At the core of that, you will have a star, usually at least, right? Or like always, yeah. You have a gaseous body that compacts itself under its own gravity, right? That starts attracting mass into itself, and because of the centrifugal force, that mass starts falling in a rotating disk, right? These rotating disks then under gravity separate out in their own planets or asteroid fields, but we care about planets here. So we have a planet. That planet was formed under a rotating disk, or with under I mean in the state of a rotating disk. So like the rotating matter clumps more and more together over time, which then under gravity compresses itself into like a planet, usually with a core, not always, right? That planet, because of how it was formed under the rotating disk, right? There's a spin there imparted onto it because matter clumps together in the rotation again under a centrifugal force. Okay, so there is spin there, right, when that starts. So there is an atmosphere there because like the heavier matter falls to the center, which becomes solid or liquid, I guess, and then the gas is on the outer side, I guess, on the outer edge of that planet, which is still following that imparted rotation.
Okay. So you're appealing to mass attracting mass.
No.
Right?
That's like an oversimplification. I mean, that's part of it. Okay, if you have like a problem with that,
You just
let me know.
contradicted yourself. Make up your mind.
But here, let me try to translate, if I may. He's telling you that it's rotating because the mass is being pulled towards the center, but by the time it gets there, the center has moved.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, so he's appealing to mass attracting mass and the supposed centrifugal force of the motion of the Earth. So he's appealing to mass attracting mass gravitation and the supposed spin of the Earth. Okay. So, first one, mass attracting mass. Mass attracting mass is not verifiable and is refuted in principle. Why? Because, first off, the premise is the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to it. So, that's the supposed hypothesis. Now you have to test it, but you can't test it. Why can't you? Because even in your own paradigm, matter, aka energy, cannot be created nor destroyed. So you would have to manipulate the independent variable in the experiment to see how it affects the dependent variable, the cause affecting the effect, as it were. Okay? But you can't do that because the cause is the sheer existence of matter. But matter can neither be created nor destroyed in your own paradigm. So you can't manipulate the independent variable, so you can't do the experiment to verify it. Neither have you even observed this, actually, especially given that there is particular matter that repulses one another rather than attracts one another, like magnets. Secondly, by implication, you have everything moving away from one another or toward one another or not moving at all. But of course, all three are patently absurd, that which implies falsehood is false, so that's also false. So toss it over your shoulder. So that's not actually what accounts for how things stick to a ball in a cosmic vacuum, let alone how air sticks around or near a sphere in a cosmic vacuum. And then centrifugal force with the supposed move of the Earth. We don't actually detect the Earth moving, and that's the fact of our experience our entire lives. So would you like to provide an argument that proves that the Earth is spinning? Yes or no? If yes, please do so.
So I'll address everything that you just talked about. So I don't know why we cannot simply move some mass away from other mass. Like, we're humans, we're also interacting with the energy in the closed system of the universe. The energy mass conservation law of thermodynamics doesn't say that in an open system, like, you energy has to stay total. Like, the problem is that you can create uh, a miniature like system, I guess, a closed system that's not just a universe, you know. So you can make a system and put some mass in it or put some mass out of it. I don't understand how you don't understand that. Then I don't know what you were all saying in the whole can create matter or moving towards or away from it. Like, clearly we can move some mass towards or away from some other mass. Now, gravity is the weakest force as we understand it. Okay, so
Not a
you're
force.
going to need to have some instrumentation to be able to
Force.
measure gravity. Right now, scientists
force.
do have that. We can even detect gravitational waves, you know, like
Force.
if you want to, you can read some papers on
That's a
that, or
different thing.
you can maybe, you know what, maybe if you call them up and you're like, I'm a
That's
flat
a
earther,
different
can you
thing.
please prove? Well, I'm
Excuse
gonna
me. Excuse me.
no, not
You're
excuse you,
lying now.
because someone
You're
just like
lying.
railroaded with like 5
You're
different points, and
lying.
I'm actually gonna finish addressing all of them.
You're
Okay,
just
so
lying.
so okay,
You're
you can
lying
say
or
that.
incorrect.
You
One of
can
the two.
like
Which is
just
it?
call up like anyone who does like research in
Okay.
the field of like gravitational waves. I think that's the most interesting.
All right, so gravity's a force, and now you're going to be talking about Einstein gravity waves, which isn't a force. One's Newton, one's Einstein, both different things. Are you going to address that, or should we just listen to your bullshit?
I am in the process of addressing every claim that was
You're
made.
wrong.
You're just cutting me off. I mean,
You're
you
wrong.
cannot both say that I'm not addressing it and then say that I'm wrong, okay? Because for you to disagree with something,
Shut the
I have to
fuck
be able
up,
to say
Jedi.
something. Okay, so that's a contradiction in of itself, Jedi.
He's
You're
responding to
wrong.
Gregory, dude. Let him respond
I
to
don't
Gregory.
care. I don't care what he's doing. He's lying and he's wrong.
Nice go.
Sorry,
Okay.
you said that gravity was a
And
force.
VODs. And VODs.
You said gravity was a force, and then you started talking about Einstein, which is not a
No,
force.
you started talking about Einstein. I never said the word.
You said gravitational waves, dude. Do you not know what you're talking
That's
about?
not even Einstein. That's quantum mechanics.
Oh my god! The
Oh my
bend
god,
of the
you're
warp
wrong
in space-
again.
The bend of the warp in the space-time creating gravitational waves.
No, the
They're
way
not the
that's
same
detected
thing,
is
dude.
it's a quantum mechanical principle. I'm
Dude,
sorry, my dude.
they're not the same thing. Go on, carry on with your bullshit, and when you finish your bullshit, me and you have a
Okay.
conversation.
So then the centrifugal
Yeah, so
force.
finish your first appeal. Repeat your first appeal, please, because you're multiplying words again. So make your first appeal.
Who? What appeal? Do you
You're
want me to
supposed to
repeat everything I
critique.
said?
Say your first critique again.
Well, why would I do that? He interrupted me. Like, just like open your ears
That's
or like
precisely
write
why.
down like I'm doing it.
That's precisely why.
Oh my god.
So if
Okay,
you want
so
me
we
to
were
address your
stuck
critique, then please repeat the first critique, please.
when oh my god.
Oh
Are you
my
like trying to
God.
just bully people? Yeah, well, because I said a million things in response to
most
someone
of them are.
railroading, and then someone
Right.
interrupted, and now you're asking me to repeat everything from the very
Right. So you
beginning.
made it more difficult for you to actually repeat what you said.
Yeah,
You didn't even
because
remember
Jedi
what you said. You could repeat it.
interrupted. Correct.
So it
You're
sounds like a
wrong.
personal problem. That's your fault, not mine.
Okay, so
So if
I
you don't
will
remember
repeat
your
everything
critiques, then we can just move on.
No, I will repeat everything. So
Okay, so say
it
your
was
first
said
critique, please.
it was said that
Shut the fuck up.
that matter cannot be created. Okay, that's wrong.
You shut the fuck up.
Okay. So since he's muted now, I mean, or do we just move on, or what?
All right.
No, to try and get control of the room here. This is like people blurting, and it's turning more into a shit show than a conversation. Do I need to like really start looking to see who's squawking? Okay, so Dropkey, everyone knows what you're talking about. You've got a mismatch of a bunch of different concepts that is kind of incoherent.
Yeah, I know. It was very incoherent. So that's why it's hard to reply to even. So I guess I'll reply again from the very beginning. I mean, like, if you're listening to this, you must see how like insane the flat earthers are being, and how like they have to abuse mod power, and how they have to overtalk everyone at the same time.
Okay, yeah, that's a disqualification. Now we get to test your claim, okay? If you really feel that way, you will fuck off. If I'm in a room when mods are just randomly muting people and freaking out, I don't hang on that room for one hot second. I find a different room to go to. So now we get to your easiest possible claim to test. You think the problem in this room is the moderators. What should you do next? Either retract it, type it in text chat, you spoke out of turn, you're done fucked up, or just leave. Either one works.
I didn't think that.
So that happened. Wow. I thought we were just talking about hurricanes, man. Just hurricanes.
Yeah, it had
Well
to go
done.
all batshit crazy because it's amazing how they will invoke everything other than the surface of the earth.
Like,
as a
I wouldn't
proof.
be there for a hot minute, boy. Like, that's going on the card, man. Oh, so funny.
VODs should get banned, right? That was AI's promise. If that guy gets muted, then VODs gets banned as well.
Mm.
The thing is, Doka, the problem is, you know, I've been listening to you like 15, 20, 30 minutes, and I can't help but think something that I addressed last time. I think Gregory expounded upon it. The issue here is people are trying to play chess, and you're engaging in the game of chess, but all that's happening is all the games are ending in stalemates. And it's going on so long that it's almost seeming like your intention is to almost redefine the game of chess as a
I
game
understand.
to continuously try and stalemate, right?
I
And people are
understand.
like, hello?
I understand what you're saying.
You get me, right? And it seems like everyone's just trying to be like, man, you know, you got to check the king. You can't
Well,
just
this
keep
is the thing.
stalemating. And it's
This
getting
is
so
the
bad.
thing.
You're replacing some of the pawns with
This is the thing.
Yeah.
When we
Yeah,
play this game of
we like you, Mick.
when we play this game of chess, what happens is people refuse to knock over their king. So they are in checkmate, but they want to carry on playing the game like nothing has happened.
And
If you
worse
actually
than
look-
worse than that is worse than that. Some of the pawns are being replaced with checkers.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. I'm more interested in why the game is continuing so long, and the reason why the game is.
Do you want to play chess?
Chess split on a flat Earth, on a flat card.
Not going to get this out. All right, guys, enjoy your evening.
Okay, so now what?
Did it to yourself, Doka.
I played chess on
Stories
a
of Narnia.
little board. Oh,
Yeah, we do have two other Globers, Felix and Jekyll. You guys want to unmute yourselves? You there?
Oh, yeah, I'm multitasking though. Yeah, sure.
Oh, you're busy right now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just listening in.
Okay, Jekyll, you there?
And I'm out because Gregory's here. So yeah, I can't win the epistemology. So
Well, change it about not about
I
winning.
surrender.
Wait, you're giving up against Gregory, but it's just proving the globe. That's all you need. You just need a measurement of curve.
Yeah, you can talk to somebody else if you feel like Gregory is a superior opponent and you want to make it about winning.
His beard is superior. I just surrender to the point.
You're not even going to try to prove the globe? You're giving up already? Come on. You're
I mean,
Sparta. You're a man. You're a Sparta. 300.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. But yeah, I don't want to get my feelings hurt too much. So yeah.
What?
I've been crying too often in a corner lately.
Oh, good grief.
Okay, Jekyll, you're up. You're the last one standing. Let's go. You there, Jekyll?
God, really? You're actually asking him to talk? Fuck, it's a sad time.
Well, there's no one. There's no other.
Is that a Cubanite chief shitting dog or whatever? Yeah, he can. He's not going to talk in here.
I think he's just away or busy right
Yeah,
now.
not when
He won't
I'm
talk
around.
earlier.
Anyway, I was in another room, completely having a normal conversation. He comes in there with his favorite mod, and they start meeting all the flat earthers, talking about they're going to get what Yeah, when I'm here, no, fuck that.
You were kind of going off, dude. Crit back that day.
I just wanted to mention this real quick. So one of the critiques that he mentioned to manage, Lord have mercy, I reversed it. There in the open chat, he said that was wrong when I reiterated the law of conservation of mass, even though it says right there what I did say in the first place. So I refuted him on that point also. So there's that.
Voldsparat, are you a Glober, by the way? Voldsparat?
Nah, I'm not really.
No.
I'm just on defense, I think.
What day was I going off?
I don't have a stance.
Okay. If there's any Globers, please unmute your mic and you can ask any question, like why they're flat, or if you have evidence for the globe, either one.
Yeah, the floor is open. Who would like to prove that they know the Earth is a ball?
I just wanted to ask about the Australia thing. Like, if somebody, like, if you're in Australia, are you standing upside down from if you're in Europe, relatively
Not
speaking?
necessarily.
No, I'm not.
Not necessarily. What do you mean?
Sure, you can
it's
be
not
anywhere on
raining
the
up
Earth and
towards
stand
your
upside
feet?
down, but you
Are
know.
you sure it's not raining up
I
towards
mean,
your
if
feet
the
in
Earth is a
Australia?
sphere, if it's a sphere, are you upside down, relatively speaking? If you're like in the North Pole and the South Pole?
Oh, to an antipode? No.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
That would
no,
be
you're not.
retarded.
There is no antipode.
So what if you were in outer space and humans were like huge and you could see them from the ISS, and a person was standing on a North Pole, one is in the South
Relative
Pole?
to you, relative
Wouldn't they
to
be?
themselves, they're the right way round.
Yeah.
You know what's
But
funny?
are you
Nobody's ever
asking? Wait,
shared
are you
that.
asking in the globe paradigm? Are you asking within
Yeah.
the context of the globe paradigm?
Yes.
Nobody's ever
Or
shared
don't you know
that.
that already? Why are you asking that?
It's a funny thought.
No, you might have a misconception of how high the ISS is. It's a little over 200 miles up, which is really interesting because the Don Patet invoked nautical miles when he said, "How high is the ISS?" Like, why would you use nautical miles for going for above sea level? So
Hey,
then,
isn't that a unit of measurement for traveling along the sea?
yeah, I was gonna go back and it's one of my short to-do lists is go clip him saying how
Most of it's filmed underwater. That's why.
yeah, that's what it's like one of those Freudian slips where he gives a nautical mile measurement, for the height of the ISS. So
Or
the
those
thing is,
wicked, sophisticated jokes? Yeah.
from the height of the ISS, if you had a giant standing on the Earth, they would still be the same orientation you're on. There's only about 3% of the Earth you see.
Well,
it's not like you're going to be above America and then see Australia from the ISS.
I was proposing a hypothetical. Let's say you're really far out in space. and you
Like
can
how
see
far?
So you can see the whole Earth in one shot.
How far is that?
It's a hypothetical, right? So you're just out, so you can see the whole Earth.
Well, yeah, let's have the hypothetical based in some sort of model. So how far out is that?
I don't know the number. It's just I'm just saying so you can see the entire Earth. Does
So
that make
just
sense?
a huge like paint sniffing meth hit, and then squawk some random.
No, I'm saying
There's
let's
this
say you're in a
hypothetical,
rocket ship.
a million miles. Let's say it's a million miles.
Okay.
Distance is not relevant.
Clear, man. I don't
What would
really
the
know.
Earth
It's like
look like a million miles away?
I don't understand.
Even if you
Like,
had a
there's lot of
giant
people.
on the Earth. See, you guys aren't able to really think out
They're
your
just talking,
logical.
like, I don't really
He's
know.
asking in terms of the globe model, right? Maltz?
Yeah,
That's
so
what you're
you're a million miles away from the Earth. What does it look like?
I told mom though.
Yeah.
Like we can ask like mom.
I'm talking about like the blue marble. Like let's say you could see the Earth
Yeah,
as a blue marble.
I'll answer your question, Maltz. So your question is, what would it look like?
Yeah,
if
I
it
have her
was
money
like
though. She left her money.
Wriggle
to
is
me,
just
so I
adding
don't really
noise.
know.
Are you going to address this?
You see
Yeah,
that
I got
in
it.
its entirety, you would need to be far enough away from it that you can fit it within all your field of view. The Earth has a diameter of approximately 7,900 miles. To see it all, blah blah blah.
Pretty happen.
Okay, there was some numbers there. So
About
you-
420 kilometers or 260 miles.
Okay, we got that. That's not important. Thanks, dude.
Oh, funny.
It's just what you just spent the last 20 seconds asking about, so I don't know.
would you then
No,
see a person on the North Pole
Definitely
and the
did.
South Pole standing
No, we're talking about, as
Yeah,
you can see, this
upside down?
gentleman is orientation.
I'm asking him how far away he had to be able to see the Earth in its entirety whenever he said something about
Who cares? So yeah, relative to you, to observe
Oh,
things are upside down or not. Brilliant. What's the
There's
point?
no absolute down or up in space. It's
No,
just
but relative
you
to
would see
you,
a person
the
at the South Pole,
observer,
you would see a person at the North Pole, and they would be
relative to you,
standing
the
opposite
observer.
of each other.
Yeah, relative to you, the observer, when you see things on a spherical object, the Earth, some are going to be oriented the same way as you. Some are going to be oriented completely opposite to the way that you are orientated. And
Yeah, so why haven't we seen that? Like, why has nobody recorded that happen?
Because it's not real.
Like, why hadn't we seen airplanes flying upside down from space?
I believe you've been in this voice channel
Good
before. Why are you
question.
asking these rudimentary questions?
Because I'm asking I guess the Globers in general.
Okay, yeah, I'll answer. So you asked like why haven't we seen aircraft fly upside down from space? Like your sense, I think you have a misunderstanding of like references. Just because the globe could be at any orientation, there is no absolute up and down. But yeah, if theoretically you're in a spaceship outside of the Earth and you look into the Earth, yeah, you would see people upside down relative to your spaceship.
If you had a like super strong telescope, but nobody has ever done that. Why?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they have. Maybe they haven't. Maybe they don't have a powerful enough telescope in space.
Okay.
Might be space is bullshit.
Yeah, that's
or
possible.
maybe it just never has happened.
That is possible.
Unbelievable.
We used
That
to
is possible.
think that governments could like zoom in on us with their satellites from space.
Holy moly.
Probably because of Independence Day and all of these other CIA kind of
That ending of Men
movies
in Black.
where
Watch
they
it.
doing.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, we used to believe that, but guess what? It's because of their propaganda, and you know what? It kind of is like slowly corrected itself in the sense that it's like, yeah, they put that claim out there, but people know that that's not the case anymore. But in the case of all the other claims about the globe specifically, no one does that. They don't just let it phase out as, you know what, I guess that was bullshit. That's crazy.
To the globe god, do ships use way less fuel when they're going downhill on the ball on the side?
Was that a question to Felix or?
Yeah. When they're going down the big water hill, do they
Oh,
use
sorry
less?
about that. What was it?
Does
What
the
was it?
ship use less fuel? Are they getting way better fuel economy when they're going down the big water hump?
No, who asked? Bots asked that.
Raspberry Pi.
Sorry. What do you say?
Oh, who? The question is like why if a Earth does a ship go faster if it's on the side of the Earth? Was that the question? I imagine.
Yeah, that was the stupid question.
okay. If it's VOD, so there's a misunderstanding of the globe model. Gravity is causing things to go towards the center of the Earth. So just because something on the side of the globe doesn't mean it's going to fall down. It's going to fall towards the Earth. So you're misunderstanding. Like you have you're on the globe. It's not that like gravity is all acting downwards towards the South Pole. It's acting towards the center of the Earth. So no, you don't. A ship won't fall off the side of the globe. If that's the case, everything would be at the South Pole, according to your thinking. That's very, very rudimentary, and I'm not trying to be offensive here, but that's something that you should know as like in elementary school. I think.
What would be your best proof for that phenomenon?
Sorry for the phenomenon of the globe model or like gravity.
Yeah, why everything is sticky?
Well, I mean, that's a lot to go over, but I mean, it's just built up from Newton and astronomy from before him. That there was some kind of
Astronomy?
force. I don't know honestly the history, but from just my personal experience, this is what was given to me. Newtonian model, Newtonian mechanics.
Just trust
Physics.
him. Trust
So it
him. It's all
doesn't
there.
really seem like you have a
It's all there.
concrete like stance. You just kind of go along with it, I guess.
Well, I didn't have a reason to doubt it, and then everything that I do just uses that model, and it's been pretty consistent and predictive in what we used to use that for. So,
What does it predict?
well, like if you use like in just engineering, we design things according to principles related to force, work, and a lot of it's based on just classical physics.
We design things according to force. What does that mean?
So, like Newtonian mechanics, for example, we could get like the stress, like Hooke's law, the stress of a material. If you want the object to, structure to not fail, there's some trajectory of like of something. Like the most basic thing in physics is like kinematics. So if you threw like a ball, you could predict where it lands. Based off of the initial velocity, and then you assume like there's an acceleration towards the ground, and that is based off of this idea of gravity. So Newton Newton pioneered basically all of classical physics, and that's used for a lot of basically build up from there, and we get pretty much like engineering mechanics from that, and then engineering mechanics is used to build stuff.
So gravity is an acceleration.
Dude,
Yeah, it's a
if you
force.
believe all this stuff you're talking, it's just you actually believe that shit.
What is acceleration? What is acceleration?
That's a change in your velocity.
Yeah, and that is gravity.
So gravity is regarded as a force, and then the force is what creates an acceleration on a mass.
It says you can think of it as a force. It's not really a force. It's like a force non-force.
yeah. I mean, you could go further to Einstein's general relativity, but for all in practical purposes, we just treat it as a force. Like Newtonian mechanics.
What does someone needs to accelerate?
They need a force to accelerate.
Okay, a force.
What a 350 with a 4-barrel.
That's intimidation of death. They cause someone to use their calories to run.
Force?
Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just say something? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, ask.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so you mentioned earlier, Felix, that you never had any reason to doubt it, right? And when you go outside, what do you experience? Like, if you could describe the surface of what you witness daily, but you said you had no reason to doubt it, right? So what do you experience on a daily basis when you go outside?
I understand where you're going with that question, but I mean, I just see, to answer it pedantically, I just see, material matter around me. I can't say that I see anything with terrain because terrain varies, right?
You see
different.
sphere. Do you
Does
see
the
a sphere?
horizon bend? Let's just get to the point.
No. I mean, the horizon, if the terrain's pretty flat, like if I'm looking over water, no.
No, that would cause doubt.
What's
That
up?
would cause doubt.
Well, I would rationalize that because if I were on a sphere and I looked 360 degrees, my line of sight is equal distance. I guess I would see it horizontally, but maybe I'm wrong about that. But I never really thought about it until maybe I heard
Does
about
what you see locally correspond with what you believe?
I would say it that I, based on what I see, I would know that I don't have enough
Locally,
sight
as
to
in.
confirm. I wouldn't be able to confirm or deny it
Okay.
because my eyesight's limited, right?
You said the
My-
horizon does not bend. But you believe it
Yeah.
does.
Okay. So
Bend not with curving.
Yeah, that's whatever. Same.
But okay. But I mean, if I were on the ball and I like a really small ball and I looked all around 360, I think the line of sight that would end would still appear horizontally to me. I think, or so it's a curve. I don't know.
It would still appear horizontally or 360 degrees to depth of vision.
Yeah.
Okay. How about so you don't so you don't experience a spinning sphere as far as we can tell, right? Firsthand, I'm talking about.
Yeah. I don't feel like, for example, centrifugal forces. Everything feels about, I guess my weight's pretty consistent unless I eat donuts. But yeah, I don't personally feel it. But then again, I would assume that the centrifugal forces and changes in gravitational force is so minuscule that I can't detect it, and even instruments that we use on a daily basis could barely detect those or accurately measure those things.
Wait, you don't feel lighter when you're down on the equator where you're spinning way faster?
Well, actually, there's actually a good. I was in Ecuador, and there was a thing where I could bounce. You could bounce an egg if you're on equator line, and then like if you move like this sink, like above it and below it, it'll spin in different directions. So, but that's all I've experienced.
Okay. So you mentioned gravitational force, right? When you described your rationalization for why you wouldn't have doubt, right? You said there was no reason to doubt it, right? So you're describing these rationalizations.
All right then, bud.
And one thing you mentioned was the gravitational force. Okay, so let me ask you this. Are you aware of any scientific validation for the gravitational force?
I mean, not quite. Like, I guess you could talk about like the Cavendish experiment. Maybe is that what you're talking about? Like it being measured, or
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the cause what's the cause of the gravitational force?
Okay. So like Newton didn't know exactly. He just could describe it with his law of gravitation. And that's quantified there. But as far as the explanation, we're not sure. The best explanation thus far has been Einstein's general relativity. But even then, that I know a little bit about that. Yeah.
Okay, so you would say the cause is space-time bending, or would you say what's the cause?
Well, the best explanation that we have so far is that it's space-time bending. Yeah, general relativity.
Okay. And
Yeah.
where do you witness space-time bending in physical reality?
Okay, so it's not a primary observation. Obviously, it's derived, right? It's derived. So, yeah, and I don't want to go through a whole spiel of like special relativity and how that jumped to general relativity, but this whole space-time notion is very crazy concept. Right. So and I
Concepts
don't
of
know how
fabric.
you could I don't know a way to how do you empirically
There's no way to
measure
scientifically validate it.
Yeah, I don't know how you would validate it, something that you're within, right? Because we're within space-time, and the only thing that we see to validate at least the theory of special relativity is that the speed of light being constant in all frames of reference, that it explains that, and then you have this
No.
correlation.
Speed of light is not constant. Between the year 1930s and 40s, speed of light decelerated.
We
officially.
discussed this already. Yeah, we discussed that already. But
Yeah.
it constant in all frames of reference, though, not absolute in itself.
Well, one moment. I understand now that you are actually an engineer, right?
Yeah. Not that it
Good.
matters.
And you said that gravity is a force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we treat it as a force in Newtonian mechanics.
No. Okay, so gravity is a force, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, what are the requirements in physics, the science of physics, to have a force that exists?
Well, it has to be It has to be able to accelerate a mass. So something that accelerates a mass, and so like the whole Newton story is right. He got hit in the head with an apple when he was under a tree. So he was like, "Well, what caused this thing to move and hit me?" Right. So we, aside from a contact force, like where I touch you and push you, right? Because we don't like each other, I think. Right. So I push you. Right. My hand touched you and it pushed you. There was a force imparted that causes your mass to move. So it's like kind of like Newton's law of motion there.
Kinetic force applies very much to solid matter and liquids or gas, yeah, even plasma. But I don't see like we know kinetic force what it is. Why do we need something to replace it? Or to say that there is another thing that exists and it does the exact same thing, like what we call kinetic force, yeah? You
Yeah.
get me?
Yeah. Sorry, I was
Okay.
reading something.
Now, kinetic force, we know what it is, but also we know electric, magnetic, and electrostatic force. And these forces, they exist inside and they manifest inside the field. Once you establish a field, yeah, it has a binary construction, these fields. They all have a binary construction. They are not, there is no monopole magnet. There is no only positive charge. You will not have a field. You will not have a circuit if there is no ground, no negative plane. Right?
Yeah, you have electromagnetic forces, gravity, and then the strong and weak.
Well,
These are non.
I'm saying that the construction of the electric field is a binary construct, positive and negative charge. And according to a particle's charge, it will be attracted and repelled by a certain field. If the particle is positive, is repelled by the positive field and attracted towards the negative plane. Right? Positive particles, they repel each other. Positive and negative, they attract each other. So you have the electric force existing and manifesting. It requires a binary construct. But your gravity force, show me anti-gravity. And I will believe you that gravity is something, if you can show me that. Or a physics scientist, yeah, that accepts the idea of this concept of anti-gravity. Because
anti-gravity would be work.
No, you see, whenever you say the word anti-gravity to a physicist, he will treat you as you are speaking blasphemy. Yeah, that's how they will treat you.
Okay, go suck a dick.
Because they
You
say
are a
gravity
Shut
is not
the
a
fuck
force.
up.
No, keep talking, mate, so I can
Yeah,
grab your name and hand you from the server.
Yeah,
I know for real. Oh, how about you got to tab in? Hey, look at there's Scott Mackey. Everyone point and laugh.
Scott.
Crying his eyes out. I'm gonna leave until Crit's gone. All Crit does is ban me. That just happened recently when you started crying about stuff. To type in his text chat about Crit's a bitch and shit. Even this it shows you how immune globalists are to the data. I posted him the full log of everyone who's banned him. And and still he's immune to it. Just no, I don't see anything at all. Chris banned me 39 times. You mean 3? 3 times? And 1 I undid right away? Just so you know, when you deal with globalists, you're dealing with a very irrational, illogical person who doesn't really understand their own claims. They're speaking.
You clearly can't play well with others.
Yeah. They're speaking
Well,
from an emotionally charged position.
in accord with the industries of human endeavor, wouldn't you would like to think of the world as a wrap if you are into time, or if you are into traveling the oceans? Maybe you want to think of it as a flat construct. If you want to go to space, maybe you need some 3D vector kind of complex thing going on. Isn't that quite self-evident?
Oh, Kurt, how many times did
Can your brain contain
bitches banned me?
multiple models of the universe?
1 I undid.
No, total of all you bitches who have to ban people who they can't convince. How many times was I banned here?
You sound like such not a
I
tough
think
guy.
that you've
Now
been
you say it
banned
like that,
39 times from guest channels.
How many,
In the
how many times was I banned by you guys? Some little bitch.
Yeah,
who
it's
can't
also from
make an
like
argument.
CS channels too. You get banned.
Yes, I know. By other
So
little bitches who
everywhere
can't
you
make
go,
arguments.
you're told no, thank you, and you flip the fuck out.
Yeah, and you little bitches ban everybody because you're cowards.
Yeah, they would look.
And, and you will ban me again if I keep this up. I already know that.
So why would you? So what do you want? Do you want to be around? See, you could right here. We can easily test Scott's claim. Scott says everybody who disagrees with Flat Earth's position is banned.
Yeah, everybody.
It's not that, or it's sometimes they're muted.
Yeah,
Let's just look at the
if they
stats.
keep it up, they get banned eventually. Everybody gets banned.
Let's look at the stats.
You will do if you keep talking like this, dude. Yeah.
Dude, he literally let freaking the ballers go on for like 2 hours a little while ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're completely immune to any data.
As long as they pretend like you guys are saying something worth taking seriously.
So right
as long
here,
as they pretend
Flat
like
Earth is a number 1 channel.
Idiots.
16,000 hours, more than the next 2 channels combined. But yet, in Scott's view,
that's all flat earthers.
So it's all flat earthers.
Almost all of it, yeah.
But you also
said how many are flat earthers here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can at least count 7 people here that are most definitely not flat earthers. 4 of them have got their own little fucking group because they're stupid.
So you're in the emotionally charged position. That you need to defuse that
Dude,
first.
you're just schizophrenic. You don't even know reality if it hits you in the fucking face.
When are you going to release the history of the flat Earth? That is the question.
Some more self-righteous, unjustifiable admonition from people the likes of Scott Mackey.
Who's going to release what?
He's always in a freak out. You're
Gregory
always
and Crit, complete psychos that you guys just let play on your channel.
Wait.
Scott
again. See, there it is again.
Yeah,
he's having a hard time.
See, his whole shtick is he wants to gaslight flat
There's only
earthers.
2 of you, Crit. Gregory and you. That's it. The rest of you
No,
are
there's screenshots of you
relatively
saying calling
okay.
other people too.
Yeah, but it's just you. It's just Gregory and Crit are the 2 psychos who dominate this channel and tell everybody else to shut up. And then when they don't shut up, you get banned.
Even after showing you the data, you're still immune. It's breathtaking.
Well, I mean, axiomatically, we should all assume we are surrounded by the Navy, and the Romans can be at our doorstep with a million
What are you
men
talking about?
by sunrise. Those are the 2 axioms of this world.
Why don't we get to the claims? So is there any evidence of globe, or if you want, we can talk about evidence of flat Earth? What do you, Scott? Which one do you want to pick instead of just talking about?
He can't. All he can do is freak out and talk about people. That's why he gets banned in the other channels too.
Hold on. Just let
That's
him.
what you
hold
do,
on.
though.
Hold on. Let's
You're
Scott.
so
Scott,
delusional.
do you want to talk about the
Just
globe
delusional.
or flat Earth?
Hold on. Dude.
Okay, he's not.
He's not going to engage with you. He's in a complete freak out, and until he gets to the bottom of it, he's just going to stay that way. Nothing new under the sun. He's completely spazzed out. He wants to try to control and dominate the area by making these wild accusations against people. It doesn't matter how much evidence you show him. It doesn't matter
Fill
how much
the
data.
Mariana Trench with cement and kill all
No,
life
just
on
you.
Earth.
I have not
Fuck
called anybody.
you.
I have not called anybody here a psycho. Just you.
And Gregory, don't
And
forget.
Gregory, yes. But
Yeah, he
Gregory
called me a
doesn't have
psycho too,
mods.
but of course he can't remember that because he's a psycho. He doesn't have good memory.
But Gregory doesn't have mods, so I kind of worry about him.
Yeah, based on the people who've banned you, which is, I'm not even the majority of the person. I just started doing it recently because you started this shit. Mostly in text chat. I'm like, fine, get the fuck out of here.
I know.
Where does somebody
I mean,
like
it's not as though
Scott
Scott has any
that was just
objective
recently.
means. It's not as though Scott has any objective means to appeal to discern good behavior from bad behavior in a godless, worthless, nihilistic cosmic vacuum.
There we go. See, instantly, right there. Right, that's the godless thing. Because I don't have the person.
Like, you
I
don't
have the
have
ability to
a
distinguish
moral
from
law,
bad. Yeah,
so what are you
I know,
talking
I know.
about? What the fuck does it matter? You're acting as though he's doing something he
I have
ought
my
not
own,
do.
just like you do.
Yeah, you're acting as though that he's doing something that he ought not do, but you can't justify that evaluation in your worldview. So why do you even bother?
And
Yeah,
all would
here's the problem.
necessary,
This is a problem because you don't care.
Scott.
No, I don't care that I
No,
can't justify it according to
he
your satisfaction. I
actually
justify it
is
to my
a-
satisfaction all the time.
Maybe ask him.
I have
Yeah,
no
so you
need
just
to
believe what you
justify
believe,
anything.
not actually present argumentation to justify your opinion.
I have no need to justify anything to you. I don't care what you think about
Yeah, so you
me.
don't have an
I
argument.
don't care at all. Not
Yeah,
one
you
bit.
don't have an argument. You don't have a justification.
You're just some loser, probably not in your mom's basement. Or she probably kicked you out of the house too.
Yeah, you don't have an argument. That's why you have to self-righteously admonish others.
You wouldn't even know what an argument sounded like. So it's not
Yeah,
worth
I do know
time
what an
trying to
argument is, and
convince
evidently you don't. You don't have one.
Gregory's calm
You
as
don't.
shit. Like, I don't know how you could even like say bad shit about him.
Yeah, just for later, clip this.
Yeah,
you can hear what
he starts
global
spazzing
sounds
out.
like.
Yeah.
Guys, the most despicable thing a man can do is to actually ignore another man. So those who are ignorant by choice, they are the most despicable people.
All right, we get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's before we continue down this, does anyone have globe related topics or questions, or flat Earth related topics or questions they want to bring up? Please unmute your mic and speak.
I'm
up.
afraid to, honestly.
The sunsets. Explain it.
No, I'm afraid to, honestly. I would love to have a good faith conversation, but I'm not speaking about anybody specifically here now. But I've been in this channel a few times before, and I've gotten muted for voicing my opposition of the flat Earth view.
Okay, let's go with sunsets first. That's what he said. So let's just talk about that first. So, do you?
You're gonna say Scott Mackey's been in this conversation for how many years? He's never heard one single explanation for sunsets. See, he's
Correct.
bricked.
I have not. Correct.
He's
I have not.
completely bricked.
Okay. We see
I
that.
have
we see
not.
this
Another moron who can't
We're just
even
starting
hear.
somewhere.
Let's not attack him right off the rip, huh?
Yeah, right off the rip, the same stupid shit.
All right, well, maybe that's
day
my
in,
question.
day out.
I'll volley for that one.
No,
Explain
an actual
Nothing new under the
explanation, not
sun.
just words, not pointing to one video where the sun looks like it got smaller. An actual
See, look at
explanation.
he's already invoking
An
shit that he's
actual
been told.
explanation for how the sun can get below 0 degrees elevation.
Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah,
Just one
Scott.
explanation.
This will
somebody
happen.
was ready
You
to
guys
take on the
write
task.
it down.
Somebody
Wait,
was ready
come
to
what do
take
back
you,
on
what do
the
you
argument.
think?
the
What do you
same
think of the
question
video where the sun gets
over-
smaller and smaller? What do you
He'll-
think of that video?
He'll
think it's
come
from
back
behind
with
a
the
cloud.
same
No.
question over and
Chris,
over
please,
and
let's-
over.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but somebody was about to answer him and actually give an intellectual point instead of attacking him personally. I'd love to hear that, man.
The same answer and the same question, day in, day
Well, I've
out.
not heard it. I've not
Nothing
been
new
in
under
this
the
chat
sun.
nearly enough as anybody else, I'm pretty sure, so I'd like to hear it.
You know, it'd be helpful if you waited till Crit had stopped speaking.
Okay. So we both see the
That's pretty
sun.
content.
It's just a way of filibustering.
Go ahead,
like you're
Jedi,
doing
you
right
can-
now.
Filibustering.
Who gave that guy mud?
Who wants to play Scott Mackey Bingo?
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, like this is
go for it.
Dude, that's a thing.
It is, yeah.
Look in the chat. There's
I do say those
a
things.
Scott Mackey Bingo
I'm honored.
there.
I'm honored.
If you want to play it.
I could, but you won't
You gotta
understand it.
You got to add more things
I
to
do
it.
say that.
About,
I've said it
Isn't
many
that on the
occasions.
boardwalk? Whack a Scott.
Flat Earth is this, Flat Earth is that. I choose
yeah,
that
but
one.
it's crit this, crit that. Complete other freak out.
I'm pretty sure you're the one freaking out right now.
Anybody gonna explain sunsets from a flat Earth standpoint?
Classic one. I told you, but you can't comprehend.
Dude,
I
this
couldn't hear you, I
thing
think.
about understanding sunsets is very weird to me. What are you guys trying to say or to question? Are you saying how a sunset can explain anything in this world?
We're asking to describe it
Is it like a rain, a storm, yeah, explains how wet the ground is, or what?
Explain how the sun gets below
Sunsets-
0 degrees elevation.
Listen,
It's a simple
sunsets,
question.
They don't
Anybody.
explain anything.
Tell
Sunsets
anybody.
do not speak. Sunsets are not speaking. They are not alive. They are not living.
Why are you
beings.
like monologuing on some random?
Right, someone
I'm not
needs to answer
monologuing.
before
I'm
that
actually
sounded like they were up to the test
arguing
describing it.
Scott.
1 minute. In less
I'm
than 1 minute,
arguing
somebody answer the
Scott's
question.
thinking.
Yeah.
You're
in less than
arguing
1
what?
minute, somebody needs to answer the question so we can move on. So don't take too long if you're going to answer the question, please.
Anyone at all?
Okay, I'll answer. So we both see the sun move over our heads.
That's not what I asked. I asked one simple question. Explain how the sun gets below 0 degrees elevation. I'm very specific. That one phenomenon. How does it get below 0 degrees elevation?
So you have an apparent location. You don't. If you're saying it's below 0 degrees elevation, you have only an apparent location. You don't have the distance to the sun, so you actually don't know.
Don't need it.
Okay, so you can't say it's at this position.
I can say it's below 0 degrees elevation.
So you're only using an apparent location.
Yeah, it goes further away until it appears to look like it's below where what you're asking about. Like I don't know, how hard is that?
Because it doesn't explain anything at all. Not one.
Should be asking.
I'll tell you.
The real
Likey explainy.
You need the real position of the sun, not just apparent location, to answer that question.
Well, explain how it can ever get below 0 degrees elevation. And
Hey, flat earthers, talk about the sun.
Yeah, it's not going below.
Well, we can talk about reciprocal zenith angles and how they're greater than 180 degrees, and the only way they can happen is if the verticals were diverging from each other. But you guys don't want to explain that either.
Actually, Scott, we've gone over this many times. You're claiming about the reciprocal zenith angles come from the tools you come from the experiment using the specific tools that we talked about last time, which you never actually followed up on in terms of getting the models, getting the specs of the models, and or getting the data, and or getting the individual who did the experiment come in here and talk about it. So how far do you want to go with that?
And all that was just a way to say, nuh-uh.
You're an idiot. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. It's a way to say, nuh-uh, you're an idiot. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Hitchens raises, Scott.
That's not what I said at all. I said get the data and we'll talk about it, and you never did. So that's
I
you.
got the data. No, we showed it when Alpha Veritas was in there. He looked at the data and he looked at it, then he moved on to something else and pretended like we never showed it. I can provide it again if you want.
Okay, I'll leave that to Alpha then. If you actually did bring it, then I must have not been there, so I retract my statement.
It took me 5 seconds to get the data.
Okay, well I wasn't there, so I retract.
Hey Scott, so you're gonna start talking about Mickey when he's not here. What about the time that he confronted you and you admitted that you don't have any evidence for the spinning ball, but just believe? What about that?
No, I've never said something like that.
Yes,
You're
you
making
said
that
that.
up.
Yes, you said
No,
that.
I didn't.
Don't lie now.
No, I didn't. I don't need to lie. I've never say something that's stupid.
Well, I guess we gotta get Mickey in here.
Hey,
He's an honest, nice
Hey, Mickey
guy.
who?
Come on.
Miggy.
Well, I thought he's Mickey. Miggy. Alpha.
But you notice how you
Hey,
guys
Mickey.
desperately avoided the
Mickey.
sun going below 0 degrees
Mickey, yeah.
elevation again.
No,
Well, I just said that's where it apparently it looks to be. That's where it
What
apparently
makes it look to
like
be
that,
there?
but it's not
Why does it
going
look-
there.
Why does it look there?
You don't
Not
have a
because
real
not
location.
because it's going behind the freaking hill.
I didn't say anything about going behind a freaking hill, did I? If I'm on a
The
high enough,
best you're gonna
on
get.
a high enough elevation, say
That
a
was me. I
mountaintop or
said the hill.
something,
Okay.
The argument is absolutely pointless.
Not
We
really.
don't have. Yeah, yes, it is because we do not have the actual information that, for example, the military or other governments have. That they're obviously having in secret, and we
No,
cannot see
don't trust
into.
the military and don't trust NASA, right?
I
That's
mean,
what you're
they
going
have
on?
to use it accurately and describe unto each
Like
other and to other
arguing
nations
where the
in order, yes, in order
horizon
to
is.
navigate. Yes, in order to navigate
It's like
correctly.
arguing where the horizon is. It's an apparent thing. Like you can't pinpoint where it's actually at. Like it's just
Okay, so
you can't
sidestep.
measure.
That's
You
Well,
fine.
they
can't.
are.
You can't.
I
You
mean,
can't take a
let's
tape
talk about
measure
the sun
and run it to
again.
the freaking sun. You can't take a tape measure and run it to the horizon. So you can't really argue about it like you're talking about.
I mean, since yeah, okay, then let me put my opinion into this. Since the sun, and let's start on perspectives. Perspective has a very specific point, right? Everyone agrees there is a horizon. One or less, you agree that it seems that if you look into the distance, there seems to be curvature. But we argue that there isn't, because if you look either way, to left or right, or 360 degrees, there's no tilt in every shape or form that has a slope or something like that. So therefore, how about percentage in elevation? Since we are on the ground, we have a limited view of point. Any object that goes above us and into the distance to the horizon. So what if we then elevate ourselves or any object or balloons or whatever who observe then the objects that are above us, stars, sun and moon, etc. But since we have problems, we do not have actual real footage that actually would follow the sun 24/7 just for the elevation issue. I'm arguing that it is possible that we could have an object following the sun in the same elevation angle that the sun is, which would be my theory. Let me explain. My theory is 11 kilometers and 500 meters above us and no further, because there is a firmament which blocks any rocket. This is why any rocket goes in an elevation angle into a longer slope further away, which we cannot, which is the same thing as why the rocket is disappearing over the horizon, etc. So these are the points that are crucial to have a debate at all. Since we do not have the data and we do not have the money, neither of us, any one of us has the money to do such things, Because if we would go to the government and say, I would spend, or we have a group who would put $1 million or something into airplane or something and let us fly around just for our research and such, you would definitely get backlash. And you would have military following you around and such and such. So we have definitely problems here. So following the point that NASA providing information to us is for you a point to blindly accept this, whatever they put out, is naive.
Well, when you are talking to
All right, so
Globers,
can
the
I
problem
change
is
up?
that their mind has a horizon.
Can I change up a question with just a very very basic and genuine question?
Yes,
You go ahead.
Okay, so with that notion of being naive to understand that we don't have like your whole explanation makes perfect sense to me, and I'm not disputing that, and I agree with you. But wouldn't it make sense that in our hubris of understanding that, well, we can be tricked, we can be lied to by certain actors of whatever nefarious reasons they would like, give your favorite one, that it's got to be something different. Don't you think that the Earth being flat in your instance is still not technically correct? Couldn't that be a possibility? Is more or less the question.
No, because not only before I came to my personal observation before I came to flat Earth was I heard of a flat Earth. I've never thought about it. I never it never came to mind unless I heard it from someone else. But before that, I was a Bible studier. So even in the Bible, I heard about the firmament and such, but it never made sense to me. It never clicked because I grew up like everyone else in the school, in university. I learned about the atmosphere and the atmospheric pressure and such, and space and such, and even that, to some degree, it made sense to me, like you guys do, and try to explain this and justify what you heard and try to defend it. But I once learned that in a case of doubt, you try to question something, and some things did not add up. So I then basically stopped my Bible research and such, and went into the flat Earth realm and gathered things such like that. And I thought about this before I came into a perspective. Even I didn't even understood perspective at all, what it was, or horizon in general. This was not common sense for me. So I thought about those things, how things worked on my own before I came to the actual data that provided such formulas, for example. So when I came then here into this channel about 6 years ago, I then started to realize that what I've read made sense in terms of also this understanding which I grew up with and studied in the Bible, for example. So lo and behold,
fair.
Everything that was said in Enoch, for example, started to make sense again. So this is why me personally, and some others also, like Gregory, AI, I could create everyone who is Christian basically or knows about this. They wouldn't argue with me or say no to this. They know exactly what I am talking about. But this is not the topic, but it's integrative. This is
Well, more to the
is
point now.
something I cannot divide.
Sure. But to bring that question a bit further is if you're very convinced on the topic of the Earth being flat, which seems you are, can't we prove that some way without, undisputed fucking retorts from people that are still going to believe the Earth is globe or spherical in shape and,
Yes, we
globe?
can.
Well, isn't there a possibility that there are enough people that are flat earthers that we could actually go to the edge of the Earth and today's current technology get some videotape of fucking actual Earth being flat or the
Sure,
actual
it's logically and
edge of the Earth?
metaphysically possible. Should you have all the means to make that trip? Yeah,
As long as what?
it's logically and metaphysically possible. So as long as you have the means to make the trip, of course.
Right.
It's
So
very
what's
simple.
providing we don't have that? Is
How
there?
about poverty? How about
Well, the
not
poverty,
being
yeah,
able to afford?
understand, sure, but don't you think there are enough people on board with the claim of Earth being flat to where somebody would have fucking figured this out by
Not
now?
necessarily, no.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily follow that here is the flat Earth movement in the contemporary era that you and I exist in. Therefore, by now, someone would have traversed to the edge of the Earth. No, it doesn't follow. It's
So
not a
what's
necessary
preventing?
implication.
Because I've heard the idea of the government's obviously preventing people from going to the edge of the Earth. I understand the the whole treaty around what was it? I forget the treaty
I don't know if
name of
that's
it.
the edge of the Earth, but there is a
Oh, there's
circle
like an
drawn
Arctic
and a
shelf,
line you
right?
can't cross.
There's like an
I
Arctic
don't.
shelf is what they call it. I forget.
I mean, there is an Antarctic shelf. I don't know if that's the edge of
Oh,
the
isn't that
Earth.
like
I
the
don't think the
inner?
Earth is that
Isn't it
way.
like the inner circle of the beginning of
Well, we
like
know
the
what he
outskirts
means.
of?
We don't need to quibble about that.
Well, I'm saying like that's kind of the edge of where we're kind of allowed to
Yeah,
go.
but I get you. Yeah.
So like,
Yeah, I mean that would just be the edge of where we're allowed to go. It doesn't mean it's the edge of anything else.
that brings me back to like, why do you think the government or whatever it may be is
There,
preventing us from
there is
understanding the Earth being
there
flat?
is
What's
no
the benefit?
exploration of Antarctica. You
Right.
cannot explore.
Right. I understand that. We were just talking about that.
Yeah.
What?
So it's
Why would they
forbidden.
prevent the Earth being flat, being known to the public? Why? What is that benefiting
Why
them?
wouldn't they just showcase it? Why wouldn't they just dead reckon south and pop up on the other side of a globe all the time, all day, every day, and just showcase that the Earth is actually a globe, and not limit you by exactly what you would need to do to
Well,
require the proof needed? Yeah.
Isn't that how flights
Yes.
occur?
Yeah, but let's follow the logic of
Well,
governmental
think about it. Billions
regulations.
have traveled east to west. Billions have traveled east to west around, our realm, and none have traveled the same way north to south and went around the ball. And if you don't find that freaking odd, then dude, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, wouldn't you? What about the nuclear? So like, this is a totally off topic. It's not really off topic. It's just a very big tangent. But like, nuclear powers of the Cold War era and how every model of the United States versus Russia at the time, or I'm sorry, Soviet Union at the time, were considering all the nuclear tests to be missiles that were over the globe. I'm sorry, not Cold War, but later in the Cold War, like after
No.
over
In
globe as
that,
far as over the Arctic shelf, as far as like how that would be, unless it's ICBM.
Wait a
sir,
second.
All
Hold your
all
thought.
stories that you have
sir,
no verification that any of it's real. All of it involves space. All of it involves Narnia.
all nuclear bombs that have been detonated in the world, none of them has been a missile.
Yes,
They
well,
all
we
have
understand that.
been, yeah, they have been bombs which were dropped from airplanes.
Please don't give
They
me
were
like
not
the one-on-one basics of
missiles.
information of history. I
Yeah,
understand that.
well, the way you use the terms,
Right,
you
it was being very
empower
vague.
them. You empower them. Yeah. And actually, you say that they are so capable of so many things, which they are not.
Okay, but we don't know everything the military powers of the United States and Russia currently have, right? We don't. That's not public knowledge, right?
Actually, we do know about their capabilities
Okay.
quite
How do
very
you know?
well.
What is the nuclear power of the U.S. nuclear power of the submarines? How long can they stay out for? And then the latest ship that we know of, the brand new one that's being made, what is the capability of that? Do you know that?
The latest submarines, they can stay more than 100 years submerged. They
That's
never
wrong.
need to come to the surface. Yeah, I do
That's
know
wrong because
these
there's radioactivity.
things. Anyway, this is irrelevant information.
Well, you're
Yeah, why
saying
are
you
we
know
just reading
everything.
submarine engineering?
This guy knows everything that the United States military knows. Like, why isn't this guy working for?
Okay, so why are we disputing that? See, this is the problem with
Maybe I
people. People
do
don't know how to
work.
concentrate their thoughts on a subject. And so we don't actually make progress in trying to get down to the bottom of any matter. Humans just have this ridiculous habit of digressing into 1,000 different digressions instead of concentrating on the focus.
Yeah, he's running from Antarctica, from a lot of things.
Yeah, we
Um,
basically stopped at Antarctica.
he wants to
Well, I mean, I did
discuss
ask that
anything
question
except
before, but no one
flat
answered
Earth.
it.
But you were asking why would they lie,
Yeah, so like, what's the implication of
and
reason, giving us information?
why would they hide this information about
Sure. And
flat
this is all
Earth?
speculation, I understand,
Well,
so I'm not taking it as fact.
no,
I don't
it's
want
not
anybody to.
speculation. I'm gonna give you an answer. I don't have a guarantee you will like it, but I don't care about your likes
Fire
or
off.
dislikes, you know? So, truth is that which is consistent with facts. So, if you want to hide truth, yeah, you have to change the fact.
Sure, I understand this premise, but why do you think that's not really answering the question of why you think they're keeping the information
Well,
of the Earth's globe?
Well,
listen,
obviously,
do you have flat earth parents? Flat earthers? Are your parents flat earthers?
No.
No. Have their parents been flat earthers?
I know where you're going with this. I get it. You don't have to make the correlation.
Where am I going?
That you're establishing the dominance of understanding that factual evidence that's given to us is accepted broadly by our past generations to understand that the Earth is a globe, and that's what's going to recourse on my current thinking as far as, oh, well, everybody before me in my life, besides, Christopher Columbus and then before then, believed that the Earth is fucking a globe because of, our what do you call it? Let's say intellectual power of the 21st century and the 20th
Actually,
century, right?
you have the wrong
Okay, but like the point
knowledge
of
of
it being,
history.
is you're
Listen,
not answering the
in
question.
the
You're talking
times,
about
listen, sir,
random sidesteps.
in the times of Christopher Columbus, vast majority of people in the world
Didn't I just say that?
knew or believed that the Earth is flat
Didn't I
and
just say
not a
that?
globe.
Did I not just say that? Do you not?
Okay, then I agree with you. Sorry,
Well,
I
I'm
misunderstood
just
you
asking.
then.
Like, you're not answering the question at
Yeah,
that point. Like, you're
but
giving me information of that, and I understand where you're going with it, but like,
Scarcity.
you're not answering it.
Scarcity. That's the answer.
What is
Scarcity.
the point
False
right now? This is just
scarcity.
annoying.
All right,
False
so like
scarcity.
back to it.
That's one of the best answers you got.
Why
False
would they lie
scarcity.
is the
Making
question.
things scarce and control.
Nobody cares why they will lie.
No, I do.
Yeah,
Why would they lie?
nobody. You
What
can't say
benefit is it
nobody
getting?
cares.
Yeah, what is it benefiting the governments to keep the information?
How
that
the
the Earth
fuck
is
would you know,
accepted
man?
for a flat
You
Earth?
read minds?
I'm just asking your opinion.
Yeah,
This is,
it's a
like I
stupid
said,
ass
it's
fucking
opinion
question.
based.
What do you
and
mean?
that's-
I'm just asking.
how about
Am I not
power?
allowed
It
to
is
ask?
fair to ask about the motive for
Am I
such a
not
grand
allowed to ask?
conspiracy. That's not
Yeah, we
unfair.
wish. Yeah, we wished. Yeah.
Are you in a position where power is very relevant to you, or have you grown up in military or?
That's irrelevant as hell. I'm asking a simple question of your opinion. That's
No,
all.
it isn't, because
No,
this
no,
is the
I'm
reason
asking.
why people hide things from each other.
Of
Because
course,
I want
I
to
understand
keep a
that.
position they
Sure.
inherit.
Right. Okay, I get that. But at the same time, they can have their same position, whether the Earth is flat or if it's round. There's not going to be a huge, like, all right, the Earth is flat. The oil companies are going out of fucking business now that we know this. Like, it's not going to disrupt the, economics of the world. Like,
Okay,
why
sure.
is
So
that
consider this, since you're obviously very concerned, or you either you really are concerned about this question, or you're just pretending to be concerned. Either way, consider this in the open chat. This is my answer to you. It's not necessarily representative of everyone else in this voice channel.
That's all I'm listening. Like, I was looking for just an opinion-based, little tidbit of information on why you guys individually think this is the reason. I'm not asking that a fact or fiction or whatever. I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong here. I was just simply asking if, a thought-based question.
Well,
Okay, so go ahead and consider that answer
Yes,
for
I
you.
will. Thank you.
I was going to say, well, going back to the Antarctica thing, well, everyone knows obviously that the reason why we haven't circumvented the Earth, quote unquote, north to south is, well, of course we can't go over Antarctica because we don't want to disturb the penguins, right? Duh, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Poor penguins. Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
didn't
this is
he
the
want
reason
a
why everyone has to
response?
back down.
He was asking about the motive. You didn't get an answer, did you? Smooth.
I'm reading one right now, but
Scarcity.
Oh,
Scarcity. False scarcity and control. I mean, It's
Again, but
pretty
that doesn't make
simple.
sense to me. Like, I'm not. I guess I'm a little uneducated on the
If they
fact
tell
of it.
everybody you're running out of air, the planet's got a finite amount of air, a finite amount of space, a finite amount of oil, a finite amount of water, a finite amount of this, finite amount of scares everybody, and two, being able to control them.
So you
Yeah,
can add
the
what
Ant-
Coffee said to my answer. That's a part of
yeah,
it.
and the Antarctic Treaty is talking about the resources that no nation should go and gather. So why is that? So there is resource to gather.
Wait, I can maybe help bring some clarity here. Smooth. Have you read Gregory's paragraph, or can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you think that authorities lie at all in general?
Of course they do.
Okay, why would they do that? Why would they lie to the public about anything?
It's to cover up a motive that is unbeknownst to the public by their lie. So, like, for specific
What would be
information,
the motive to do that, though?
It's individual. It's for their own gain at the end of the day, right?
Dude, you just saw it happen in the world's biggest freaking cover up. You know, and are you going to say that was all on the up and up and nobody lied to anybody?
What are we talking about now?
So
Without saying it.
9/11, for
So
example.
they lie because of some kind of gain. That's your
Right.
conclusion.
That was the
Okay.
conclusion, right?
Power, ultimate power,
In this
pretty much.
topic, you have to remember there's a whole like cosmology. There's a whole educational system. There's a certain structure and way that people are being taught things.
Sir,
So why interrupting?
Mankind has two planes of existence, which are known for ancient times. One plane is the physical, and the second plane is the spiritual. Yeah. We have so many religions in the world, and they are not born yesterday. There are these prophecies about spiritual wars and religious wars, and they even happened in the past. Many nations and countries, they fought for religious ideologies, ideas, or beliefs. Yeah. Now, your problem with all this is you try to stick to materialism and deny the spiritual.
No. Why are you going to put me in a basket of this is
Yeah,
my
like
situation?
anyway, like if
come
you
on.
believe the Earth is flat, you're just a fucking retard, in my opinion.
I didn't say that, but
Well, that's what I'm saying.
that's fair. I'm just saying, like, you
the
can't
point
put
of
me
the
in a
matter.
basket of this is what my
Like,
beliefs
why
are
are
and what
you
they aren't.
blatantly
So, like,
wanting
come
to
on.
spread like false
You have no
information
idea
for
about
your own,
anything
like,
of what my thought processes are. I'm
The
actually
point
in here for
the point of the
my
matter
educational
here
purposes,
is
so.
if you want
Well,
to
the Earth is
contain
round.
a population of people, right? You need knowledge, and knowledge is power. You've heard that before.
Everybody
So
said that
if you
before, I
have the
guess.
facts, if you have the truth, you can then push people into a certain direction which you want them to go.
Exactly.
In the
If you
education
wanted to
system,
siphon
you
off
learn
billions
about
of dollars
cosmology. You learn about
in money, you could make up a whole space field.
Well,
and you know, have a bunch of billions and billions and trillions of dollars going towards space, a place that doesn't even frickin' exist. So they can put it all the money in their pocket and, you know, go spend that
What is a space field
exploring
exactly?
the
I never heard
frickin'
of this unit of measurement, space field.
holy
Is it like
shit.
a football field? Where is it like a soccer field? Like
Well, then why do we have a
what
space
is a
force in our
space
government?
field?
I don't know. I would
Sounds
say
a lot like Speculation Sunday right now.
idea. I have no idea at
yeah,
all.
it's already Sunday for me. But this lie is a
Well, I've never
battle
heard of
for
space
your
field
soul.
before, so I'm just
Yeah.
wondering what space field is.
I don't think it's that big.
Maynard, this is a forum for like discussion, not for trolling. So if you don't stop trolling, maybe you should consider going somewhere else.
Okay,
I'm not
Matthew.
trolling.
Thank you.
I just never heard the term space.
Maynard has no idea.
Maynard, we know that's not true, so that's why we consider it to be a troll. You said you've never heard the term space. That's a lie.
No,
And so,
I said I never heard the term space field like this guy described. He said space field. I'm asking what a space field is.
Whatever, the frickin' whole space frickin' whatever.
Space whatever. What is
Yeah, the space field. Yep, the space field. That's the name of it. I just coined it.
Fields exist in space.
Before we move on, Smooth, did you get any kind of clarification at all to your question?
Yeah, what makes most plausible sense to me is, like you said, the fact of the control manipulating the masses, and I agree with that. I was just saying if you had any more indication and any other thoughts based on that and any speculative more answers, I'm very interested to hear, and that's all I was merely asking. So
Yeah, all right. I mean, if you have 2 minutes and 20 seconds, I post a video. We can all look into this and listen to this. Here we go.
Oh, I like that guy, Russian guy.
Doesn't believe that he has a soul. If I take that very thing
Wait.
him,
We are watching a video.
there will be no problem for him. He lost nothing.
Hello?
Yeah, we are watching a video.
Oh, okay.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
That guy died not too long after that interview. Finally.
Yeah,
I feel like we were all
yeah.
connected here. We were
I
all
know.
watching it independently, but together. I mean, wasn't that like a magical moment for everybody, or just me?
I mean, for me, it wasn't. I mean, I knew about manipulation beforehand, even in such clear words he described already. But it's not obvious to everyone, you know. This is why I posted this. Because they have an agenda, despite of every organization who put things together in order to work together.
Yeah, some of the things I mean, that's a great video to show like that if they have an agenda to target and to demoralize and to remove a standard of morality or a standard of what they would use to justify their decisions, right? So that does kind of tie into the globe idea that, you know, you can't trust your senses that you are standing still, right? And that it's the sun that moves, right? Now you can't trust that. When the sun sets, it's just an illusion. You know, when things go away into the distance and they rise towards eye level, it's another you know, illusion of the sun setting, and you know, many more, so that you can't trust yourself, and that you should lean towards somebody else who has a better understanding of your world, with you know where you live. I mean, it takes away from you being the arbiter of the reality that you see.
Yeah,
Well
they
said,
work on
well
multiple
said,
fields.
well said, well
They work
said.
on multiple fields. And if you go into university or even start college, every single class you take is one basic point you experience in your whole life, which is governed by those people, basically.
Yeah, and then you think you know where you live, right? But then maybe now you don't know where you live. You have to ask somebody else, where do I live? Like, where did I come from, right? Because you look up at the sky and you're asking, where did I come from? Even though you were born, in a hospital on a floor, or whatever, with parents. But then you have to ask, now where did I come from? And then they have a story for that, where you came from, that goes
Yeah.
along with the globe idea, right? And then they'll show you the vast universe and how meaningless your decisions, your moral decisions, really might be. It might be just a convention that we humans came up with. And you've been wrong so many times before. Seeing the sun move and set. How do you know you're not wrong again? Maybe you don't know what's right and wrong, what's good and bad.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the course. I mean, this is confirmation right here. And then we both are different parties, Globers and Flat Earthers. We discover, and the other is just believing an indoctrination pattern. And we try to educate each other. We try to help each other. I mean, we try, we cannot force our opinion on someone else. We just try. But if emotional distress comes into play, then it doesn't move along. This is the reason why we mute people, why we kick people. This is nothing against you personally, but we give you a chance beforehand over hours or whatever.
This has been the most civilized conversation I've had in this channel yet, so I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, no biggie.
Oh, no problem. You're welcome back anytime.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, dude.
Did we have any Globers here? Matthew's here. Is any other Globers?
I wanted to say something in regards to what Smurf said, I think, if that's your name. You were saying about the educational system, like college, university, and stuff.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, a guy before. So these so-called educational systems, the school, has been born from the church, it's the very core of a religious church. So how do we expect that by going to school you actually become a critical thinker, a scientist? No. By finishing like 12 classes or 13 classes, whatever, high school, yeah, you are nothing than a worker slave. Actually, you don't even get to the level to learn a job. You don't learn to plant trees. You don't learn agriculture, to work the land, which is a fundamental requirement for a human being.
This is why they centralize everything, or try to.
Yeah.
To get people
Jerry,
centralized into one place, make them what's called abhängig, dependent on everything that one company or multiple companies put out. And I know from my personal experience, I lack in those things which he just described. I don't have any agricultural knowledge about this, but I'm learning and educating myself right now here on YouTube. I try to learn some things,
But,
to establish my own way again.
knowing how to plant things in your garden, to have a garden, is basic fundamental knowledge for a human being, because That is what his survival is based on. If you took that away from him, that's a being which is not capable to live.
Yes.
Well, as worthy as the subject is, how about we focus on the subject designated for this channel?
Can I tell a
Especially
joke?
given there's some 50 people
Can
in
I
here.
tell a Glober joke for you guys?
Yeah, I was taking on the educational system which claims to actually generate
also-
educated people, but it's just believers, you know,
But you're on 0.5
parishioners.
times speed.
Sorry.
You're on 0.5 times speed, though. You gotta put it up to 1x. Can I tell a joke, a Glober joke that you guys will find funny?
Go for it.
Prove it.
Be quick.
How do you know who the Glober is at a party? How do you know who a Glober is at a party?
He's at the party. They're all Globers.
He'll tell you.
I don't get it.
Is that like like vegans? How do you know somebody's a vegan? They'll tell you, kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, you can use it for firemen as well. But I mean,
I don't get the
Alright.
punchline. Like, oh, I don't understand.
Hey, there's a God, you guys. I took a break, took the dogs out, prayed for a little bit, and meditated. I'm like, when I get back, please let Scott Mackey be gone.
Okay, great.
wait, did Crit tell everyone what he saw the other day?
No.
Oh, Ted, please.
Crit, tell everyone what you saw.
I saw a bunch of globalists freaking the fuck out.
Why?
Because on launch days, so they said, look at the curve on the SpaceX launch. And I said, I came in there at channel. I said, watch is going to explode. And they're like, well, how do you know it's going to explode? I said, because it's a weapon. It's a weapon. It's a missile. This is a delivery system for a nuclear warhead. This is weapon testing that they're just pretending and making entertainment as if somehow this is going to go to Mars someday. So then I posted a video about Elon Musk asking, "Hey, when will you go to Mars?" He's like, "Oh, like after delaying." It's like, 5 years, 10 years, I don't know, fuck.
Yeah, of course.
So then they said, like, okay, we'll look at the curve of the Earth. I'm like, sure. Can you mathematically define that so I can then go out into the field and test that mathematical definition of the curve? And then my mother is a whore. I guess I dropped out of school in 5th grade. I mean, I just a
Wait,
laundry...
who said that? Elon?
No, the globalists. All the globalists just spiraled out of control.
No one said that, Crit. No one said
Yeah, I recorded part of it. I'll clip this to the best parts. It was absolute screeching, autistic screeching, until finally they muted me. So then I just typed in text chat till they started blocking me, and then I posted, "I don't block
You were
trolls,
also
trolls
going
block me."
off, though. I remember.
Wait, so globalists are people who advocate for one world government. Globers are people who think the Earth is a globe. Which one do you mean?
Yeah, globalist is someone who advocates for an agenda-driven worldview that isn't based on science, logic, or reason. It's based on just brute force.
You can say both in both senses. Obviously.
Wait, Crit, tell everyone what you
Yeah.
saw, though. What else did you see?
Yeah, I saw a bunch of globalists. See, my idea here is that globalists are always triggered about flat Earth. They're especially triggered during launch days for some reason. They can't explain or take questions on. They'll never explain why a launch triggers them so much. They're clapping, they're all happy and everything, and instead of just saying, "Oh, look at there's the Earth, it's a sphere," and then explaining what that means for them. Tell me, what does that mean? They just went on and on about how my mother doesn't love me. I like pineapple on pizza. I was dropped on my head as a kid. Because one autistic screeching after another.
It's because
Wait.
It sounds like a demonic influence, like hatred not on par.
Oh
Went
yeah,
after the man's pizza. It's
the
ridiculous.
DMs after they muted me. So I'm like, I'm not going to sit in the voice channel where I can't talk. Then they went to text chat. Then they blocked me. Then I posted the meme, "I don't block trolls, trolls block me." So they unblocked me and then just sent a bunch of weird shit into my DMs.
Crit, when you say
What did you
globalist,
see, though? What, tell them what you saw, Crit. Tell them what you saw.
I just told you. How many times do you want
Geek,
me
you
to keep
tell him
saying
what
it?
he saw. You keep on going on about what he saw.
I'm curious. Globalist. What do you mean by globalist? Are you talking about like the one world agenda people, or
No.
globers?
Well, what's your current understanding of what was the word globalist mean?
Yeah. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, when you hear the word globalist, what do you hear?
Well, either it could be like the globe, Earth model people, or globalist, as in the one world agenda. I just wanted to know what you were like, what group you were talking about.
Yeah, it's one and the same, dude.
It's the religion which of people that believe the world is a globe. Yeah, and they want to make everyone believe it.
See, simply put, a globalist. Okay, Felix, you're hot miking. You can hear a lot of background noise. So a globalist is an agenda-driven worldview that's about controlling people, controlling places, controlling ideas, and controlling money on a global level. The method of control is just straight up violence. They don't use any level of peace, logic, reason, science, none of it. It's all about brute force to assert dominance over other people. And
Come on,
that
Craig.
worldview is directly contradictory to what the heliocentric model predicts. See,
Yeah,
what
basically
it's
the
called,
bullies of intellectual bullshit.
yeah, what it's
Tell them what
called,
you saw, Crit. Tell them what you saw, Crit.
what it's
What the
called,
fuck did you see already?
yeah, a bunch of global spiraling out. See, in the theory of environmental conditioning, the smaller the space, the more power and control the organism will assert over its space.
What
But
else did you see on the screen? What did you see on the video? What was
yeah,
the video showing?
a rocket blow up.
Yeah, before that, what did you see before that?
Yeah, geeks, like ask again. I'm just gonna disconnect you.
Crit, I wanna tell you something, Crit, about the globalists.
Yeah.
They are the people who already own at least one private company, yeah, but they don't want any other people to make their own private company.
Yeah, it's
This kind of people
it's
they
just
are.
like the IRS, you know. They oppose specific laws on you that you have to take taxes, and but the court law doesn't say that because it's not defined in a law. But they work on intimidation tactics, but you are not acquired to. You're not supposed to take taxes because the word income is not defined in the law because you gain wages and this is not based on income by definition, but they make it so and make you by pressure look like it is your income. So you then by pressure agree to their terms and you make the tax receipt and whatever, bring it to them, and then they gain their share. You know, this is how they work, and it's not legal by law.
Actually, I saw someone in USA who's actually explaining how not to pay taxes legally, because all people who pay tax from their income, like salary, is voluntarily, which the Human Resources Bureau, the company that hires you, they are filling that form which they send to the IRS for your social security, tax, whatever number.
Okay, let's get back on topic. Elijah, are you there? Elijah.
Oh yeah, well, what's up?
I think you're snoring, dude.
My bad, my bad.
Yeah, I heard someone say you should pay your taxes. He said something like render unto Caesar's that which is Caesar's.
Yeah, I would say.
this is
okay, back on topic.
different.
You guys, back on topic, because Matthew's gonna try to derail it as much as he can.
That's not true.
Yeah, I got a question for any of the Globers. What is it that you guys are skeptical about when it comes to the heliocentric model? Are you skeptical at all? Anybody can answer. Open question.
Yes, I don't buy the naturalistic story that everything came about from nothing without any sort of intelligent design. So that's where I differ on most, mainstream science.
You still believe in gravity?
Yes.
And that's how Spaceballs are made, right?
It's a good explanation for why things clump
Great
together in
reference.
tubes.
Well, is gravity prescriptive or descriptive? And is there any kind of causal agent to gravity? Or is it just manifest?
Yeah, just manifest. It describes what's happening. We don't know why it happens, but we have a pretty clear understanding of the effects.
Well, let me get this straight. You don't believe in a naturalistic worldview, but you believe that the world that you live in was created by gravity, what is basically nature.
No, I think the world was designed by intelligence. The specifics of how electricity, magnetism, gravity, chemistry work are, best for us to discover.
Yeah, but magnetism, electricity didn't create the world. You believe that gravity created the world, and at the same time, you have an opposing view that the world didn't come about by a naturalistic worldview. Like, you don't believe in Big Bang, right?
Wait, who the fuck knows how the world came about?
There's people who
Wait,
claim that
Larry.
they, hold on, time out. There's people that claim that they know, right? People say that the Big Bang is the beginning of creation, right? It's the
Allegedly.
beginning. Okay, yeah. So they also say that the CMB, the cosmic background radiation,
Yeah.
is the oldest known light in the universe. And for those people,
Remnant.
I would ask them, right? What's the dating method for light?
For life?
Light.
Light. Okay. Well,
Because that's the oldest known light in
okay.
the universe. How do they date that? Or is it just something they believe? Because Matthew's kind of teetering on.
No. They don't believe that. They dated that because of the cosmic background radiation, because they
Oh,
have
so it's
observed
circular. It's circular then.
a little bit, yeah. I guess, yeah.
I hate even saying this, but maybe turn perhaps the conversation with Matthew, because this is just a red herring, dude.
Is that a problem?
Yeah, like I said, he was talking to Matthew. It's just a bit of a red herring, dude.
Yes, it is, yeah.
But Matthew, do you see that your worldview is kind of conflicting? That you said that you don't believe in the naturalistic worldview, but you still believe in the thing that they call gravity, which explains, how all the planets and stars and
I'm gonna just
light.
make a short bow on this, and I'm gonna say it doesn't matter. This is not a conversation about beliefs. This is a conversation about facts or not.
Yes, it is. It's a conversation
Larry.
about beliefs.
Beliefs doesn't
Larry.
beliefs doesn't matter.
Larry, I don't like to defend Matthew, but in Matthew's defense, I have to say that he didn't say about gravity being the creator. He actually said that he believes in a intelligent designer. And my curiosity about this is that does he believe that us actually making artificial intelligence, creating artificial intelligence, is actually us bringing into the world, giving this creator God a physicality form to him?
Yeah, that's a
By-
really interesting question. So we as humans can create tools like screwdrivers and cars and jet
Yeah,
airplanes. And I would put artificial intelligence in that same category. It's merely a tool. It has no epistemic. It doesn't have a soul. It has no.
Wait, hold the thought. I want to go into this. You brought AI. No. You brought
Is this
AI
going
into
to be
this.
everybody jumping in? Is this going to be everybody jumping into Larry's conversation with Matt and then making 4 or 5 different points? Is that what's going to happen, guys? I've tried 3 times now.
Yeah, okay, Jedi.
Yeah, I'll be quick and concise, and I'll take what's his name said in consideration. So, Matthew, do you believe I'm strawmanning you? Do you agree with the get beget?
Not quite. So you're not strawmanning me, although I wouldn't say that gravity created the Earth and the world around us. I would say that perhaps God used that as a tool, and we can say that that's what He used to make the world and the solar system. So
Wow,
let's say it that way.
wow. I'm surprised. Wow.
So maybe I just overlooked the part where God said, "Let there be gravity." Let it create all the worlds.
Wait,
Maybe
did you
I just-
overlook the part where God said, "Let there be electricity and magnetism," so computers work? Because He didn't say
Yeah.
that.
God,
Well,
no, again, I'm going to agree with Matthew. Sorry to interrupt, but God didn't tell us what He had in His work tool, in His workbox, right? In His tool shed.
Are we talking
So,
about the Bible?
Oh, I like that. I like that
So-
analogy.
so
because
I
Matthew
get
is
it,
a Bible believer. Go ahead, Joe.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to help the conversation along. So I guess at this point, I could agree with Matthew. Matthew's saying that God used this tool that He created to create the earth intelligently. Is that right, Matthew?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Cool. Okay. Sorry, guys. Carry on, Larry.
So you reject the Big Bang God, but you do accept the gravity God, in my opinion.
I reject the idea that the Big Bang is the cause of the universe. God may have used some sudden creation that looks like the Big Bang. I also reject the idea that gravity by itself created anything, but I think it might be in God's toolbox, yes.
Well, how about every element He created is neutral and works upon each other unless another force works upon those elements and try to move it or cause reactions, for example, like which we do not see, for example, spiritual beings, which may interact or we may entertain, which we cannot see, but they are there without our knowledge, for example, right? So isn't there the possibility that there are forces outside our senses that we cannot see and work upon, which everyone would agree, okay, the globe is rotating, therefore causes the winds and such, and yada yada, right? So there are things that do not add up, but in some kind of way they do when we go in your direction you just described, right?
Well, so your first point was that there are other things beyond the material world, and I would definitely agree with that, like angels and demons, and the whole spiritual realm is outside of the material world. In fact, you yourself are a immaterial person in a material body. So even
Yep.
something as simple as
How about,
humans.
how about
has
the
both.
firmament, Matthew? Have you heard of that in the Bible? The firmament.
Yeah, the heavens declare the glory of God. The sky shows His handiwork.
Amen.
verse?
No, like the actual word firmament. Have you seen that in the Bible?
It's it's rakia. It's in English. It happens to have the same first four letters as firm, but that doesn't mean it's actually firm or that it means
Isn't-
something solid.
Yeah,
Sorry
here's the
sorry to
thing.
interrupt.
When
Sorry to interrupt. But wasn't when we're talking about creation, isn't the firmament referred to as something that God literally created Himself? He beat it out, I think, is the phrasing within the passage.
Exactly.
So the reason why I jumped in at this point as well is because there's a lot of biblical references as God spoke things into existence within like Genesis 1:1. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. But there's no speaking of how these things were made. When we talk about the firmament, there is speaking about how these things were made. When we talk about the laying of the foundations of the earth, which is a direct reference to laying physical foundations down. So there seems to be some kind of interaction with this God to physically make the earth. Would that be correct? Would you have thought?
Yeah, I think God physically made the earth. That's right.
So let's add to that another thing. Since He spoke things into existence, this is based on frequency, right? When you speak something, this is a vibration of elements that your environment is in, right? So how
Yeah.
can
So
we? How
yes.
does every element react to vibration and frequency on its own?
So when we say speech, we mean somebody vocalizing something, and there are sound waves in a gas, a medium like air.
Yeah, I
So
mean
obviously,
different
even the word
possibilities like
speech.
like sonar, like in the water and such, yes, or in the air, like speech is in a vibration, or electromagnetism frequency, radiation frequencies. All those are frequencies which work in different vibrations, working on different elements.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that when it says God spoke that it means he verbalized something with vocal cords in an atmosphere. I think it means something more metaphysical, like communicating.
Yeah, here is where I disagree with you, for example, or with the general consensus that it could be something else, because I take the word literally, and based on the information we observe and can test by the objects we have already created, just like you said, we can create things and so yada yada. This is the information we gather by meditating on something we are passionate about. God said, if you seek something, it will be given to you. If you want something to happen. And this is the information, inspiration. It goes into art, into workforce, what you want to create. He provides things for you. The information you don't have it right around when you are born or something, or go through your life or something. This is something you meditate on. You ask for it, and it will be given to you. And so is it to every scientist who goes about. But the spiritual realm is a broad way, which can lead everyone astray, right? If you look into wicked things, of course, demons or angels who are not very pleased with Yah or with you in general will provide you with those wicked things and ideas which provide the very explanations we see nowadays. I can go on and on and on. Okay, let's
You
go.
believe in extra planar entities?
Aliens? No, it's called either angels or demons, spirits.
Yeah.
So, can I
Think
ask?
that no, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Matthew in a different way. Okay, so maybe I'm not asking the right question. Maybe I should ask it like this. Matthew, is it the curvature of the Earth that you're skeptical about, or is it the firmament that you're skeptical about?
Oh, the firmament, for sure. We
Yeah,
have no
okay,
evidence
so
for the firmament.
no evidence for the firmament. So how did Marconi broadcast a signal from the UK to Australia?
Stealing Tesla's fucking
During
stuff.
the nighttime, certain frequencies can bounce off the ionosphere and go all the way around the globe.
Is that what you kids call it these days, the ionosphere? What they call it, the firmament in the Bible,
Well,
right?
yeah, the kids call it, but also planetary scientists and radio experts.
It can't be
Spectrum,
nighttime in both the UK and Australia at the same time,
Right.
dude.
That's right.
All right. Okay. Thought you said this broadcast done at night because of the ionosphere and whatnot.
So next question, Matthew. Why can those particles bounce off of something you don't think exists?
Well, that's a good question. Why it happens, but we can observe it.
What is the actual? So Matthew,
Of course. Have you?
The what?
What's your understanding of firmament in the globe model, Matthew? Like, what do you guys think it is?
Firmament is from the Hebrew word rakia. It's the word they used in 1611 version of the King James Bible. The best translation in modern English is sky. The heavens declare the glory of God. The sky shows his.
So you just think the firmament is the sky in the
Right.
globe?
It's a Hebrew
I have
word
a
for
question
sky.
about that. I have a question about that. So Matthew, if you are saying you really think that's what they mean when they wrote that down in those specific words, then my question is to you: how would the sky declare the glory of God?
By showing the glory of the creation of all the things that God made in the sky is evidence for His power and majesty. That's what it means.
But I mean, you could make that same statement about a tree or a rock, and it'd be just as logical. So what's different? Like, how is the sky any different from a tree or a rock in that sense?
Well, because the sky is all of God's creation shows His glory.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that when you use the word and when you say it the way you think it means, it doesn't mean anything. Like, you could say that about anything. Like, the whole point of the sentence is to point out one thing that is different from other things because it makes the glory of God more obvious than other things. That's what the sentence is about.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, why do you
So
think?
what I'm saying is, it's like pointing in the sky and saying, "Oh, look, the sky." Like, that doesn't make sense. Is my point. The sentence doesn't make sense in the Bible When,
I mean, take that up with
you know,
King David.
the way
if
that
you
you
don't
think
like
it's meant to mean.
It's poetry, and if you don't like the way that King David wrote his poetry, take it up with him, I suppose.
Well, yeah, no, it's not. It's not what he wrote though. It's just what I'm saying is the way that you're saying, like, oh, the firmament means sky. Then
Yeah, it
that
does.
sentence doesn't make any sense. But if firmament means something other than sky, then the sentence makes sense. I think it's worth pointing out.
The Christian Bible is heresy.
No,
No,
it's true.
you
It's not heresy.
are an idiot.
Okay.
I was going to ask how you reconcile. Not that I mean you're on trial here for anything, Matthew, but I was going to ask how you reconcile. It came to mind just now. Obviously, we got the gravity issue where it's like mass, mass attracting mass, or curvature of space time is what creates. Then you need the mass to create the gravity. That's one thing. But how do you feel, or maybe how do you, gather together an explanation? The Bible saying, well, and it was finished. Like, so not an ever expanding and growing universe.
Well,
Is that better?
I mean, if you plant a tree, you've finished planting the tree, but it keeps growing. I don't see. I think it'd be something similar to that idea.
Okay, but is it expanding or is it just growing within a specific, just within the space already allotted?
It seems to be expanding
into new unfinished space? I guess what I'm saying. Or is it just growing within this, just new stars within the space already finished?
Yeah, new stars are coming to life in the space that's already finished, and then the expansion of space is increasing the size of the universe. Probably, these are kind of like cosmological ideas that are not well understood.
So then when it said, like, so when the Bible says, and it was finished, does that just mean he was finished starting? Like he just finished starting? Like, what is that? How would that? How would you reconcile it?
Yeah, God finished creating the universe.
He did just point out that it was conceptual, not really substantiated.
Like if you plant an apple tree, you're finished planting an apple tree. That doesn't mean it's not going to keep growing apples every season. I think that the universe is the same thing. God made the universe
That's
with
a
such
season.
beauty.
That's a season. And the season is part of a mechanistic system, right? Or well, whatever majesty, however God did it. So that's a part of the system, like the expansion of everything. Again, that's not substantiated. That you can't fit that idea into a complete system that is continuously working throughout time.
Look, I understand you guys don't think that that's what's going on. I'm just pointing out that the fact that the universe is, if the universe is expanding and if new stars are being born, that there's no contradiction with the "it is finished" in the Bible.
Yeah, I'd have to read the exact words, I guess, just to do like an internal like kind of critique of it, but see what the exact words are and like the the surrounding. Obviously, I know it's of the creation, but how it was presented as in finished. I'd have to, I guess, take a closer look.
Well, here's another idea.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there any evidence? Wait, Matthew. Is there any evidence that outer space is expanding?
I think that certain cosmological theories imply it, and also the distance, the distance redshift of the farthest galaxies. The farther galaxies are, the more redshifted they are, and then you plot it. Yeah,
So
that's why people.
That's interesting. Oh,
that was Hubble's idea.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I was just saying that.
It's interesting this expansion. What will cause all the stars to fall to the earth as figs drop from a fig tree?
I don't know.
I like that.
Revelation 6:13. What's the context?
The end of the world, the apocalypse. That's the context.
So how would all of the how would the stars fall to the earth?
They couldn't. If you take that verse literally, that can't happen.
Yeah, if you take this into consideration that they are massive planets like gigantuous, monstrous
So
gas planets or solids
so what does
who
it
fall to a small.
what does it mean? What does it mean then?
I don't know what it means. I think it
So
probably means something like
if
a lot of the stars are no longer visible, and that big bad things are going to happen in the sky. I don't know.
That would
So
show a preferred direction of light falling towards the Earth.
Here's one idea. I previously mentioned that the dome is 11.5 kilometers high, right? None higher, none deeper. So if then the
wait a
firmament is
minute.
being opened. Yes, go ahead.
Now I'm
Finish what you were saying.
I'm
Oh,
concerned.
okay. If then the firmament is being opened, and the stars, which we thought were millions light years away, they have a specific mass which is ginormous in terms of our planet size and such. How then God would even mention such a monstrosity? It would basically annihilate, but even one planet, right? Which would be double or triple the size of our planet, would come to Earth. How would he then make mention multiple stars coming to the Earth, right? So logical thinker would then imply that those things above us are much smaller, but would have an impact just for the astounding amount, because he still loves his creation and he doesn't want to annihilate it because it goes not along with his judgment, which he already said in a different way would go along. So how do you think it would then work?
Yeah, no, you're right to bring this up. I don't think it. If you take it literally like that, it doesn't seem like it would work if the stars are many times bigger than the Earth. Therefore, I think
And they
it's
can't
appropriate to think it might be some other spiritual meaning and not physical.
because it can't be a perception thing, like, just all of the stars for whatever reason falling away to the horizon, because on a globe, that doesn't make sense. Because
I
there's
mean, how about
nowhere in a globe that the stars would just fall
how
to the
about when
horizon.
how about when Jesus was talking about, and he comes with his chariots and angels, armies of angels? What are the? I mean, it's mentioned in the Bible that those stars are angels, beings who taking their place and taking order and following his order.
Very
So
specific.
yeah, if they fall down, then
Angels.
they say again.
It's two different words for stars and angels. Yes, stars can be referenced as angels, but stars can also be referenced as the celestial bodies. It's very dependent. So when you say that Jesus comes on chariot with his angels, when he actually comes on a horse with his angels and us, those that have already died in Christ and been resurrected. So he comes with
after the killing and the resurrection. Yeah.
It's sometimes it's a little bit confusing, so just be careful, because sometimes they are actually talking about the celestial things as impossible things that could impact the earth, and like you're saying in some references, those stars are angels.
Okay, then let's say though those are lights created just like the lights, the two lights, the sun and the moon.
Yeah, so all of these questions about, hey, how do we take, if we take the Book of Revelation literally instead of as an apocalyptic vision, then how could it possibly work in the real world? And my answer is going to be, well, I don't take all that literally. I mean, if there's a prostitute from Babylon with 10 horns, some beast with 10 horns and all this type of stuff.
I know the answer to this. I do. I know exactly what this means. So these are constellations. When we talk about things like the Revelation 12 sign, the wording in Revelation is very specific. And behold, I saw a sign in heaven. So when we look up to the heavens and we see the stars, the constellations. So when we look at, say, like I mentioned, the Revelation 12 sign, that's addressed as the woman in heaven dressed in the sun with a moon at her feet with a crown of 12 stars. Now that's the constellation Virgo. And when we look at a specific time of day, the sun, she was dressed with the sun, so it was just going down. The moon was just rising, so at her feet. And I think there were 7 of the planets in vision, and a couple of other major stars making up Earth. So basically, what I'm trying to say without getting too deep is when we talk about, behold, I see a sign in heaven, we're talking about star constellations. And that's what's been going on for the past 7 years up in the sky. When we talk about the Revelation 12 sign, when we talk about the sun going dark, and the moon going dark and the sun not casting its light, those would be the tetrad eclipses, the blood eclipses, and the 3 eclipses that have gone across America, or the final
All
one
going on the same time.
Yeah. So we have this revelation of Christ, and we are talking about the signs in heaven. When we talk about the signs of the coming, Jesus references these signs in heaven. The Gentiles won't receive anything but the sign of Noah. The sign of Noah is the eclipse. It's just about to go across your country, by the way. But yeah, Matthew, if you don't understand this, this is just us standing on the floor and looking up at the night sky. Behold, I saw a sign in heaven.
Yeah, I like the fact that you related that woman to the constellations in the sky, and the foot is the moon at her feet, and all that type of stuff. And that's exactly my point. I don't think it's an actual woman; it's a symbol for something in the sky.
Yes.
And by the
Yes.
way, so I think you're right about that. I'm suspicious of the idea that these specific eclipses and things happening to America are what it's referring to, because I generally think that prophecy and all of God's plan is more tied to the Middle East than anything happening in America.
Okay, so you understand. Sorry, guys, I'm going to take this conversation for a bit. So you understand that at the moment, since Jesus Christ and rose again, we're in the age of grace. This is the time of church when God turned away from the Jews and was focusing on the Gentiles. That time, age of grace, that dispensation is coming to a close because God has a calendar and it works over 7,000 years. The 6,000 year bit is just coming to an end. We're just about to go into the tribulation and then the millennial reign of Christ. This is what is being referenced with these signs in heaven because they're God's calendar markers. When we look at blood moons, for example, the ones that have happened at very specific times, they appear to happen primarily on Jewish feasts, Pentecost, for example, tabernacles, those types of things,
Passover.
right? Yeah. Thank you, my
Because
friend. So,
all Jewish feasts are on the new moon, and that's when
Yeah, I
they
have
happen.
my eyes on every one of them, and I was every time. Maybe it is snow. Maybe it is snow. But no, just be silent and observe.
when
Can I
go on, Eli.
can I just read this Revelation 6:12 through 17?
Yeah.
I looked when he opened the 6th seal, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became like blood, and the stars of heaven fell to the earth as fig tree drops its late figs when it's shaken by a mighty wind. Then the sky receded as a scroll when it is rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of its place. And the kings of the earth, the great men, the rich men, the commanders, the mighty men, every slave and every free man hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath is come, and who is able to stand? What does that mean,
That's the day of the Lord.
Matthew?
So
Yeah, this is pretty much the end. It's like we pretty much have even to experience the beginning of the first seal right now, or at any time, but we are pretty close.
This is the day of the Lord.
Yeah,
So
all these bad things are happening.
This is when Jesus Christ returns. This is when after the Battle of Armageddon, just before everything gets ripped up and started anew. This is talking about God's coming back.
Right before. Oh wait, this is the 6th seal. That's the 7th. He comes. He comes at the 7th seal. 7th seal.
Y'all aren't even receiving what I'm saying. Like
what are you putting down then, dude?
sixth seal, cosmic disturbances. 12. I looked when he opened the sixth seal, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became like blood. Now, how does hydrogen and helium turn black as sackcloth, while at the same time the moon, which is supposed to be reflecting the sun's light, is red like an eclipse?
Okay, you jump pretty far ahead.
You talk
No, I
about the
just read it.
helio.
So I'm just,
How does this happen within the heliocentric model?
yeah, I'm trying, because that's
Sure.
the whole point of why, we brought this to Matthew.
Yeah,
That's right.
You're right. It doesn't. The sun, helium, nuclear fusion of helium doesn't get black as sackcloth.
So again, what do you think this means?
First of all,
is
that's a
this
good
not
question.
literal?
And B, I
Guys,
think that if you're trying to come up with physical explanations of how these apocalyptic visions, how they work in the real world, good luck. But like Jedi was saying, he had a great example with the woman, with the crown and all that. It's not an actual woman. It's representing a symbol in the sky. And so I
Yeah,
think
but
these type of
that's
things would be
different.
similar
That's
symbols.
different. That's different because again, this is titled for some reason, cosmic disturbances, and it's talking about the sun. It's not like a woman who they're trying to,
Yeah.
make an allegory or something. No.
When does the sun go
the
dark,
sun
Eli?
became.
When does it go
When?
black?
What do you mean when? Oh, during an eclipse.
Yeah.
But here's
And
the
the moon
trippy
turns
thing.
and the moon
Here's
turns
the
red.
trippy. Yes, but
Okay, cool.
not simultaneously. Like
Ah,
these kinds of
Yeah,
eclipse
not
happens 15 days in
yeah.
between each other. So you would
Yes.
have a red moon during a lunar eclipse, and you would
Yes.
have a black sun during a solar eclipse. So
That's
how the fuck?
it's not at the
You
same
tell me.
time. It's talking about a passage. So you will have in close proximity a
Oh, okay.
eclipse of the moon and an eclipse of the sun. So the moon will turn red and the sun will then turn dark as sackcloth. This is happening on March the 5th. You're going to have a prenumbral lunar eclipse, which means the moon's going to turn red. And then 14 days later, April the 8th, is the eclipse that goes across America. The moon turns red and then the sun turns dark.
I'd like to say something like an answer to Elijah's questions about the sun getting dark. I think you will find it interesting if you read the story of King Aeetes or the story of Osiris. He was born white, two brothers, and this king was so big, their father, that when he raised one of his sons in his hands above his head, he was so tall, he raised him so high that this son exploded and turned white, and the other son on the ground, when he saw what happened with his brother, he got scared, fear, such a great fear that he turned black. So the sun going dark in the Bible, for me, it has the meaning of entering a state of fear. The sun knows God is standing up, is about to come into the world, so he's very afraid, even the moon and everything. So thank you for allowing me, giving me the word. Go on, guys.
So Jedi, why do you think that this? I mean, why do you think that this is like this eclipse? Like, I mean, because don't they happen all the time?
Yeah. Okay, so yes, eclipses do happen all the time.
And this lets you know that I didn't watch the video. My bad. You
No,
know
you're
what?
fine.
After my
You're fine.
meeting, I'm gonna watch it.
Eclipse, you are right with that statement. That eclipses do happen all the time. Matthew was correct when he said Jewish feasts, like months, they hold on new moons. Of course they are. There's lots of things that, yeah, okay, they happen all the time. Why are they so significant and important? The timing is probably more important than anything. With regards to, say, like the Revelation 12 sign. Now, most people, and I've studied eschatology for 30 years plus, most people back in the day were like Matthew. When he said, well, when he was trying not to say that this isn't a physical thing, this isn't a physical woman, this isn't a physical beast, these aren't physical, like mythological, spiritual things, until things started happening in the sky and calendars were rediscovered and the Dead Sea Scrolls and all of this type of stuff. When we look into the timing of the re-establishment of the Jewish state, we find ourselves with blood moons on these feasts. When we talk about the Balfour Agreement, even going back to like 1921, whenever it is, which established Israel was the Jewish state. Blood moons then. When we look at it's a 6-day war that they had. Blood moons then. When we look at the things that have happened to the Jews, you see red moons in the sky. Whether it's not exactly on the date, but it is definitely that year. So when we look at the way that it's been described as the tetrad moons that have happened since 2014-15, and that set of 4 eclipses, 2 happen in 1 year, 2 happen in the next year, they're all lunar eclipses, and the moon turns red. That happened.
I've been trying to add this. I've been trying to add this for the past several minutes, but anyways.
Sorry, please go on, carry on.
The problem with your interpretation of Revelation 6 is that you're divorcing the passage referring to the sun and the moon away from the whole event that it's describing. At the same time that the sun and the moon turn different, the sun turning black as sackcloth and the moon turning red as blood, that's also when all the stars fall from the heavens, and also when the firmament is receded. And the Son of Man returns.
That's how I started. That's how I started the conversation.
Okay, so yeah. With regards to the way that this is formulated, the way that Elijah read it out, no, this isn't this red moon and then a dark eclipse. He said the sun will turn sackcloth and the moon will turn to red. This is
That's what I said.
Yeah. So you are correct. This is a different way around. This is why when Elijah started talking about this earlier, I said this is the day of the Lord. This is when God returns. This is at the end of tribulation. Like not at this point, which we are about to start the beginning of tribulation. So sorry if I'm not being specific. This is, I was just using it as when we look up. Sorry, behold, I see a sign in heaven, and we look up to the heavens and we see what's happening. So with regards to what's happening now, and regards to which is more Revelation 12 sign. With regards to what Elijah wrote out, this is 7 years away, like 2031, 32, whenever it is, when this sign starts happening in heaven. And there are other eclipses that are going to happen over the next 7 years as well. But I want to be specifically clear, and you are right for pointing that out. It's not exactly the same thing.
You're saying tribulation in the sense of the reign of the beast. The reign of the beast hasn't begun yet.
No, it hasn't. Of course it hasn't.
Okay, so what sense are you saying tribulation?
The sign hasn't finished yet. It's April the 8th is when the third of 3 eclipses that draws the Aleph and Toph across America, which started 33 days before the Revelation 12 sign back in 2017. Those 3 eclipses that draw the signature of God across your country, those eclipses are important. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Okay, so in what sense are you... Okay, so in what sense are you saying the word tribulation?
The beginning of tribulation, so the last 7 years before Jesus returns.
The trumpets.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
when
trumpets.
The seals and the bowls and the vials get poured out.
Yeah, Donald Trump Pence.
Yeah.
I don't know why y'all think Trump Pence and that's so significant. I find
that's
it
trumpets.
so silly.
Elijah, listen.
Craig, you're hella hilarious.
Thank you.
I
had to hear it again. I'm like, oh, Trump Pence.
Yeah, man.
So on the second term of Trump,
crazy.
Pence.
Yo, if
okay,
we wanted to be super conspiracy theorists, like we would be totally like, You could go deep and based
one of
off
the
of like
reasons.
legit stuff too.
I guess one of the reasons why they lied about the shape of the Earth was to hide the importance of the stars above. It's not obviously hard to realise that the thing looks like a clock. When we look at the Bible, it's referenced over and over again, God's calendar, and how he depicts those appointed times, those moedines, those seasons, with his calendar, and how his appointments appear to have always been kept. With regards to the Jewish people, the establishment of their states, these types of things, they're always signified with these signs in heaven. These signs in heaven have been increasing, and we're told to watch for the signs in heaven, because as they get closer and closer and closer, it's because Jesus is coming back. That's what Revelations is about. The revelation of Jesus Christ, his return and his millennial reign.
Yeah, what we are basically seeing is the aftermath of the failed attempt to prohibit Jesus' crucifixion. So therefore, he has to work, Satan, I'm talking about Satan basically, he has to work out basically the lie in order to deceive as many as he can, in order to hurt God as much as he can, you know?
So concerning cosmology, with the mention of the sacred
Also,
scriptures,
man, sorry, Gregory.
just to say this, so concerning cosmology in relation to the sacred scriptures, there's obviously controlling premises that are controlling people's interpretation. And then also people have this unfounded opinion where the Bible is just a wax nose that you can manipulate however you please, when that's obviously not how it's been presented by the authors, and it's not how it's been historically presented by all those who hold this tradition to be sacred, which it is sacred. So it's very obvious. Either your ultimate authority is what the God has said and revealed, which includes the creation itself. And the creation itself, when studied with empirical methods of inquiry, does corroborate empirically what the sacred scriptures is teaching about the cosmos. And so what people need to realize, which is a very basic philosophical fact, that your ultimate authority is either God or non-God. If it's non-God, then it's obviously not going to be epistemologically sufficient to determine any and all facts, because that's not, if it's non-God, then it's not the ultimate precondition for any and all facts. It's not the ultimate pre-interpreter of any and all facts. So, of course, that's why the Apostle Paul said in the Epistle to the Romans, let the God be true, though all humans are liars. So people like Matthew, they tried to fornicate, and I do use that rhetoric strongly. They tried to fornicate foreign and contrary doctrines with what the Lord has revealed, both inside of and outside of the sacred scriptures.
Yep.
Dang, I didn't want to follow up Matthew on that strong of a word, but I mean, it is what it is. So Matthew, all that being said, when we go back to, and I don't know, again, I'm reading which version, the NKJV. So from here, it's titled Six Sealed Cosmic Disturbances. So yeah, I pointed out the black sun and the blood moon, but well, I won't even say blood moon because it says the moon became like blood. I don't know if that looks like anything we've ever seen or what we call a blood moon, but whatever.
CBD.
Either way, the overall reason I brought this up to you is because obviously this is taken in the context of what's happening in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is pretty clear about that.
Yeah.
About the like Gregory said, the sky being rolled back after the stars
Yeah.
fell out, like bad teeth. So
I
what?
forgot you. Sorry, dude.
So
I forgot you said sixth seal, which is obviously pointing to tribulation. So yeah, not yet. Later. Sorry, dude.
So I mean, Matthew, how do you reconcile this?
Matthew's gone.
Oh wow. All right. Well, but all right. Whatever.
I mean,
Or
we
you
can
guys-
continue. We can continue on this. I wanted to quickly insert something since you mentioned the New King James Version. In the Old King James Version, I don't know if anyone has seen the Bible Code, the book that came out a few years ago or 10 years ago. Yeah, so some YouTuber was talking about that in Acts 16:11, it talks about from Troas, when basically Paul was traveling to
the Asian realm and the Turkish realm and etc. And the Holy Spirit basically forbid him to go there, but go to another place, which was Samothrace to Neapolis, and it mentions that the Spirit convinced him to be straightforward. So then the YouTuber went and drew a line from the King, where the King James version first was released in 1611, to basically confirm that the Spirit of God was basically confirming the very trace from where Paul was going to London. So let me put this in place. They went to Samothrace. When you look onto Google Maps, is a mountain which is 1,611 meters high. So this is one point, and Neapolis, which is I guess a few miles further. Then you have another point. Though those straight lines pointed to London, which was the king who released then the King James version of the Bible. So there's no way or form that any human would possibly come up with such interpretation unless it was inspired by God, putting this information, the diversity of understanding that goes with it, to even make those connections, right? But since we, as believers, inherit the Holy Spirit, He will convince us and show to us these very,
insights.
Yeah, insights. It's like He basically instructs us or gives us the ability to make abstract correlations, which basically also confirms my ways are not your ways, and I think higher than you think, which is basically what God said. It's like, okay, so He is a very abstract thinker, which we cannot comprehend. So any possibility that we might think of could actually be a possibility if He reveals it to us.
Oh, the depth and wisdom and knowledge of the God, how deep and unsearchable are His ways.
Yeah, amen.
Is there any
Now-
Globers in here, by the way? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Joe.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. We'll try and get it back to Flat Earth now, guys. If we can. If there's anybody who's joined the server who wants to ask Flat Earthers questions. Why do we say the Earth?
Snot Wacky came back. Everyone pointed and laugh.
That's Scott.
Say it again. Say his name.
Snot Wacky.
He actually was talking about sunset at elevation 8 degrees 0. Do you guys want to go back to that, or we could talk to somebody else?
Sure.
Yeah, elevation angles that you need that flat horizontal baseline for, which is supposed to be above the surface of the Earth, so therefore making the surface of the Earth and or seas that bottom baseline from which you measure the elevation angle. Yeah, that self-defeating appeal.
Okay, Scott, did you hear that? That's the answer to your question.
Oh yeah, I heard what Gregory said, but I always ignore him. So
why?
No, because he's kind of crazy.
That's how you know you're honest, right? Because like an honest person will listen to everybody, because anybody can teach you something. You can learn something.
I listen to everybody here, but Gregory, you guys know.
Well,
that.
fools despise wisdom and knowledge. I mean, what do you expect from him?
Well, you do got a point there, Gregory.
Yeah, but come on, Larry. You know I listen to you all the time, Larry.
How about
Gregory stands out amongst you. You got to realize that, right?
Yeah, I believe he does too. I agree with you on that. He stands out.
Wait. Scott, can you at least repeat what you heard from Gregory? At least so we know that.
No, I can't. I didn't listen to him. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're just.
I was honest. Seriously, I don't listen to Gregory.
Okay.
I try to listen to Gregory, but it still doesn't work. It doesn't make any difference. Like, he's using too many fancy words to sound smart. It doesn't make any sense.
Is it not amazing how many people let me or my voice, just my voice, live in their head rent free?
It's not your voice. It's the way that you use big words to sound smart. make it impossible for anybody to have a discussion with you.
I think everyone's more intimidated of his beard.
pull up the scripture that speaks to exactly what he just said, Gregory.
Oh, in Proverbs? Oh, look.
I know you know it. I know you know it.
Watch.
Say it.
Jerry, Mr. Jerry, you there?
Yeah.
My man. Can
I would
you
like to
tell
hear what
everyone?
Gregory said. And I would like to hear
Sorry.
what Gregory says in plain
Sorry.
English. That's what I want. That's
Sorry.
what I want to
Sorry.
hear.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask Mr. Jerry if he could tell everyone what Crit saw in that that other room a couple of days ago.
A bunch of globalists shit their pants and need a diaper change. I told you this already.
Yeah.
Is there any other Glober? Talon, are you Globerther?
Yes, I'm Glover.
Yeah, but he's anti-Trump. He's anti-Trump. Don't speak to him.
I can fix my thing.
He hates Trump.
Talon is the
Why
Glober.
do you believe the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.